Hello, guys and gals, and welcome, yes. Welcome. So we got 1 day left, guys. 1 day left. And then we're going to hit the big old season 4. We're going to have fun making crazy characters. I got some liquid death sparkling waters for those of you who like to always know. Always, for those of you who are nosy and always got to know what I'm drinking. Be like, what you drinking? What you got? It's berry flavored. I like the sparkling waters from Liquid Death. They're really good. You know why I like these so much? Number one, they don't taste like crap. They're actually kind of good. But number two, and the most important thing is, there's no fake sugar in these, so I don't end up with headaches after I drink them. And there's hardly any sugar in them at all. It's got like 4 grams for like the whole can or something. Yeah, serving size 1 can, total sugars 4. 4, that's it. And 4 carbs. 4 sugars, 4 carbs. Nothing. There's nothing in there. All right, so before we get started with the theory crafting, one of the things I wanted to do was get kind of familiarized with the tempering manuals. So I wanted to go over like all the tempering manuals, take a look at all of them. Really kind of take a look at what's going on with the tempering manuals. So on Diablo 4.life, the tempering manuals are on here, by the way. Ooh, Man, that was a nice burp. Of course, it's brand new for Season 4. But let's pull up the tempering manuals. And actually, I kind of want to just go over them. Let's just go over all the tempering manuals. So first off, is there a way that we could filter this just by, like, all tempering manuals? Like, manuals that are capable of being used by every single class? I'm kind of curious. Which manuals are just like across the board for every single class, by comparison to which manuals are obviously, for each specific class. There's got to be specific manuals that are just like every single class gets access to this manual. So it looks like defensive, because like you notice how these are like they say barbarian protection and like barbarian recovery, right? So this says natural resistance and worldly endurance. So these two must be all classes. So we've got maximum life, total armor, and dodge chance, and this can be put on helmets, chest armor, pants, shields, and amulets. So you get a pretty hefty amount here that you can throw on pretty much like half your equipment, if not more. And this one's kind of crazy too, because if you think about this, you get 7% up to 7% dodge chance per item, right? So let's run this calculation real quick, shall we? Let's put it right there, right in the little spot. Look, see, let's make it fit. So like it looks like it belongs there. All right, so you got 7%, right? And you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items you can put that on, so times 5. And then you also have the 2 aspects. So there's 2 aspects that you can utilize that will give you dodge chance. Let's just type in dodge. There's 2 of them now. There's the crowded sage one, which got updated, which gives you dodge chance. So let's do crowded. So the new crowded sage gives you 8% dodge chance, right? So that's another 8%. So add that on there. That's 43%. That's not even counting whatever your passive dodge chance is, by the way, or if you have dodge chance from any skills or anything like that. That's a 43% dodge chance flat. All right, and then on top of that, this gives you a 20% heal every time you dodge, which I do believe they changed, by the way. So I'm gonna have to contact Proner and see if I can get him to do a little bit of updating on some of these skills, because I don't think he knows that some of these things got updated. Because the crowded sage got updated, I believe. Didn't they reduce the? I thought they reduced it a little bit. Am I wrong? I think I'm wrong. Well, I don't know. I think they might have reduced it a little bit, or at least I thought they reduced it a little bit. Yeah. It's in here somewhere, I think. Hmm, hmm, no, no, no. Ah, yeah, here it is, right here. No, it was the assimilation that they nerfed. Okay, not the crowded sage. The assimilation was the one they nerfed. Okay, so they nerfed that down from 20% to 10% from the fortify. Okay, so I'm thinking of the wrong one. All right, and that's the other one right there. So the other one is the assimilation aspect. So the assimilation aspect also gives you 8% and gives you a 10% fortify when you dodge, right? So we got my horror game stuff is still open from Horror Saturday. Plus 8%. So you get 51% dodge. If you were to throw 7% dodge on every single piece of equipment, so you grab 7% dodge on every single piece, you would get a pretty ridiculous 51% dodge chance, barring any skill-based dodge increase, barring any like dexterity-based dodge increase. So if you don't have any dodge chance whatsoever, you are literally going to end up with 51% or higher, depending on what you're running, which sounds kind of insane, by the way. So that's like a whole thing. But then on top of that, every single time you dodge, you're going to get a 20% heal. And every single time you dodge, if you run assimilation, you're going to get a 10% fortify. And that just sounds absolutely insane. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think that might be a really solid way to make your character nigh unkillable, because 50% dodge chance means you're going to dodge, obviously, 50% of everything that comes at you. And you're going to heal constantly. So your HP is going to be full constantly. And it's just going to make your character just ridiculous. I wonder if there's anything else in here that affects dodge chance. Of course, we got the, what is this? Is this the rogue specific one? Dealing damage to a dazed enemy with agility skill against stealth. When stealth breaks, you gain. Oh yeah, didn't they change this one though? Because it's not 85 to 100% dodge chance anymore. So uncanny treachery. Yeah, they changed this one. 10 to 15%. So that one got nerfed pretty heavily to 10 to 15% dodge chance. But even so, you take that 15% dodge chance, you add that onto your 51. Now you've got 66% dodge chance. And doesn't the rogue have like some passives like built into the character, just as a quick like check? Doesn't she have some passives like on the tree that literally give her a massive increase in dodge chance, by the way? Using a cooldown increases your dodge chance by 12%. Yes, for 3 seconds. So that's another 12% there. So now we're at a 78% dodge chance, which is kind of ridiculous. What's up, Bobcat? What's up, Sean? What's up, Gabe? What's up, Miles? What's up, Nightcrawler? How's it going, everybody? What's up, Thunder Brony? I'm probably going to be doing Sorceress for start this season. Although I'll probably be making a Necromancer too. I mean, let's be honest. I'm also theory crafting some. I think I was right in the middle of theory crafting this rogue yesterday when the stream crapped out. So we'll probably pick up on this rogue here soon. I think I was theory crafting a rapid fire. Yeah, rapid fire with the new scoundrel kiss ring. Yeah, okay. You know. Oh yeah, look, this has got 17% attack speed for 4 seconds after dodging an attack. So yeah, we'll set this character up with like the dodge setup. We'll give her like the assimilation aspect, which gives like the dodge bonus, and then we'll throw on the crowded sage, which gives more dodge bonus. Get like a freaking 10 trillion% dodge bonus. And then you got like, this doesn't have dodge on it too, does it? Dodge, dodgy, dodge, dodgy, 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 dodge. Your mama's got a dodgy, 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 dodge. Ooh. Eyeballs. Never in my life has rubbing my eyes ever like made it better. It's always only ever made it worse. Yet I still do it for some reason. All right, let's see here. So worldly endurance, natural resistance. You can also get armor on pretty much everything now, by the way. But the new cap, if you guys don't know the new cap is it's actually a number that you can all just remember. It's 9,320. I think that was written somewhere. They talked about it in the dev chat. So the new armor cap for all armor, no matter what tier you're in, no matter what difficulty you're in, the new cap for armor is 9,320. That is the new cap. You don't need any more than 9,320. Anything more than 9,320 is wasted. That's all you need. They decided that having an armor cap that was like confusing and hard to use, so it was silly, so they capped it, which I can understand capping it, but I feel like they capped it at a really low number, which most people are gonna like hit with with relative ease, like really, really easy, I feel like. So you can pretty much hit 9,320 on most characters without having to worry about it. But the fact that you can put armor value on every single piece of your equipment, basically, so your helmet, your armor, your pants, your shield, and your amulet, you should be able to hit that 9,320 on every single character without any problem whatsoever. So that's something that you're going to want to take a look at when you build your characters. But for the most part, even if you just like grab your equipment and you get 925 equipment, if you're running full 925 equipment, you should be pretty close to this number anyway. And with minimal bonuses, like a little bit of extra armor value here or there, you should hit that cap. Like it shouldn't be ridiculously hard for you to hit that 9,320 cap. It's going to be a whole thing. Another really interesting thing is that they got maximum life on like every single piece of equipment too, and you might need it because I was playing around with on the PTR, and man, there was some like crazy life values that you could get to in the new patches. So this will be a whole thing. Natural resistance is kind of meh. But I guess if you need a specific resistance to cap out, you can at least put a specific resistance on your equipment to hit those 75. Obviously, or 70, you always want to hit the cap on your resistances. If you're not hitting your cap on your resistances, then something's wrong. You're definitely going to want to hit that on every single character. So it looks like there's one all-encompassing character manual for offensive, which is the natural finesse character manual, which does damage to crowd controlled enemies, damage to close, and damage to distant. I mean, these are obviously going to come in really handy for specific builds. Depending on what build you're running, you're going to want close or distant or crowd control or whatever. Like if you're doing Thunderstruck is close basically, or if you're doing I think the Earth one is crowd control damage. I can't remember. Each one of them has a different modifier, right? So it's basically going to be this is going to be highly dependent on what your character is building for making their character, stronger. Like when you go to your tree, and you look at your skill tree, you may or may not have a modifier here, which is like what you're building off of. And depending on what modifier you're scaling off of, your scaling modifier, which it really kind of depends. Like everybody seems to have a different scaling modifier, but let's see if I can pull up one of these. What's the scaling modifier for these? I know there's a scaling modifier in here. I feel like I'm just missing it. This one right here, cheap shot, that's the crowd control, but that's crowd control to enemies. I could have sworn she had one in here, but maybe I'm wrong. I know Thunderstruck, for instance, like, I can Maybe I can pull up now because I'd have to kill this one. I don't want to kill this one yet. But I know Thunderstruck has a I know Thunderstruck is close damage and distant damage. There's also a couple other ones. So like when you're running this is going to be a big one for specific builds like druids specifically for damage to crowd controlled enemies and damage to close. And since you can put that on 4 items, your weapon, your gloves, your ring, and your amulet. So like if you're running a Thunderstruck druid, you're probably going to throw close on all 4 of those, essentially. Let's see. Okay, so there's no weapon specific everybody's. Resource specific, there's 2 everybody's. So we got weapon mastery efficiency, which is weapon mastery, cooldown reduction, death. Oh no, that's Barbarian too. So only world stability. World stability is everybody. And just world stability. Okay. So we've got resource generation, resource cost reduction, lucky hit, up to 5% chance to restore primary resource. I mean, meh. Utility. Well, that's an interesting one for the Barbarian. Thorns while fortified. Wow. Wow. Thorns while fortified is like a whole thing for these builds. How many pieces of equipment can that go on? Hmm. Huh. Wow, that's nice. That's really nice, actually. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so Worldly Fortune is the bunch of lucky hits. So these are kind of interesting, and if you guys haven't checked out my testing, so I did some testing a while back, and this was like back when Diablo first came out. I did some stagger testing, um, and the stagger testing was really interesting. If you guys want to actually take a look at that video, I mean, you're more than welcome to pull it up here. I'll link it for you. But basically, we went through the process of testing all the stagger amounts and basically how effectively they worked, and kind of like got like the full 9 yards. And I think you can go. This is like my final testing and whatnot like that, the data that I came up with. But basically, the moral of the story is, for those of you who might not want to watch the whole 35 minutes on the video, the moral of the story is that specific types. I tried to close the notepad on the window. That was great. The specific types of crowd control effects stagger way better than other types of crowd control effects. But down here in the comments, we've got like my stagger testing, and you'll notice that things like Decrepify basically didn't do much stagger because it was a slow. But things like Ground Stomp, Ground Stomp had a pretty good stagger, like of 30.6 seconds by comparison to, say, Kick, which only had a 6.12. And then even after like the 4th stagger, you could see Kick went down to less than a second. It was almost a half a second, basically, whereas a Ground Stomp was still 3 seconds or 3.06 on the stagger bar. Challenging Shout was 51 on the stagger bar and went to 5.1. So when you're looking at these things right here, like chance to slow is going to give you relatively no stagger. Chance to immobilize is so-so. But chance to stun and chance to freeze, these are high staggers. So if you want to set up a character that can like stagger like just at bosses almost instantaneously, setting up a character with these is going to be a big deal. And essentially, this is going to give you free options to apply stuns and freezes to monsters. So if you were to say, like, just as an example, let's pretend you threw the chance to freeze, chance to stun, and maybe even the chance to immobilize on like 3 pieces of your equipment. So you had 1, 2, 3, right? Well, if you're fighting a boss, you're going to be constantly applying these back to back, essentially. And through my stagger testing, we found out that there's diminishing returns, of course, for applying multiple effects. And there are some effects that are obviously better than others. But if you're applying stuns, which is this one here, stun is one of the better ones, and freezes are one of the better ones. So freezes are way better than like slows or chills. So if you have those two, if you've got the freeze and you've got the stun, and then you maybe throw in a couple other things while you're attacking at a really fast rate, you'd be able to stagger the bosses almost instantaneously, even at higher like staggers. So through our stagger testing, we found out that the first stagger is easy. The second stagger is pretty easy also, and then the third stagger is actually pretty easy as well. Obviously, it does go up in difficulty, so it's about a 20% loss in stagger efficiency after the first stagger, and then a 40% loss in stagger efficiency after the second stagger, and then the fourth stagger and beyond is a 90% reduction in stagger efficiency, which basically means that all of your stagger attempts are reduced by 90% on the stagger bar. But the thing is that if you're utilizing something crappy like a slow, like Penitent Greaves or something like that, or if you have like a chilling effects, they don't do any stagger anyway. Even in with no penalty, chilling effects and slows are some of the worst stagger like bonuses to the bar that you can get. So when you utilize stuns and taunts and freezes instead of chills, you get massive stagger to the bar, which means that utilizing these on a character could potentially make your boss killing capability look insane. I can imagine some setups using these where basically you run maybe like mobilize, stun, and freeze, or maybe you just have like freeze multiple times or stun multiple times. Like it really doesn't matter because the bosses don't actually get stunned, which is kind of like the whole thing, is that they don't actually get stunned. So until they're actually staggered, you're just going to be applying that constant, application to the stagger bar. So having these on here would be absolutely amazing for bosses. I might have to play around with this, like the Worldly Fortune. I might have to play around with it and just kind of like set up a ultra stagger character and see how quickly I can stagger a boss. And of course, it's not just going to be how fast can you stagger the boss the first time, because the first time's easy. First one's free, boys. It's how fast can you stagger the boss once you hit that 90% stagger reduction. So if you can set up a character that can literally stagger a boss almost instantaneously, even after the 90% stagger reduction, utilizing these, you now have a build that can literally lock down bosses and just laugh at them, which is going to be pretty amazing. Then we also have natural motion. So you're going to be able to put movement speed on your boots or your amulet no matter what now. Yeah, I'm still planning on doing the fire bolt slash, not fireball, fire bolt. It's going to be fire bolt, firewall, meteor. It's going to be a trio combo build. Should be really interesting. Let's see here. Because this one's kind of interesting, but some of these I'm not really sure if I would ever use them. Like I don't really like the movement speed after killing elites. I don't like it. It's poopy. Mobility cooldown reduction and evade cooldown reduction. I can see those coming in handy in a couple situations. Like evade cooldown reduction could be really interesting for the Oculus Sorceress. There's like a whole Oculus Sorceress thing. You can't choose your mama in the poll? Oh man. We threw your mama from the train. That's what we did. We threw your mama from the train. From the train. From the train, train, train. Hmm. I mean, there's like a whole Oculus build that maybe I should play around with too. I think that's like a thing. Because the Lush. The Oculus has a what was it? The teleport nova. I think it's the teleport nova thing that they did. Why don't I have any sound? I should have made a dong. No, no dong, no dong, no dong. Oh, okay. Well, it did. Okay, all right. Rogue isn't even an option. That's because there's not enough spots. I need more spots, you suckers. I need more spots. I need more spots. And I cannot lie. I need more spots on the stupid pole. I don't know why they got me limited to 4 spots. I need more spots on the pole. Okay? I need more spots. This is important. Where the hell is the thing I'm looking for? I'm looking for the thing, and I can't find the thing. I can't find the thing. I could have sworn the teleport nova was in here, but maybe I'm wrong. Let me just go to the sorceress. Why they always got to call it the sorcerer? I don't like the sorcerer. It's the sorceress. The sorceress. The sorceress. Sorcerer. The sorcerer. I need extra slots. Okay, I need extra slots. All right. Let's look at some of the class-specific ones here. All right, so defensive barbarian. We've got imposing presence, martial vigor, guttural yell, defensive stance. These are all passives. So you basically get like some nice defensive passives. Some of these, I don't know if they're actually going to be all that great, to be honest. Chance for lunging strike projectiles to cast twice. Raid leader and invigorating fury. A ground stomp cooldown reduction. Iron skin cooldown reduction. Challenging shout cooldown reduction. Steel grass cooldown reduction. I mean, there's some pretty crazy builds you can do with some of these things they're giving you. For sure. Damage with two-handed bludgeoning weapons, dual wield weapons, slashing. Damage when swapping weapons. That's a pretty high percentage on the damage when swapping. Comparatively, if you look at the others, it caps out at 55%. Damage when swapping caps out at 105, which is kind of nuts. Berserking finesse. Damage while berserking is active. That's going to be a big one. Although I think they capped out the enrage Paragon board, didn't they? So that you can't get more than like a certain percentage now. Damage while Wrath of the Berserker is active. Damage while Warcry is active. This one's going to be a big one right here. This is one to watch out for. The kick damage. So I was looking at kick. At kick. Kick's kind of insane this season. They messed around with kick tremendously, and I would not sleep on kick this season. So first off, one of the things they did is they increased the range of the damage of kick from 2.2 meters to 3, so it's a bigger AoE. They also added additional damage when enemies knocked into a wall of 70 to 105%. And then the big thing that they did with Power Kick was they made it so the damage per Fury consumed is increased from 20 to 25%, which might not sound like a lot. It sounds like it's only 5%, but it's not 5%. It's actually a hell of a lot more than 5%. So basically how this works is you get 25% increased damage for every 10 Fury that you consume. So if you're running, say, 300 Fury, which you divide that by 10, you get 30 25% bonuses. So that's times 25%, which is 750% increase. Now, it went from 20 to 25, which is only a 5% increase. So you take your 30 and you multiply that by 5, and it has an additional 150% that it didn't have previous. So they increased the size of it. They increased the damage for hitting a monster into the wall, and they also increased the damage per fury consumed if you're using the power kick, which is going to give you a 750% bonus, right? And then on top of that, we also have the 185% kick damage bonus that you can add here, which is freaking bat crazy. Which you can have on 1, 2, 3, 4 items, by the way, for a total of 185 times 4, which is 740%. And then on top of that, you can also increase those by 25% because you can beef them up with the system that actually increases all your stats, right? So you could theoretically, this is just theory, but you could theoretically have a 75% bonus if you were to somehow get the tempering system, or sorry, not the tempering system, the masterworking system. If you could somehow get the masterworking system to hit your 185% kick bonus all 3 times, you would have a 75% bonus on each one, which means that it would be plus 75%, which means that you would have a grand whopping total of 1,295% increased kick damage, with a 750% increased kick damage as well, coming from the 10 per fury, which I'm not sure how those would interact, which one would go first, or whether they would stack on top of each other to simply add cumulatively. But even though it is just an additive bonus, 1,295 of an additive bonus is still a freaking butt ton of additive bonus, which means the kick is going to hit like a literal Mack truck. And I'm telling you right now, kick already hits like a Mack truck. Okay, it already does. To give you an idea of how kick works, let me pull this up real quick. So let's go to the aspects. And in the aspects, you can just type in kick. And we have damage an enemy with kick or ground stomp to reset leaves cooldowns. Enemies damaged by kick or charge will explode when they are killed within the next 2 seconds, dealing damage to all surrounding enemies. So if you use this one with kick, you get a nice explosion that goes off basically when you kill somebody with kick. And that explosion obviously damages all the monsters around it, which is actually amazing. And the thing about this is because they increased the range of kick to 3 meters, this means that everything that you hit within 3 meters of the kick will explode. So, and with all the increased damage that they made, like it's you're gonna kill the monsters. Like when you press the kick button, you're gonna kill the monsters that you kick, and then they're going to explode, and it's gonna be like a freaking chain reaction of explosions. And then you have this one here. Each time a core skill deals direct damage to an enemy, your next charge, leap, or kick deals times 8% increased damage up to 40% increased damage. So we have another multiplier here that you can add onto kick. So you've got your brawlers aspect and your veteran brawlers aspect, which you can tie into this, so that you can have your ridiculous kick barbarian. It might be fun to just set up a kick barbarian, to be honest. We might have to go like do that. Let's do a little let's make a little notepad here of theory crafts that we want to play around with going through this manual. Ridiculous ridiculous kick barb. Actually, you know what do we call the ridiculous kick barb? We just call him Spartan, right? This is Sparta. Yes, we need ridiculous kick barb. We gotta design a ridiculous kick barb. We're gonna play around with that. Let's look at some of the other ones we got here. We got charge, death blow. The death blow is kind of interesting too. You can probably set up like a whole death blow barbarian. Oh yeah, the elemental surge. They said they were changing these, so we're not entirely sure like how this one's going to play out. But this right here, depending on how they change them, could totally make like an elemental barb. This is something that Leon did in previous seasons, which is totally doable right now before they added the elemental surge aspects. You would use things like There's a whole bunch of like aspects. Like for instance, there's the berserk aspect, which gives you like fire damage whenever you have berserk up. So while berserking, you deal 0 fire damage to, or sorry, it's like a scaling to fire damage every second to surrounding enemies. And then you can also add in other things, like you can add in Doombringer, which has shadow damage. You can add in like a bunch of different things, and then you can focus on like elemental damage bonuses, and you can definitely create a barbarian that like does tons and tons of elemental damage. But then these on top of that would be like a whole additional bonus, which would help out a ton. Elemental Surge has been nerfed almost 90%, according to some pictures shown in the campfire. I mean, that's what I was wondering. Is these are kind of ridiculous, but the Elemental Barb already works, so you would basically just be adding these onto the Elemental Barb. It would just be an addendum. And then on top of that, they also changed Azure Wrath. So Azure Wrath now can trigger from non-core skills, and it also applies its freezing damage. So Azure Wrath also is another thing that's popped up with the Elemental Barb. So that's like a whole thing. The Elemental Barb could definitely be created now using Elemental Surge, even if it's been nerfed. With the changes to Azure Wrath, there's a whole bunch of items now that have elemental damage for the Barbarian. So you can definitely add in a whole lot. What else should we got here for the Barb? Rend size, rupture size, flay duration. Ooh. Oh man, I think that might be insane. Are you kidding me? You can get 35% and you can put it on weapons, and Barbarian has 4 weapons, and I'm assuming it doubles when it's on a two-hander. So what would that be? Oh man, Flay Barb might be back, boys. What is that? We got so duration 35%, right? So 35% per weapon. And then the two-handers are probably double, so times 2 for the two-handers. So 70 times 2 plus 35 plus 35. So you're talking about a 210% duration increase. What's the duration on Flay? What's the duration of Flay? So Flay's duration is 5 seconds. So you just take your 5 seconds plus 210%, gives you a 15.5 second Flay. Wow. Man, so if for those of you guys who are unaware, Flay actually stacks on itself. It's one of the few bleeds that actually doesn't seem to care whether or not you apply a bleed. It just continually stacks bleeds on top of itself. And one of the problems is you can only attack so fast, so you can only stack so many bleeds so quickly within a certain time period, which does kind of limit the amount of damage that Flay can potentially put out setting up a basic build. And having a 15.5 second Flay means that you can stack even more bleeds together to a ridiculously tall height, to the point where the monster would have an insanely large number of bleeds stacked on them all at one time, all stacking together and ticking together. And I don't know exactly how many you could stack on a monster in 15.5 seconds, but before the first bleed finishes. So this is basically how this works. So you continue to apply bleeds, and you apply bleed, 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 right? You literally just keep applying them, and before your first bleed finishes, your last bleed is applied, right? And that's your total damage output, is how many bleeds that you can apply before your first bleed stops ticking. And then you just, that's basically how much damage your character is going to be outputting with Flay spam. And 15.5 seconds is going to be a lot of freaking bleeds, especially if you focus on attack speed, get the Moonrise power, grab a couple other things that are going to help your, obviously beef up your bleed damage. But that's going to be kind of insane for Flay builds. So Flay build is definitely going to be like a whole thing. That's like a total of 210% duration. We can just put total. And of course, I think you can actually enhance this too. So theoretically, if you had your 210% and you got the 75% bonus on every single one, that would be a 367.5% flay duration increase. So you'd be looking at 5 plus 367.5%. So you're looking at like a 23.3-second flay bleed, which is insane. Okay, that's kind of insane. I'm gonna put 367 max theoretical. Theoretical. Pressure point expose. Double swing size, whirlwind size. That's going to be a big one. I can already guarantee you that one's going to be a big one. Frenzy duration. Ooh, frenzy duration. I like frenzy duration. That's nice. That's nice. I like that. That's nice. What's up, John? Hmm? 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 Frenzy duration. That's going to be really neat because frenzy doesn't last very long. Be nice to add a little bit of frenzy duration. Bash cleaves, damage, hammer, the ancient's size, upheaval size, kick effect. This 350% kick effect size? Is that what that means? So you could increase the size of the kick explosion? What? 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 It's tomorrow at like 1 p.m. I think, or something like that. I'm not sure what the EST time is for it, but I think it's like 1 p.m. PST or something. $350% kick size or kick effect. 350%. That's a lot of percent. That is a lot of percentage. That's a big percentage. Sorry, I haven't really had a chance to like go over all these. So I've been kind of just like looking at all the effects that you could potentially make. These make a lot of different builds that you can potentially throw in. Man, how big can you potentially get that? Like, let's. I think they said they capped size at 100%, like for all skills or something. That was one of the things that was in here. So like they said I'm pretty sure size was capped at 100%. The tempering affix for increase for various skills and effects, such as Dust Devils or Bone Spirits, is now capped at 100%. I don't know if that means kick is capped at 100%. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. But it looks they did apply a 100% cap on size, so that might not necessarily get that much bigger than the 3 meters. So it might go to like 6 meters or something, which is still nice. Still something that you're going to want. You're still going to want to increase the size of that. Ground stomp size, earthquake duration. That's a pretty big one. So you got earthquake size and earthquake duration. Earthquakes are the really fun stuff that you can do with the aspects. There's a lot of really nice earthquake aspects. There's the ground stomp one, which gives you an earthquake, which gives you 25% damage reduction, and there's the other one, which gives you 25% increased damage and 25% increased damage reduction. And then with these two aspects, you can also pull up the I believe it's the it's the Paragon board, which I don't know what the Paragon board's up here. But there's an earthquake glyph that increases all your earthquake damage too, which is kind of neat. So you can make it bigger, you can make it last longer. Sounds like I'm trying to sell you a Viagra pill. You can make it bigger and you can make it last longer, guys. You can. Bigger and longer. That's right. Brawling cooldown reduction, kick cooldown reduction, Warcry cooldown reduction. Kick cooldown reduction is not going to be really all that important because the problem with kick is you have to build up resource. So if you don't have resource, well, you don't. It's like you don't want to kick because you want to get all your resource built up before you kick because it consumes all your resource upon kicking. Which it's really a matter of making sure you got resource before you kick, not having a kick that has a really fast cooldown. Um, Iron Maelstrom cooldown reduction. That's kind of neat. Wrath of the Berserker cooldown reduction. That'd be nice for first trying to set up like a permanent Wrath of the cooldown or Wrath of the Berserker uptime. These resource generations could come in handy for sure, like basic resource generation. If you're going to set up a kick build, you're probably going to want like really high resource generation because, like I said, it's not about how fast you kick; it's about how fast you build resource so that your resource is full when you kick the target. And so, having some extra resource regeneration certainly wouldn't hurt. Um, Cooldown reductions, just a whole bunch of cooldown reductions. I've already done frenzy builds, Cryptor. The frenzy builds are totally viable. I still have my frenzy build up, and I mean, even though it definitely needs some tweaking from the changes that they've made, you can totally just take like my old frenzy build, which I'm sure is still on here, and where's my old frenzy build? Oh, there's my basic flay build. The flay builds, like I said, the flay build actually might need a little tweaking too, but honestly, it's pretty good as well. Here's my frenzy build, which is also a kick build, by the way. So it's a frenzy kick build. This is from the Season of Blood. And honestly, if you wanted to use the frenzy kick build, that's it right there. Honestly, it would still be frenzy kick because the build utilizes Wrath of the Berserker, and Wrath of the Berserker has a huge damage bonus, which gives you a massive increase in damage for spending resource. So basically, what you're doing is you get a nice bonus, which is what every 50 fury that you spend increases your berserking damage bonus by at times 25% up to 100%. And basically, what you're doing is you kick the bonus up for Wrath of the Berserker. So you spend all of your resource, and then of course you're generating as much resource as you possibly can. Um, Now the frenzy build was totally viable without kick. I don't know what you're talking about. Kick was only added into the build literally so that I could get this bonus. That was it. Honestly, though, having kick in the build is just a very nice way to spend that infinite resource that you're generating through frenzy, because you're always generating resource through frenzy, and it just gives you a way to spend it all instantaneously. And you generate resource so fast that it doesn't even really matter because you're a basic build. You have no spender. So the kick basically becomes your spender, and it actually works surprisingly well. Any druid build theories? Yeah, I've actually already done a couple druid builds. There's already been what did I do? I did the Maul Thorns build, which was really neat. I was playing around with that. That one looks pretty neat. I'm sure there's some other stuff we can add to it, probably through the tempering manuals, which is one of the reasons why I'm playing around with the tempering manuals right now. I'm just like going through the tempering manuals and looking at all the stuff because
Hey,
I want to see. What's up,
there any
Xylor?
Canyon Druid builds out there?
What's up, Xylor? Sounds like you got a new microphone.
Oh no, I'm just on my phone.
Is there a what build?
Like a companion Druid build that's viable.
I mean, probably now that they made all the changes. I'm probably gonna try and theory craft one of those too. I'm trying to just look at all the tempering manuals and see what's available first before I go forward. Because I really haven't had a chance to just like pour over all of the tempering manuals. Even during the PTR, I didn't have access to all the tempering manuals. So
Are they all listed right now?
yeah, you can see all the tempering manuals on the Diablo 4.life here. I'll put a link in
Oh,
the stream
perfect.
chat for you. And I guess I can throw one in the Discord too. All the tempering manuals. All the temporary manuals. There's a lot of really neat ones in there, and I've been kind of like looking over them. So with the Druid, for like the companion Druid, they've got companion cooldown reduction, which honestly all the cooldown reductions you can just throw in the trash because that pack leader one makes the cooldown reduction so much better. But they do have companion finesse, which gives you damage bonuses to your companions, your wolves, your poison creeper, and your ravens. And then they also have some really neat ones in here, like poison creeper duration, which is really nice. It basically just increases the time that the poison creeper stays active on the screen poisoning things, which is amazing. And you can get poison creeper duration on like every piece of equipment. So you can have 22.5% poison creeper duration. To give you guys an example of this. So let's say you grab 22.5 and you can get one on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of equipment. So times 7. Which is 157.5, and then you can obviously also get up to 75% bonus on each one of those pieces of equipment, which means that you can have a total of 275.625% bonus to the duration of the poison creeper. And then poison creeper has a increased duration on itself. So if we go to the poison creeper, and I'm pretty sure the increased duration is increased by 3 seconds. That's right. Okay, so you get 3 extra seconds on the active phase, which brings you from 2 to 5, right? So you get 5-second total, which means that you have 275% increase of 5 seconds. So 275% increase of 5 seconds brings you to a total of 18.75 seconds on your poison, which means your poison's just going to like last forever, basically, comparatively to what it was before. And then if you're using the pack leader bonus, you can basically just spam your poison creeper. So that's going to be a whole thing too. They also added wolves attack speed, which also does look interesting as well. So wolves attack speed is going to be like if you wanted to set up some like really fast attacking wolves.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure about Raven size. That one's kind of maybe like grab it once or twice or something like that. But they put a limit on size increases. You know,
Yeah. 100%.
you can't just be chugging Viagra's and getting bigger doojanks. Um, let's see here. They got a lot of chance to cast projectiles twice for a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that. The Earth Spike projectiles twice sounds interesting. I'm assuming that that this stuff is going to come in handy for resetting your companions too. So like if you set up like a basic build or something to go alongside the companions, and then you do like the Earth Spike projectiles twice, or like a couple of these. I think there's another one for like wind shear, and I can't remember, but like you can set it up so you can attack multiple times, which will probably help reset your companions like over and over and over again.
Pretty cool.
What else
Yeah,
do
I'm
they
kind
got
of
in
liking
here?
this different stuff, but there's so much.
No, I like the customizability of it. It adds a lot more to the game. Landslide projectiles casting twice is kind of neat too. They added a so there's a new unique item for the companions. Well, it doesn't really work with the companions, but it does work with the companions. Like it's kind of weird.
Is it the
But
boots or something different?
well, it's a druid item. It's the new. I think it's a was it a ring? I think it's a
Okay, so I
ring.
know they
No,
got new druid boots that are unique.
it's
I
well,
forget what it is.
it's Earthbreaker. Is that it? Yeah, Earthbreaker. So casting landslide causes tectonic spikes to continue to deal damage over 2 seconds. Summoning landslide pillars in the tectonic spikes has a 30% chance to cause extra landslide pillars to spawn in the spikes. So like you combine that together with the aspect that gives you the free landslide inside of your poison creeper, which so you get your what is it? The subterranean poison creepers active also cast landslide in the circle. So you can kind of like combine together the landslide stuff with the companion stuff. I mean, it's kind of interesting, and then you can also use the shepherd aspect, which would be a whole thing. So you'd get a that 10% multiplier per companion that you have. So if you set up like max companions, went with the shepherd aspect, ran landslide, put all the landslide buffs on, you could probably get some insane damage output, not just from
Oh yeah.
you, but also not for just from the companions, but also from your landslide. So you'd be landslide slash companions is basically
Oh
what you're
yeah.
looking at.
That'd be pretty cool.
No, it doesn't work with subterranean, but you still get the damage bonus, Samael. So the way that it works is you get your you would get the damage bonus from Earthbreaker. Because if you read what it says, what's a ring? It's a ring, right? Yeah, it's a ring. So it says summoning landslide pillars in tectonic spikes has a 30% chance to cause extra landslide pillars to spawn in the spikes. So basically what you're doing is as long as there's a landslide up, you basically have a chance to get another landslide pillars to spawn in the spikes. So when you're spamming your poison creeper to get the landslide free from that, you would be also spamming your native landslide as well. And so you have landslides going off, which cause the tectonic plates. So casting landslide yourself would cause the tectonic spikes. And then when you cast the landslide pillars inside the tectonic spikes, you have a chance for extras to spawn inside the spikes. It's like they kind of feed off of each other, but they don't work with each other. So you don't get the tectonic spikes by casting the landslide through the poison creeper. But if you cast it yourself, you get the tectonic spikes, and then it kind of like feeds into itself. It's not as good as if it worked with the landslide pillar. And there was a note in here about the landslide from the PTR as well. Where is that at? It was like a red. Could have sworn it was like a red dujink. Fixed an issue where additional landslides from Aftershock didn't fully apply the enhanced landslide upgrade modifier. So there was something wrong with landslide not applying the proper dujink. So the Aftershock aspect, which was that's the one that where it goes twice, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's the one where it goes twice. So there's some fixes to it as well. So it's going to do a little bit more than it did last time, because there was an issue where the second one wasn't applying the bonus. So even the poison creeper, because the poison creeper goes twice as well, the poison creeper wasn't having a chance to cause the extra effect to happen if the spikes were currently happening. But you couldn't make the spikes happen with the poison creeper. You could only make the spikes happen with your native skill. But once the spikes were going, if you used the poison creeper, it seemed to still interact with it. But then the aftershock aspect wasn't working on either the self-cast or the poison creeper, so there was kind of like a thing going there. But it doesn't really matter, because if you're using the companions and you're using the landslide, you probably still want the ring anyway, because you're still going to be natively casting landslide all the time as part of your setup. So you're probably still going to be using Earthbreaker with it no matter what.
Nice.
What else do they got in here?
Do we know if thorns go to the companions as well? If we had thorns?
It should be 100% as far as I know.
All right, perfect.
Is it because
That could be a sweet one.
because they always inherited your thorns before. It was always 30%. That was the amount. And now that they changed it to 100%, it should be 100% of your thorns. So I do have a kind of like a thorns druid that I made. Let me pull him up real quick. I need So I did a maul slash thorns druid, and honestly, he had a lot of extra points, so it might actually make sense to convert him into a companion slash maul slash like thorns druid, which would be pretty easy to do. So first off, we would just pull points from Hurricane, and I could pull points from that and pull points from that. And then we could just stack up points on these. And I should have some extra points somewhere else as well. I think I just threw like, yeah, I threw 3 in this. simply because I just had extra points we don't really need. Actually, you know what? Let's grab one. One in both of those. And we would need Call of the Wild as well to make this work too. So I need 3 more points somewhere. Let's grab 3 there. I mean, and with that, now you're running basically the full Monty for the companions. Oh yeah, I didn't get the wolves. Critically striking, attack speed. I mean, if you're gonna go with damage from the wolves, or if you're gonna go with the other way around, I mean, I think having the fortify would be the best play because they added all these tempering manuals, and I'm not exactly sure how these tempering manuals work, but they give thorns. So there's like a whole thorns section for tempering manual. It's like thorns when fortified, I think is what it says.
Okay. Yeah.
Thorns. So there's also thorns. You can do thorns, but there's like a bonus percent thorns when fortified. So it looks like to me you're probably gonna want to fortify on like every character. What is it? Why is it not pulling up thorns when I type in thorns? There's definitely thorns on the list. I can literally see it right there. Does it need to be capitalized? it needs to it needs to be capitalized. Okay. Why you gotta be so mean? I just want to see the thorns. I don't know which category it's in. Let me just do it like this instead, since it's not doing it the way I want. Yeah, here it is right here. Thorns while fortified, but that one is Barbarian, but it's 11% thorns while fortified. Um, then we got one for the Necromancer, also 11% thorns while fortified. And that's it. So okay, so the Druid doesn't have one that's while fortified then. That's unfortunate. Why the Barbarian and the Burbard and the Necromancer get it, but not the Druid. I guess the Druid doesn't get fortify wall or thorns wall fortification. That seems like it's a lot of thorns wall fortified too, because it's 11% thorns wall fortified. And how many items can he put that on? Let's go back to the Barbarian real quick. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. So you can put 11% thorns while fortified on 7 items, which I closed the calculator. I don't know why I did that. So 11% times 7 gives you a total of 77%, plus like a maximum of 75% masterworking bonuses, which means you could have a total of 134.75% thorns while fortified, which is pretty crazy. But you would, to use this, you're going to have to like stack fortification, so you're going to have fortify coming in constantly. Um, Probably multiple ways of fortifying your character, because that's going to be a pretty big damage bump, like just in general for any kind of fortified build. I don't know exactly how much thorns you can pump out these days, but I hate when Windows does that. Just because I'm moving something around doesn't mean I want you to minimize everything that's on my screen. And it does it for every single screen. Not just this screen, but all the screens that I have. Are like 3 screens right now. And it just minimized everything on all 3 screens just because I did this. What the hell even is that? Okay, let's keep going. I was going to look at some more of these. Da, 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 da. Yeah, Wolves attack speed. The boulder cooldown reduction seems like it's going to be really powerful for the Dolmen Stone. That one seems kind of insane. Rabies duration. That seems kind of neat. Um, What's the duration on rabies right now? Duration on rabies is 6 seconds. Rabies deals its poisoning damage in 4 seconds instead of six. So it condenses the damage down, which is good. But then you could also increase the condensed damage and increase how much damage it's doing. So you could take your 4 second rabies and increase the duration to a much larger duration. So it's 196% poisoning damage over 6 seconds. And what that does is it turns it into 196% poison damage over 4 seconds. And so how that would work is doubling the duration would double the damage essentially. It wouldn't spread the damage out over the seconds. It would just simply add an additional 196%. So if you manage to get it from 4 to 8, for instance, it would just be even more poisoning damage. Sounds like rabies might have a really interesting build running now too. I could definitely see that being a pretty schmexy one. What's up, real what is love? A cutie? Who's a cutie? I'm ugly. What are you talking about? I'm ugly. Ugly. That's right. Ugly. I mean, there's some fun stuff in here you can play around with. Oh, there's rabies damage. Okay, so we got rabies damage, trample damage, lacerate damage, werewolf critical strike chance. I mean, that's kind of meh. Werebear overpower damage, boulder damage, earth lucky hit chance. That's kind of neat. So 6% earth lucky hit chance. That could be really interesting if you combine that together with the double hit on what is it? The double hit on the earth spike. So think about this: you grab the double hit on the earth spike, right? You grab the earth lucky hit, right? And then you basically set up like a basic build with earth spike, and you have like insane lucky hit procs, and then you go with like a lucky hit build. Could be kind of interesting. All right, let's take a look at Necromancer. Might as well just look at all of them. Hemorrhage size, blood surge size, blood lance duration. 70% chance to form hemorrhage to form blood orbs. Hemorrhage is the basic skill, right? That's actually kind of insane. Blood orb healing. There's like a whole build with Bone Spirit Necro where I use hemorrhage to cause blood orbs to spawn, and that sounds nuts. Blood attack speed. Um, damage while fortified. I mean, some of these are like okay. Blood Spinners attacking twice and Bone Spear attacking twice. Bone Spear attacking twice is going to be a big one this season. Definitely. Bone Spirit size. Some people were saying that was pretty crazy too. Bone Storm duration. Oh wow, that's nice. That's really nice. That one's going to be big. If you're not doing like one of the double casts, I could totally see people using the Bone Storm duration. So that's a 25% increase, but it's only on weapons. So that's what a maximum of what is that? 25 plus 75%. So that's, and you can multiply that by 2. So that's 87.5% to your Bone Storm duration. The reason why that's so big is because Bone Storm has a barrier creation, which is one of the best ways that Necromancer stays nice and tanky. So you get a pretty nice amount of extra barrier time out of that, which is kind of nuts. So that's kind of crazy. And you could also go with like the lidless wall setup. So that would help the lidless wall setup eventually because you'd have even more bone storms going off at a time because it would make all your bone storms last longer and you get like all the bone storms running and they're all generating barrier. So that would be pretty crazy for the lidless build as well as just any necromancer that's going to want like really good barrier creation. Um Bone spirit damage, that's kind of nice. Necro. I was on Necro. All right, Bone Spirit damage. Where are we at? Yeah, Bone Spirit, critical strike damage, Bone Spirit. Oh, Bone critical strike damage and Bone Spirit damage. Bone's critical strike chance and Bone damage. Bone finesse. Why does that sound like a bad porno? Get like the porno music going, and like and it pops up on the screen. It's like starring Joe Smo in Bone Finesse. You get like the really fancy font where you get like the Bone Finesse font. Dang it! I keep clicking on it by accident. I don't want to click on it. Bone Finesse. Lots of indie window jokes today. Ultimate cooldown reduction. Ultimate cooldown reduction could be big for permanent uptime of the of like your bone storm. So you get like permanent bone storm uptime. So that's not terrible. Rapid ossification. Casting chance for Necromancer blood orb projectiles to cast twice. What the hell is that? Necromancer blood orb. Let me put that back to this one. I think it's easier to see what that says that way because it kind of goes off the screen. Blood orb pickup projectiles. Does my cat ever visit the stream? Um, well, seeing as how I'm in a completely different house, or sorry, like area than the cats, then no, they don't, because they're not up here. They don't have access to this area, which I'm thankful for because I am allergic to cats. So it's nice to have my own little area. If you ever find yourself in a relationship with a woman, a little bit of life advice for you guys. If you find yourself in a relationship with a woman who has cats and you are allergic to cats, you can live with cats even if you're allergic to them by having HEPA air filters and stuff inside the house. But it's also just very nice to have a room, and make sure you actually tell them this. Have a room that the cats are not allowed to be in. Even if it's like the garage or like some area. It doesn't matter what it is, but this room, whatever it is, the cats are off limits from the room. And the reason why is because it's just nice to have an area that doesn't have a bunch of cat dander and like allergy stuff in it. It helps you recover. It gives you like a defense against the constant onslaught of allergens. And on top of that, Flonase, which I would recommend the generic form, which I think is like flucanase or something like that. Flonase has been a like lifesaver for me too. It has made it so that I can actually withstand like the effects of the allergens. So it's amazing. But yeah, they're not up here though. So I'm actually kind of really curious about this one right here. I don't. It says, I mean, I'm assuming that this 500 to 600% chance for Necromancer Blood Orb to cast twice is probably like incorrect. It's probably more like 50 or 60. But the so Blood Orb projectiles is actually something neat. So if you go to Necromancer and you go to the Blood Artisan Curios, so when you pick up 5 Blood Orbs, you get a free Bone Spirit, right? So if this is reading the way I think it is, this means that if you're utilizing the Blood Artisan Curios with the new tempering Blood Orb pickups projectiles cast twice, this means that you could potentially you could have a double Bone Spirit cast, which is really interesting. I don't know how that would work though, because every time you cast, well, no, I mean, because it only consumes your essence if you physically cast it, not if it gets cast from the Blood Orb pickup. But this would make Blood Artisan Curios absolutely insane, because instead of getting 1 Bone Spirit for picking up Blood Orbs, you would get 2 Bone Spirits for picking up blood orbs. And on top of that, thanks to that other one, where was that one at? It was like a 70, yeah, right here, 70% chance for hemorrhage to form blood orbs. So that's like huge too, and you could use that to generate the blood orbs, and then you use the blood orbs to spawn the bone spirits, and then of course you have this doubling effect, which can potentially cause your blood orbs that come from the blood orb, or sorry, the bone spirits that come from the blood orb pickups to cast twice. Whole thing there, that's going to be kind of crazy. Did it reconnect? Did it reconnect? Am I reconnected? Did it reconnect? Did it reconnect? Does it reconnect? I don't know what happened. My stream just suddenly died out. Can you guys see me? Am I here? Probably not. I'm going to keep pretending that I am. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You had a cat that was 19 years old autocast and it passed away? That's freaking... Well, I mean, that's a long time for a cat. Holy crap. That's like a old... You get like a Gandalf cat. Gandalf the cat. That's a pretty sweet... that's a pretty long time for a cat to live. It's pretty sad that he died, obviously, but still, that's a long time for a cat. Chance for blight projectiles to cast twice. That's pretty nice. There's a lot of casting twice all over the place in here. It's going to be, I hate to say it, but there's going to be spam all over the screen. Well, blight size, that's going to be a big one. Blight is kind of small. It's a little tiny little thing. It's a little tiny little thing on the screen. Like it's not exactly a very large effect. So having blight cast twice and having it be larger is definitely going to be a big deal. So you probably want to go, since it's only on weapons, you probably want to go one hand and you go like blight size on one and blight projectiles on the other. That'd be pretty nice. Shadow damage over time bonus, darkness damage, desecrated ground damage, corpse explosion damage, minion attack speed. Chance for Necromancer skeletal mage projectiles to cast twice. Yeah, that's gonna be a big one. So that's in one of my builds. Where's my builds at? Boop. So in my builds, thank you. In my builds, we got the Summon Bone Spear Necromancer, which is set up basically to give you like the projectile bone mages that give you the free bone spears, right? So this is going to be a pretty big deal for this character too. So you're probably going to want the double bone spear for yourself, and then you're going to want the double bone spear for the necromancer, or the double cast for the bone mages too. So you're going to grab both of these. You're going to grab the double bone spear and the double chance for necromancer skeletal mage to cast twice. So that's going to be like a big deal for this character. Summoning damage, skeletal mage damage. It's pretty nice too. Thorn army. I'm not really sure what this one's about. Inheriting your thorns. Minions inherit 12.5% of your thorns. They should already be inheriting 100% of your thorns, but maybe this goes over the 100% limit. Your cat bear is 13 years old. That's a freaking long time. I've had chinchillas that were like freaking ages old, but I don't know why our cats never lasted very long. Just kind of like looking into all these and seeing what we got. There's definitely some fun builds here with the skeletal mage too. That sounds interesting. So I wouldn't sleep on this skeletal mage one, because this skeletal mage one is going to be kind of crazy. So even if you do not set up your skeletal mages for damage output, let me point out something for you guys. So the skeletal mages are really good for other purposes, like if you go with the cold mages and you go with the... Each time your cold mages damage enemies with their primary attack, you gain 3 essence, right? So if you go with the skeletal cold mages and you grab this one, you can obviously grab the double cast for the skeletal mages, which means you're going to get 2 times the casts. And since they generate 3 essence, and you can also have 5 of them, let me do a little quick math for you guys real quick. So if you have 5 mages and they're attacking and they give you 3 essence per hit, which means that you get 15 essence per rotation, and they can potentially cast twice, that means that you're getting a total of 30 essence per rotation now from the cold mages, which means the cold mages can be like a source of almost infinite essence, which means that you'll basically never run out of essence using the double skeletal mage projectiles and combined with the cold mages and their essence regeneration, which is going to be kind of crazy. And then on top of that, another way that you can potentially utilize this is with the skeletal mages with the shadow attack. So the shadow attack gives you an extra shadow bolt every 3 attacks, which means that you get multiple bolts, right? So this is like a whole thing with the shadow bolts. So they added this whole other aspect that's called the apophic aspect, which is, I can show that to you right here. Apophic. It's the apophic apex, which makes it so that your skeletal warriors can also deal shadow damage, right? So this is like a whole thing where you can get tons and tons and tons of shadow damage, and this means that you're going to have tons and tons and tons of activations of your Shadow Blight Key passive. So as an example, if you were to be running the Shadow Mages with the extra bolt every 3 attacks, so assuming you have 5 Shadow Mages and they're attacking 3 times, so you get times 3, which is 15, and you get 1 extra bolt every 3 attacks, right? So you get what is that? Another 5, right? So it's 5 extra on top of that, and then you have the chance for them to deal double, so you can get potentially double projectiles, so you can have a total of another 20, which means that you could potentially have like 40 attacks every 3 cycles, which you divide that by 3 and gets you a total of 13.3 attacks per cycle, which is kind of crazy. It only takes 10 to activate a Shadow Blight Key passive, so you're talking about activating a Shadow Blight Key passive every single cycle. And then on top of that, you also have the warriors, and with the apophic aspect, the warriors can also cause it to happen as well. And I'm not really sure which one would be better for that. You could potentially run is the chance based on lucky hit? I don't think so. When I was playing around with the Firebolt Sorceress, it was pretty much just a flat percentage, whatever it actually said. No, my stream actually died for a second and then like came back, so it probably kicked you out of the stream because my stream was dying. And I'm glad that it didn't die completely because I hate having to restart the stream. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. You know what? It could be really fun. Like, I wonder if you set up like a Shadow Necromancer this season. I wonder how good they would do. Because there's some pretty crazy Shadow stuff going on this season. I think Shadow's gonna be legit. It's gonna be crazy. I think the Shadow Necromancer scene is gonna be like off the hook crazy. I kind of want to do the math real quick on this and see how many potential like hits you could have. So what is the you could get two, you can get what, 2 skeletal warriors, you can get 2 additional mages, right? And then like what is it? God, how many freaking I don't remember what's the maximum max minion size. D4 Necro. What's the maximum number of minions that you can have? It's is it 14? So if you use the mage aspect and the warrior aspect, which they combined into one, by the way, so it's super easy. You're looking at 7 warriors and 6 mages. But if you'd have to put the aspect on an amulet to get the 7 warriors and 6 mages. So instead, you would be looking at 6 warriors and 5 mages, because you probably wouldn't put that on an amulet. So 5 warriors and 6 mages. So let's actually calculate this out real quick, because I'm kind of curious. So shadow, necro, total hits per cycle. We need to calculate this out in terms of like the number of Shadow Blight key passive activations that you would have within a certain time period. In fact, our time. You know what? Let's make our time period. Um, actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. So let's just do like in one cycle. So we just want one cycle. So our one cycle time period would be Shadow Mages with the. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. They changed that one to 3% increased damage for each Shadow Mage active. Hmm. But I think you would still probably go with this one. So you get 5 mages. We actually just ran this, so it would be 13.33, which we'll just say 13. So let's go ahead and put that down. So we get 13 for the mages. 13. And then we also have the warriors. So you would have 6 warriors, which would give you 6 attacks per cycle. So that would be plus 6, which would be a total of what, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 19 attacks per cycle. Then of course you would have your own Shadow Blight skills going off too. So you're going to have your Blight ability. On a shadow build, you're probably running Blight, which is going to give you a pretty nice additional damage there. It's kind of hard to spam this one, but that's at least +1. Let's just say it's +1 per cycle. So you got 20. So you're going to have 20 attacks per cycle, which, for example, it only takes 10 to activate a Shadow Blight key passive, right? Only 10. So that means that you're going to be activating 2 Shadow Blight key passives per cycle, which is basically like, I don't even know exactly how fast a cycle is. It's usually less than a second. Like your minions usually attack more than once per second. It's usually something like 2 or 3 seconds, three attacks per second or something. It depends on how fast your attack speed is. Using Diablo as an example, like if you go to like an old D2 calculator, if you go to an old D2 calculator, I like this one better. You see it says like 1.92 attacks per second, and that's like really slow. And if I threw in like a bunch of IAS in the calculator, you can see now I'm like 3.12 attacks per second. So it really depends on how fast your attack speed is. But assuming that you got it up to at least like 2 attacks per second, which is probably doable. So if you did 2 attacks per second, then you're talking about 4 Shadow Blight key passives per second, which is kind of insane. And then on top of that, you also have all the additional bonuses that you can get by activating Shadow Blight key passives quickly. And I would assume that the build would basically become a setup of dishing out as many Shadow Blight key passives as you can, as quickly as you can. Wasn't there also a God, I remember one season there was something that I was testing. Oh yeah, 13 with the golem. Well, no, the golem doesn't do shadow damage. The golem doesn't do shadow damage, or at least I don't think he does. The monsters actually have to dish out shadow damage for this to work. So it's like a whole thing. So if you don't have shadow damage, I don't think there's any way that the golems can dish out shadow damage. Because the iron golem is like physical, the bone golem does like physical too, I think, and the blood golem I think is still also physical. I think all 3 of them are phys. I mean, you could also potentially grab Bone Storm, and you could convert Bone Storm into a shadow damage effect. You could grab it's the aspect. What is that one? It's the aspect of Plunging Darkness. Is that the one? No. Where is it? Swelling Curse. No, no. Alcisa Scale. No. Ultimate Shadow. That's the one. Bone Storm becomes a darkness skill. That one would also work well with it. So you can have Bone Storm constantly applying extra ticks to add more Shadow Blade key passives too, and that I think that would be a really solid way as well. In fact, I think if you ran this build with a lidless setup, um, well, I mean, lidless unfortunately doesn't work well with minions, but hmm, hmm. Hmm. Leon, I'm broken. There's so many things I want to try in theory craft.
You can't decide.
Okay, well, I'm having fun going through all the like the manuals and stuff, but there's some that I didn't realize how much kick stuff there was. There's even more kick stuff.
Yeah,
Like
kick's gonna be strong.
there's kick size, there's kick cooldown reduction, there's kick damage. The kick damage is insane at 185%. I don't know what they're thinking about that. That's probably going to get nerfed. I was actually calculating out like how much kick damage you can have because you could put it on like four different items and also weapons. So three different items and weapons, and it like doubles on weapons. So like your two handers, and then you can obviously get your like your bonuses, your masterworking bonuses. So if you threw it on like everything, I think I calculated it out to be like something like 1,000 like 400% additional like kick damage just from the kick modifier. And even though it's only additive damage, that's a lot of additional kick damage for something that's multiplying out its damage bonus. And there's multiple multipliers for kick too. So you get the kick multiplier from the Fury, but there's also another kick multiplier that comes from the aspect. It's the one that gives you like a 40 times multiplier on kicks. Where's that one at? It's the veteran brawlers aspect. Each time a core skill deals direct damage to an enemy, your next charge, leap, or kick deals 8% increased damage up to 40%. So you basically just spam a core skill a little bit and then tap your kick button for a nice little 40 times multiplier on that as well. I mean, it might be a little wonky to try and work that in, but if you did, combined with all the other multipliers and things going on, I imagine that would be some pretty insane damage output.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have a kick focus. Want to see how far it can go.
Did you see the frenzy duration too that was on there? I was looking at that. They added frenzy duration. So I mean, if you set up a because you need something to support kick and to make yourself tanky while you're trying to work the build. And honestly, the frenzy duration thing makes the damage reduction from frenzy and the attack speed from frenzy like stay active for much longer, so you don't have to worry about it constantly, disappearing off your character. But frenzy duration, it's a 42.5% roll is the max you can get. It's kind of nuts, and you can throw that on any of your weapons. Barbarian's gonna have it so easy when it comes to these weapon mods. Like I don't, you're gonna have it so easy. Oh yeah, I was also calculating out that stupid aspect of the crowded sage with the 20% heal. Like if you put dodge on every single piece of equipment, which you can do now because they added a dodge thing on the tempering manuals, so you can get, I think it's like a 7% or 8% dodge or something like per item, and then you run both of the aspects that give you dodge. You can get like something like 71% dodge on your rogue, which is
Yeah,
insane. And every single time you dodge, you're going to have a 20% heal. Honestly, the rogues are pretty much. I mean, I don't know about the other classes because it's a little bit more difficult on the other classes, but the rogues probably need to just run like permanent dodge at this point.
I think I could make a immortal rogue if I wanted to. I think I can make the rogue so tanky that it wouldn't die. You have to stack fortify, you stack the dodge, you stack the healing, you stack DR wherever you can find it. You just can do everything. You can armor cap easy.
Oh, the armor cap isn't even going to be a problem for anybody.
Yeah,
At this point, if you're not armor capped, there's something wrong with your build. Like you need to rework it a little bit because 9,320 is not that hard to hit, and having 85% damage reduction even in like tier 200 content with 9,320 is insane, and you'd be dumb not to capitalize on it.
People are sleeping on the road. I may do rapid fire. I still haven't like locked in my pick.
Yeah, I still haven't like finished the rapid fire theory craft I was messing with. I also thought maybe that mall build that I was running, I could probably, because I had so many extra points on the mall build, the mall thorns build. Why not just turn it into a mall thorns companion build? That way the companions are also like procking thorns as well, or at least
Yeah.
throw in wolves, so the wolves are procking thorns. Let me close that one. I think I was like in the middle of doing the rapid fire last night when the stream just suddenly cut out for no reason. I don't even know what happened. So what I was thinking with the rapid fire build was setting it up so that you didn't need a basic skill. So I managed to do this in season 3. I was playing around with rapid fire, and I was playing around with it enough that eventually I came to the point where I could fire rapid fire, just hold down the button and essentially just keep firing rapid fire without ever using a basic skill. Now the problem was that rapid fire didn't do any AoE damage, and so I needed to rely on like pen shot or barrage or something like that to give me the AoE damage. So it was primarily single target. But the problem is that like I couldn't do it last season. I think this season with the addition of the Scoundrel's Kiss, which gives you the explosions, I think now it's doable. I think now because rapid fire is going to have an AoE effect attached to it, I think now I'll be able to pretty much just hold down the button forever. And basically how I did it was I was utilizing all the lucky hit stuff. So there's like you get the lucky hits up to a 30% chance to gain 8 energy basically every single time you get the lucky hit proc. And then on top of that, you go with the rapid fire, gains 15 energy per cast of rapid fire when it damages a vulnerable enemy. And if you set it up properly, you can basically just have it return the entire cost of the skill, and you can just hold down the button. And then, of course, if you also throw in the shadow imbuement, you can also get each time you kill an enemy with shadow damage, you generate 30 energy. So that's another way that you could potentially go. And of course, you can increase your lucky hit chance drastically. I was also using Second Wind, which gives you the 15% increase every time you spend 100 energy. And since you're basically just holding down the rapid fire button and it costs 25 energy per cast, you get a pretty hefty amount of that back. Like, or sorry, you spend 100 relatively quickly and you get it all back. So you can spend 100 energy in 4 attacks.
Were you using inner sight or preparation? I think you were using prep.
I was using precision, I think.
No, the specialty. So you weren't using combo points, obviously, right? Because you didn't have a build like a combo point generator.
No, I wasn't using combo points because I think it was based off of the what is it? It was one of the key passives that had like another effect. It was like when you attack a certain number of times. Yeah, I can't even remember now. I wasn't using combo points though. I played around with the unique, and then I also played around with like just a regular bow, like a legendary. I think the legendary was better, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure, but the unique did have a kind of like a thing that returns some energy too, which made it much easier to maintain the like the no basic skill thing. So if you want to do the no basic skill thing, it seems like the unique makes it easier, a lot easier.
Hey Ginger, hey Leo.
What's up? Ready for you?
Hello.
What are you playing this season?
Sir, I'm playing on staying alive.
What was the rogue item they added last season that gives you like the energy scaling?
Beastfall. Beastfall. Mm-hmm.
No, honestly, Ginger. Right now I've got a family emergency going on, so I can't really do anything. I'm just on just to basically calm my nerves and see what's going on and
calm your nerves.
catch up. But But yeah, I'm thinking about it, man. I'm thinking about if I can get some time to actually play. I would like to try. I've never played Diablo 4 yet, so I would like to start something. I have no idea where to start or where to go because I haven't really looked that far into the game because I saw the reviews and I was like, do I want to wait? I mean, should I wait until they fix these bugs before even?
I mean, oh, there's going to be bugs. Thankfully, the PTR managed, I think, to get a lot of them, a lot of the kinks out. I mean, there's still going to be bugs,
Uh-huh.
but at least we won't be too mad about it because at least they gave us a
Uh-huh.
PTR where we could test stuff. You said you got a family emergency. Let me tell you an embarrassing story from my past. Maybe it'll make you feel better. So when I was young, I was like 10, I think, maybe 11. I think I was 10. My grandfather was dying, and we were all in the hospital, and we were all sitting there waiting for my grandfather, like to go in and visit him and stuff. And I'm 10 years old, and I'm a little crackhead. When you're 9, 10 years old, you like run around and do stupid stuff and like stand on your head and I don't even know what the hell I was thinking, or I didn't even really understand what the hell was even going on. But I was about to understand really quickly because I'm sitting there like messing with one of my sisters, and I was like jumping up and down, like trying to be mean to her basically. And at one point, she kind of gave me like a look or something like that, and I said, "This is where I realized." I said, "Are you dead yet?" And everybody in the room turned and looked at me.
Oh.
And oh god, I knew that was the point that I knew, and I was like, "Oh my god, what have I done?"
Mm.
Even at 10 years old, I knew that what I said was wrong. I was like, "Oh man, oh,
That,
no."
that's one of those comments where everybody's face just turns white because they just in shock and horror that anybody even said that. Or
Freaking, that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, is what
yeah.
it is. I'm trying to see like how I want to set this character up. We need to finish this one, the rapid fire theory craft. I'm trying to get like everything finalized with this one.
So are you trying to build a preparation then? So because it syncs with the beast fall, right? You spend an ultimate, you get energy, you get more
Yeah,
damage.
I think I was running. Isn't there an Yeah, it's aftermath. That's what I need. I need aftermath in here. So aftermath gives you 90 energy whenever you use your ultimate, and I was basically spamming Shadow Clone. So you use your aftermath, and then you basically get your Shadow Clone, and it was doubling up the rapid fire all the time too. So I was getting basically two rapid fires whenever I was shooting off that. And I guess you could probably pull in some with the new tempering manuals because there's probably ultimate cooldown reduction in the tempering manuals, right? I would assume.
Yeah, there has to be.
So Ginger, let me ask your
Ultimate,
opinion on this.
ultimate. Oh, there we go. Casting ultimate skills. Oh, that's barbarian. Hold on. Wait, let me refine to rogue. Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask regarding D4. So if I'm just like if I just buy the game today and just jump into the game, and I want to do the story, go through story mode, and
You have to, yeah.
yeah, and let's assume that let's assume I want to continue playing the game afterwards. What character class should I play? Should I start with D4 with, just so I
Well,
don't hate the game afterwards?
Well, what do you like best in Diablo 2? Like, what's your favorite?
Barbarian.
Well,
I know you hate
Barbarian is
barbarians.
really good in Diablo 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's much better than
It's
D2
much better than
Barbarian.
D2 Barbarian. Like, I think
Okay.
if you like, so I don't like D2 Barbarians. I think D2 Barbarians are pretty crappy. I think they're probably one of the worst classes in the game as far as like actually damage output wise. I mean, they're great for find item, they're great for like buffing and shouts and stuff like that. But I don't really think they're the best characters when it comes to like dishing out damage. They're decent at single target, but they're really bad at AoE. And AoE is really where most of the damage is dealt in Diablo 2 because like, when you go in the cow level, like going up and trying to attack one cow at a time isn't exactly very efficient. But no, the Diablo 4 Barbarian really does encapsulate a lot of the goodness and the creamy filling of the Diablo 2 Barbarian, and it also allows you to actually dish out some AoE damage too, which is nice. It's a lot more fun in my opinion than the D2 Barb.
I think they fixed a lot of the leveling issues. And oh, by the way, hey Ginger.
What's up, Dave?
What's up, man?
What are you playing this season?
Probably Necro into Frozen Orb Sork.
What kind of necro?
Probably Minion. I've always loved Minion, and they're supposed to be super strong this season. I'll be one of those guys, just riding it out.
There's so many ways you can set up the minions, though. It's like
Yeah.
I've been looking at it, and so I'm not sure, but I think the Shadow Necromancer might actually be the most powerful.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I've one of my favorite classes growing up with D2 was Necro, Blood Golem, like back in the day. I don't know. I didn't know much better, but I loved the build.
Oh, Blood Golem was insane back in the day. You kidding me?
Yeah, like
It
you
was
just
literally
couldn't
the
die.
build.
Yeah,
just
you couldn't die.
Iron Maiden plus Blood Golem was like the cheat code trick to basically make yourself immortal.
Right. And so I've loved that. And I've, obviously, you could kind of get there a little bit with D3 mages, necromages, but that was kind of like, I don't know. I really didn't like that play style very much at all.
But so I was just calculating this out with the Shadow Blight key passive. So if you utilize the Shadow Mages, get the extra attack per cycle, you grab the Apothic aspect that they added, which makes your warriors also deal shadow damage, and then you of course are firing your own shadow attacks. And if you get attack speed bonuses to make everybody attack faster, you could potentially get anywhere between 4 to like 6. I want to say 4 to 6 Shadow Blight key passives activating per second.
Yeah.
And that's insane, especially when you consider that you would most likely at that stage you would throw the aspect on the character. It's that one that's like insane, but it's really hard to actually use. What is the name of that one?
Well, it's probably what I do anyways, because I think the straight up other minion build, basically like you do nothing, you just stand there, and that's boring to me, right? At least with the shadow one, you're doing something.
Well, and then there's also some blight stuff too. But so this one is the there's 2 of them. So the one that's easy to use is the each time Shadow Blight key passive deals damage to enemies, it increases the next Shadow Blight passive damage within 10 seconds by 45% time, stacking up to 5 times. So basically, you get like a 45% multiplier that stacks 5 times, which is a pretty nice multiplier. So it's something that you're going to be able to get on a Shadow Blight key passive Necromancer pretty much no matter what. So you get 45 times 5, which is not bad, but that one's easy to get. Then you have the other one, which is, so that's 225% multiplier. Then you have this one, which is the crazy one. So this is the blighted aspect, which is you deal 120 times increased damage for 6 seconds after the Shadow Blight key passive damages enemies 10 times. So you have to activate Shadow Blight key passive 10 times in a row to get this 120% multiplier. You can throw this on a 2-handed weapon or an amulet, but on a 2-handed weapon that goes to a 240% multiplier that you're going to be able to add in addition to your 225 that you get from the other one, which means that you can have this active 100% uptime with the new like 4 to 6 Shadow Blights per second, because that basically means that during the 6 seconds that this is active, you're going to get that huge multiplier, and then after it ends, it might only take you like 2 seconds to reactivate it and pull it back up, and then you've got another 240% multiplier. And so you're going to be able to keep the blighted aspect and the aspect of decay permanently active, which is going to increase all of your shadow damage. And then your warriors are dishing out shadow damage, your mages are dishing out shadow damage, you got the double hits on your mages. I mean, I honestly think it's going to be absolutely nuts. There's also another interesting thing going on here. I think I was playing around with some stuff, and I was trying to figure out whether minions could activate lucky hit bonuses. And I think I remember I found out that like your minions just wouldn't activate lucky hit bonuses at all. But it's interesting is that I found out that the Shadow Mages would, and I couldn't figure out why the Shadow Mages were activating the lucky hit bonuses. Well, it turns out that Shadow Blight key passive does activate lucky hit bonuses, which means that when you have your warriors and your mages are constantly activating Shadow Blights, and you're activating like 4 to 6 Shadow Blights per second, which are hitting everything around you, like it's going to turn into a lucky hit spam build too. Like your lucky hit effects are going to go off crazy amounts. So that's like a whole build unto itself. Leah, did you see that you could enhance Flay's bleed? You weren't here when I was looking at this earlier. but
No.
there's a there's a flay bleed duration in here. 35% flay bleed duration. Dude, I think I was calculating it out earlier, and you could get flay up to like the bleed from the initial. I think it was like 5 or 6 seconds or something. You could get it up to like a 367% max theoretical like bonus, and it goes to what was that? Let me pull it up again. So it's a 5-second bonus or 5-second bleed. So you take your 5-second bleed and you add 367%, and it goes to a 23.35-second bleed.
That would be insane for the Flay basic barb that I played around with.
Exactly.
Because you can stack that bleed so high because it lasts that much longer.
Yes. So by the time you finish 23 seconds and you're sitting there you're just stacking bleeds, you've got 23 seconds of bleeds on the target, and the monster is you're probably just going to consume the entire HP bar of like a boss or something. It's just going to the whole thing will just be dark red, and you just then you just tap your rupture button and just absolutely annihilate the monster.
This is the season of basic builds. I mean every season has gotten better, and they just keep making basic builds better, right? I feel like we have driven this.
Oh yeah, every single season we were making like crazy basic builds. You were talking about a bone splinter build, and they added the bone splinter doubling. That's like a whole bone splinter build too. And then you can also add in. So the cool thing now is that you can also double your mages. So you would put the double bone splinter on one weapon, and you would put the double mages on the other, and then you would grab the mages that have the ability to cast your bone splinters. So you could theoretically do your basic bone splinter build with the mages, and you could have you double casting bone splinters and the mages double casting bone splinters, and then you could have 5 mages. So you would have a total of 6 double casted bone splinters going off, which kind of sounds insane. And the way that they changed it, it guarantees that they'll cast it, so it's no longer a % chance. It's 1 cast of bone splinters every 6th attack. So if you had 5 mages, you would get 1 or 5 bone splinters every 6 attacks, or you would get 1 bone splinter every 6 attacks or something like that, or 1 every cycle or something like that. I'm not exactly sure if they would all sync up, but you would have bone splinters going off pretty crazily. I mean, it's kind of a neat potential way to set it up too, because of course bone is physical damage, so you'd also have the skeletons, and the skeletons are also physical damage. So you're setting up for physical damage. The iron golem is physical damage. I'm not entirely sure how the whole thing is going to work with well, we'll have to test it out, of course. But if you have the moonrise aspect, and you've got the adaptability aspect, and you're running all the things that are giving you basic skill damage, is that going to apply to the mages as well? Which is a question. I think we're gonna find that out with the bone spear too, because the bone spear is a whole nother thing as well. I think there's a whole bone spear. I think I already set that up, but I wasn't even considering the double cast on the bone spear for the mages, so that's a whole thing too. I didn't account for that when I was setting up my bone spear summon necromancer that I did earlier.
So what are you doing, Ginger?
I mean, there's so many fun things, but I really kind of want to play around with this basic firewall meteor build that I kind of set up. It's a really fun build that involves casting firewall and then shooting your firebolt through it, and then it splits into 3 bolts.
Yeah.
And it's really fun to play with. I think if
it's very positional,
you have to control everything. It's very micromanagey, where you throw your firewall down, and depending on where you put the firewall, it makes a huge difference in how much damage you get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was really fun in the PTR. They did change it a little bit from 4 bolts to 3, but they also upped the damage per bolt, which was kind of neat. So it'll do more damage, a little more damage, a little less AoE. But I've kind of I've changed it from PTR though, because I realized that the lucky hit potential on it was kind of nuts. And so I'm thinking that maybe including Meteor in it might actually make it insane, because you get the 8% chance for Meteor to fall on enemies with Lucky Hit, and then you get the enchantment bonus, which what is the enchantment bonus? 20%. What is that? I don't even know what that brings it up to. It's like a
2 more seconds if you're talking about Meteor. It goes from 8 to 10.
so it goes from 10 to 10% Lucky Hit chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a pretty low Lucky Hit chance at 10%, but because you're attacking you get 3 firebolts, you get all the firewalls and the meteors and everything going off too, but then you also get to triple the number of firebolts and then double them, so you get basically 6 firebolts per cast if you set it up properly, and then it ends up being a lot of meteors. Like I was testing it, you get a whole lot of meteors falling. And then what I did was I threw in Starfall Coronet, because Starfall Coronet doubles the number of meteors that you get from the enchantment. So then whenever you're proccing the enchantment, you're not getting 1 meteor, you're getting 2. And then so you're just proccing constant meteors that are falling down too while you're doing it.
Yeah,
And
that helm was really fun when
and
they
it-
brought it in last season. So
Yeah, so it's not really a meteor build, but like I was struggling on what to do with my enchantments. I tried Firewall and it just doesn't proc enough because it's off the burn effects. It's not off the Lucky Hit chance.
I didn't like the last season with the Meteor Firewall build. I like the Fireball Meteor build so much more last season, just because it felt better.
Well, the Firebolt one
Proc-
is even more fun.
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically a Firebolt Firewall build that just happens
Yep.
to be spamming meteors as you proc.
Right.
So it's really you're really not a meteor build, but it's something extra that you've got with it. It was fun to play with, and I'm definitely going to have fun setting this one up too. I think we looked at all these. I haven't really gone over the sorceress yet. Let's go over the sorceress. There's a lot of conjuration stuff in here for the sorceress too. Conjuration damage, Hydra damage, Ice Blades damage, Lightning Spear damage. Like you could set up probably like a really nice Hydra Sork this season too.
Well, the most interesting thing too is don't forget they made a bunch of skills count as core skills now. And I think that's what's throwing Hurricane over the top. It looks like you're just scaling all the things that you would scale for core skills. For example, like the companions. Core rat skills deal 15% more damage for each companion.
Oh yeah,
Like,
Wrath being included is a big deal.
yeah. That is so interesting.
So
Like
you're
Meteor is stronger than ever, for example. Because it counts as a core skill for all the scaling purposes of aspects and things like that.
Fireball projectiles casting twice is pretty crazy too. Like I'm pretty sure there's a really hefty fireball build in there. I would imagine that setting up with the you can't use the Staff of the Endless Rage, but you could still use the bouncy gloves. I can't remember what they're called right off the top of my head. But you use the bouncy gloves with the double fireballs, and then you get I'm not really sure which way you would set it up, burn damage or direct damage, or maybe like a little mix of both.
Yeah, the bouncy gloves were awesome last season.
Well, now you get double bouncy, so you get a double
Yeah,
bouncy.
it's fantastic.
Flame shield duration is dumb stupid. Like I have a feeling that one's gonna get nerfed. I don't think that one's staying.
Oh yeah, your bone spirit is a core skill now.
Dude, I'm so tempted to just like try and set up my infinite bone spirit setup too. Like I wanted to see if maybe I could do the summon necro like with the bone spirit, set up for bone spirit instead of bone spear. Just leave bone spear on the bar so that I would have like my mages can cast bone spear, so that way I can like have my cake and eat it too, so that you get like the summons are casting the bone spear and then I'm getting the bone spirit, and then also we're casting both at the same time. I mean, I would have to have bone spear on the bar, but I wouldn't necessarily have to use it. It would just be like I could just put it on number 4 or something and just leave it there so that the bone mages are casting it. I mean, it could be interesting to see how that setup would work. I don't really particularly like bone spear. It's good, don't get me wrong, but it has some severe drawbacks, especially when dealing with the like the bubbles and monsters in the wrong positions, or like when the blowback doesn't quite work properly. It's a little strange, and it's been nerfed a couple times too, but it's okay. I played it when it was at its peak. Like like when I played it, it was freaking ridiculously broken. I still remember Leon being like, "What am I even doing?" Like I would walk in and just like fire a couple bone spears and everything would die, and he's just like, "Well, why am I even here?" But
Wonder
even then, it was a little lackluster against certain monster types.
wonder what the full list of core skills are now. Because even the patch notes, it's just very vague. It says more skills are tagged as core skills, such as sorcery master skills and bone spirit. Well, we know hurricane works, so like I wonder what the list is.
Oh, you missed it earlier when I was talking about like instant stagger builds, because they added these like chances to proc, like, stun and frozen. You could totally set up like an instant it's called worldly fortune. So like 30% chance to slow, 22.5% chance to immobilize, 17.5% chance to stun, 17.5% chance to freeze. Like you can put it on basically everything. So you could have like one for freezing, one for stunning, one for immobilizing, and then you could have your own things as well. And like according to our stagger testing that we did like back in season freaking 1 or something like that. I don't even remember when we did that stagger testing. Like you could probably instant stagger even like a 4-time stagger boss with like the 90% reduction. Like if you're spamming this level of, freeze, stun, immobilizes on a target, there'd be no way that they could get away from the stagger bar. It doesn't matter how big they make the stagger bar. You would just instant stagger most bosses. It'd be insane. Could you imagine if you had like 4 people, like with this setup, like just grab the lucky hit, immobilize, the lucky hit stun, the lucky hit freeze, combined with whatever ones they already do, right? And then you just sit there and you just instant stagger the boss over and over and over again with like 4 people.
I think a penetrating shot rogue could do that. Could do the whole dungeon. You could just stagger, like you just CC the whole dungeon.
um. Okay, so we do need aftermath, so I need to pull some points from somewhere. Precision imbuement isn't really that important. Let's pull precision imbuement. That'll be fine. I think that's a pretty solid setup for this. We need to go into her Paragon board, I think, and get her finished. Yeah, I haven't done the Paragon board yet. I'm gonna find my way. Alright, let's pull this. We're probably going this way. Alright, so with this particular build, so I'm trying to remember like how the imbuements work. So when you use an imbuement, it converts all the damage type to that imbuement. But like with the new unique item, it converts your damage into what? Fire damage or exploding damage, or like I think it actually converts you into a different damage type, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's fire explosions. It
So
adds
basically you're
explosion.
non-physical at that point. So you might as well just go for like non-physical glyphs, things that are giving you increased non-physical damage, etc. Yeah, so we got like Canny gives you the 15% increased non-physical damage for each intelligence purchased in range, and then you get your non-physical damage increases all non-physical damage enemy takes from you by up to 10 times multiplier for 15 seconds. So that's a big one for this one, because you'd probably want to set up for any kind of non-physical that you can get. Imbuements would be a big thing too, because imbuements are all non-physical as well. So that's another way that you could just add in more non-physical damage. 25. So we need more intelligence. Grab these 2. All right. And then probably not doing combo points. The freaking Leyrana's Instinct with the 100% dodge chance when your inner sight gauge becomes full. Just like instant heal, basically, every single time your inner sight works. Didn't they also change inner sight? Because inner sight is the one where you have to, what, attack the monsters that are marked?
Yeah, they changed it.
Now you don't even have to attack the marked monsters anymore. They changed it so you can you can still build your inner sight bar by attacking non-marked monsters, but at like a lower amount.
I think that's right.
So it sounds like Lyrana's Instinct is going to be crazy combined with the Crowded Sage for the healing. Because you can basically just proc 100% dodge chance and like full heal every single time you proc the gauge. Trying to think which one to even roll with this. I think it would be No Witness. I think No Witness would be the one you would start with because it has the ultimate damage. And you're going to be utilizing a lot of the shadow clones. So you get the shadow clones pretty much the entire time while you're running this. Not going to use Chip because Chip is physical damage. Probably grab Combat, which skills that critically strike restore 12% of their energy cost, because that'll give you even more ability to never fire a basic skill. The whole entire point of this build is just kind of you don't even want to actually use basic skills ever. Hopefully, if you do it properly, you're pretty much just holding down the rapid fire button for the most part. What is that? Intelligence. Okay. We got over here crowd control and damage to healthy enemies. Potion, lucky hit chance execute with attack speed. Attack speed is nice. I don't really care about the rest of this, but I could definitely come up here and snag the attack speed. I kind of feel like it might be better off, like, I'm not really sure, but with the way that you can basically just spam rapid fire, it almost feels like the traps might be a better play, because you get all the damage bonus, like, from enemies affected by traps. Whereas the imbued skills, although the imbued skills are nice, it doesn't really feel like the imbued skills work as well with holding down the button. What is that one? That's Max Life. Max Life is going to be a big deal this season too. I can already tell, looking at the damage output that some of these monsters have and how little damage reduction you can get comparatively to last season. And honestly, how much damage, how much HP I saw in the PTR too. You can get some crazy HP numbers, and you can put HP on basically every piece of equipment. And getting these like bonuses and whatnot that give you like little bonuses of health that actually stack on top of each other, you can hit some crazy heights. I would not be surprised if we're gonna see like 100, maybe even 200,000 HP, say Barbarians, from all the weapons that they have, because they can put like life on every weapon, which is kind of crazy.
There's a lot of builds, like a Necro build that has like 45 or 50k HP.
What's up, JDN? The Rogue grenade build looks pretty crazy. Yeah, just spamming grenades everywhere. You know what I need to do? I need to delete this build. That's what I need to do. I need to just delete this, because I already have my rogue set up. Let me just go grab my rogue, the one that was already set up, and let me just copy that build, and I'll go from there, because I feel like I'm probably going to make some mistakes messing this up with stuff that I shouldn't. I think it's No, that's the pen shot. We don't want pen shot. The big donk. That's it. Yeah, big donk. Although the big donk is using barrage, which is not what I ended up using. I ended up using rapid fire. So we're going to have to change that. Let's clone the build. And let's change it to Season of the Loot Reborn. Let's put the Scoundrel's Kiss in there. And let's do a little bit of changes to the way that we have the board set up. I think this is probably a better way to do this. We're pulling that because we're not using... Dang it. Get my board back. We're not using that, so we'll just pull that. We basically just don't even use the basis skill. Oh, look, I already have it set up for rapid fire. Okay, so that's good. We got close damage reduction. I'm using caltrops. I kind of feel like traps is a better play for this build too. So let's pull concealment and put the poison trap in. And then we're basically just not even using imbuements on this build at all, which is fine. I did, however, grab the debilitating toxins because I think I'm applying poison through... Was I applying poison? I don't even remember, but I also have the poison trap, so there's no reason not to grab the poisoned enemies deal less damage. And then we also got the adrenaline rush. I don't think the adrenaline rush was what I ended up playing, so I ended up pulling adrenaline rush, and I ended up grabbing this one and this one and this one. So we need to pull a couple points for second wind. Where can we pull some points for second wind? Oh yeah, that's right. So we're not going to use Mending Obscurity. That's fine. And then, yeah, then we can put those points there. That gives us pretty much everything we're looking for. Yeah, and we have one extra point to spend. So we can grab one. Well, no, we don't want Precision Imbuement because we're not using imbuements. We can grab Alchemical Advantage. That gives us the attack speed for each enemy we poisoned. And we are using the poison trap. So that's not terrible. Alright, so that looks way better. Alright, let's take a look and see what we had on the board. The Paragoon board. Let's see how our Paragon board was set up. So it looks like I'm using Chip. So Chip needs to be replaced at this point because the physical damage of the ability gets overridden by the ring. So the ring makes it into elemental damage. So Chip needs to go. Where I got Chip? There's Pride. Alright, there's Chip. So we're going to change Chip to Canny, which is non-physical. And that requires intelligence. Okay. So we can pull all the dexterity nodes because we were stacking dexterity nodes for this one. And we need intelligence nodes instead. Alright. And then what are the other ones we got on here? Pride, which gives us the physical damage to both healthy. Yeah, so that one needs to go as well. And Pride can be replaced with the... What's that? The non-physical. There's another non-physical one in here. Hmm. 10% damage reduction after dropping a grenade. Everybody's so quiet. What are you guys doing?
I'm looking at tempering.
There's a lot to take in the tempering system. It's kind
I
of
have not
it's
looked
kind of
into it
crazy.
at all.
Yeah, you might want to. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I assume they're only going to add to it every season too.
One can hope.
Well, I'm assuming that we're going to see some massive changes on what we have, the information that we currently have for the tempering system. So, I mean, going over it now I think is going to be handy, but there's still going to be a lot to pull in, I feel like, from the new system.
Okay.
All right, what else do we got here? Marksman skills, exploit, okay. And we're running ambush. Affected by trap skills. That actually works out pretty well. That's fine. And then, so we're running exploit weakness, which is good for this character. We also got cheap shot, which is, I think that honestly cheap shot is, it's powerful for non-bosses and stuff. It's not bad. Then we got the ultimate bonus. Yep, critical strike bonus. I think we're pretty much set up for this character. I think this one's done. Like I had already kind of theory crafted this character before, so it's not like I really needed to like do too much to this character. Just change a couple things. She does have Melted Heart of Selig on. Rapid Fire Ricochet might actually be worth it now that it explodes. Ashira's Kanjar doesn't necessarily need to be there. I think we can pull Ashira's Kanjar. I was actually looking at Azure Wrath for this build because you get the 20% chance to freeze enemies along with your explosions. And then on top of that, Azure Wrath also has the really hefty non-physical damage attached to it, which doesn't exactly sound terrible. So you get a nice non-physical damage. It also has a core skill and attack speed, and then you also get the 20% chance to freeze enemies and dish out a massive amount of cold damage, which isn't exactly a terrible setup. Like just getting a free CC, which is gonna be nice. I'm not entirely convinced on running Sky Hunter. I'm not entirely sure you need it, but it definitely isn't a terrible choice. I mean, there's other choices that you could potentially do though, besides Sky Hunter. I can't remember. There was a. I mean, the other thing is that you also have the customizable tempering manual stuff with the weapons on the rogue. So you might want to grab one of those. They also have the whole like. Remember we tried to set up like a basic rogue. They got like the puncture projectiles cast twice, or the heart seeker, or the forceful arrow cast twice. So like you might actually be able to do a basic rogue now and make it work really well. Especially puncture. Puncture's kind of insane with the was it like the free cast of poison, the poison imbuement.
Oh yeah.
So you get like the rapid fire projectiles cast twice. So you're definitely going to want that with this build, which I don't really know exactly how you would kind of squeeze that in. To bolts is pretty much out at this point, so we'll take to bolts out. Let's just throw like the assimilation in, and then probably throw in the other one too, the crowded sage. I wouldn't sleep on the dodge heal this season. The dodge heal looks insane. If you can get away with it, like if your build has enough slots. I know not all builds have enough slots, but if you can run assimilation aspect and crowded sage aspect together, it's kind of insane because you get a free 16% dodge just between those two abilities, and then you heal 20% of your maximum life every single time you dodge. And then you can basically stack dodge on like all your pieces of equipment to the point where you're running like 50 to 70% dodge, which is kind of just dumb stupid. She needs damage reduction, or she needs armor. One or the other. I don't really know. I mean, I could just put like Juggernauts on there, and it would be all right. She needed to change her glove aspect to something else.
They significantly reduce the amount of armor that you need to get armor capped, right?
Yeah, it's 9,320 exactly. Will cap you for all
so that's
for
super
all
easy.
areas in the game. Yeah, super duper easy. You may still have to grab like Juggernaut's aspect for some characters that have really low armor values.
Yeah.
But I was playing around
You
with
might
it.
be able to avoid it.
Well,
Yeah.
if you get all 925 gear, which is really easy now because they basically made it so that Nightmare Dungeons drop all 925 gear. So if you get all 925 gear, you're going to have really high armor anyway. And then they also made it really easy to put armor percentage on your equipment because there's an armor percentage tempering manual that gives you, I think it's up to 15% armor value. If you want to go that route, yeah, so you can get 15% on your helmet, armor, pants, shield, and amulet. So it should be extremely easy to cap out your armor without like the Juggernaut aspect. I think the Juggernaut aspect is still going to be really nice early game when you don't have your gear all set up and just throw Juggernaut on something and just, move on. But later on when you get your character like fully set up, Juggernaut comes off and something else is going to go in its place, something that's going to make you obviously, a little bit tankier. Thing going a road Grenadier. There definitely is a lot of Grenadier skills, that's for sure. I would assume that if you do in the grenade, you would probably go traps. That would be my assumption, because the aspect of the explosive verve turns all your grenade skills into trap skills, and then you could scale your grenade skills with trap damage, which would be pretty impressive. Then you could basically just run traps and get all your trap damage bonuses, because anything that's going to increase your traps is also going to increase your grenades, and then so forth and so on. So that's like a whole thing, and there's like 1,000 stupid aspects and stuff that like drop random grenades when you do random things. It's stupid. I don't even know. Like I really don't even know like how many there are because there's way too many. And they activate on like various things and various skills that you can spam. So you're like I think there's some of them that are literally just based around like your stealth skills. So like when you stealth, you drop grenades, and then there's like another one where you unstealth, you drop grenades, and it's stupid. There's also the one that makes them freeze enemies, so your grenade skills have a chance equal to your crit chance to freeze enemies. So you get like a free freeze along with everything else. Way too many grenadarian skills. I got artful initiative on this one. I was really thinking about the Shadow Clone with this one. I'm not entirely sure. I think the Grasp of Shadow might actually be a really good play with this build, because you get like if you're holding down the button, you get a lucky hit. It basically makes it so that your Shadow Clone will just come use your same ability. And if you're holding down rapid fire, that means that you're going to be spamming rapid fire, and your Shadow Clone is also going to be spamming rapid fire. So it should work out really well. And even if it doesn't, you could always go to something else in that slot besides Grasp of Shadow.
Did Shadow Clone inherit the buffs to minions such as like Barb Ancients? Because I know Barb Ancients got it.
They did mention in the patch notes like that all of the classes were included in the minion in inheriting 100% of your stats.
So the clone's way stronger than ever. If that's the case.
Let me find it real quick. I was typing minion. Of course, you got all the freaking Necromancer minion stuff in here. I'm pretty sure it included the other classes in the list. I don't remember where they got it in here. I wish it wouldn't search the patch notes from like the previous patch notes. I hate it when I do that. Of course, I'm probably just not seeing it in here, but I'm pretty sure that when I looked at it, it does. I think it does actually list all the classes when it says minions now get 100% of your stats. Nightmare dungeon rotation. Nightmare butthole rotation. I think your elemental barbarian would be absolutely insane this season too.
Oh yeah.
With the Azure Wrath change alone, just that alone would add a huge amount to your character.
What I'm trying to understand is there's a Tempest or Tempering manual that has chance for lunging strike projectiles to cast twice.
Yeah, I don't.
What projectiles are coming off lunging strike?
I think
Unless there's
I
like
think-
Tyrael's Might?
I think you are the projectile.
Oh, you think it just counts as a projectile skill? Like they like
I don't know. I think you are the projectile. Yeah. So I think maybe you cast twice.
that'd be interesting.
Maybe you get like a little like shadow clone that like follows behind you or something. It's like choo-choo. That's definitely going to be something that you'd have to test though. Definitely.
Yeah. I feel like that's what we're entering a realm of now we have to answer a bunch of questions and
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be
Mm-hmm.
a lot of learning, educational video.
Wah 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 wah. I hate. Don't open up other patch notes. I will fight you. Why can't I find this? I don't understand why I can't find this. Necromancer, Druid, Barbarian. It should just be like in the gameplay for. I just wanted to see that it said, because I'm pretty sure it actually mentioned every single one.
I feel like you've read something like that.
Inherit. It's inherit is the word I'm looking for. That's what I need to search for is inherit. Why can't I find this? And I know it's in here, and now I can't find it. You know where? I know it's also in, and not in the patch notes, but it's in that other thing, the blog post. Maybe it was in the blog post, not in the patch notes.
I feel like it was in the chat too, like the campfire chat.
So not there. I think it's here. Oh my god. Okay, it's not here. Never mind. Maybe it was in the PTR notes and not in the new notes. I'm gonna start fighting people. I'm just glad that we had the PTR because I feel like if we hadn't had the PTR, I feel like this season would have been the most borked season that would have ever existed. Can you?
Well, I
can
think it's
you?
a good thing, right? They keep doing PTR. I think it'll be a good thing.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is if they hadn't done PTR, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the launch that would have ensued with that craziness?
Like what was that one super OP Sork build that everyone's expecting to get nerfed into the ground where you just like teleport around? It's like some frost shard thing.
Oh, Rogue is not listed. Interesting. I just found it. It says Necromancer, Barbarian, Druid, Sorceress, Companions now receive 100% of players' attributes, but it doesn't list Rogue. Barbarian must be referring to
Dust
the
Devils.
ancients. I think the ancients are your companions on the Barbarian. When you call the ancients down and you get Korlik,
Mhm.
Talik, and what's his name? Why am I forgetting their names? I've only fought them about 10 trillion times.
Oh, so they left the rogue out of that?
Yeah, the rogue's not listed. It's interesting. What's up, Zan? Shaco. Why'd you just say Shaco? You need a Shaco? If you need a Shaco, I got you, bro. Don't worry about it. I got you if you need a Shaco. Gotcha. Gotcha.
I just made a list of all the temperings I'm going to have to collect to start out with.
Where do you collect the temperings from?
On the PTR, they were coming from like world bosses, from like doing the what do you call it? The boss ladder that they call. Where you go kill
Honestly,
the warrior.
Pit?
honestly, it's something that we're gonna have to play with because I feel like it's one of those things that we're gonna have to learn all the locations where all the manuals come from. They did tell us where some of them came from, and we kind of like found like an occasional one in like a dungeon, but it was like the same one every single time from the dungeon. They told us that there was going to be some that are coming specifically from the Iron Wolves quests.
Yes.
And
yeah.
then they said there was going to be some coming from like it seems to me like we're going to have to like pull up a chart and we're going to have to figure out where that tempering manual comes from and then you're going to have to go farm it basically.
So you're just going to get a bunch just playing the game. But the question is, when you need a specific one, is there a target farm or is it random? That's what we don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that you're just going to be able to just say do dungeons and just get all of them. I'm pretty sure that they've got some of them locked behind specific quests and stuff. And they might not necessarily be the ones that you need. So you might be able to just ignore their existence entirely if you have no intention of getting that tempering manual, but I do think that there's some of them are going to be locked behind specific things.
So leveling tomorrow, start off doing the seasonal journey thing, and then go to HellTides at some point.
Yeah, the tempering manuals in the season journey are probably going to be something that we want to grab early.
Question is, are we making Tyrael's Might first or are we making Melted Heart? I don't know.
Tyrael's Might seems absolutely nasty, to be perfectly honest. It seems like that could squeeze into a lot of builds relatively easily. And for pretty much I don't see anything wrong with using that one. Like it's most
got
of the
everything.
builds could utilize that one with relative ease and also get really nice bonuses from it. It's I don't know who wouldn't use it, to be perfectly honest. Guess this
It's
needs to
got
be changed to poison trap.
damage reduction in multiple forms, raw damage reduction, and max resistance. And it has an attack in it. It's amazing.
Dang it, I meant to. Okay. Let's put you. It doesn't matter what you are. Let's put this back here, and then we put this as Dark Shroud. And no more specializing in precision.
I think I'm crafting Tyrael's Might first, no matter what. I think I made up my mind.
Because it's got 10% damage reduction, and it also has basically free. It's free damage output. I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with free damage output.
Well, it's got 5 max res too, which is also damage reduction. That's massive elemental damage reduction.
All right, I think she is finished. I don't really see anything else I can refine here. I mean, Juggernaut's aspect isn't really like the end game aspect though, so maybe I put something else in there. I can't use Might because I'm not using a basic skill. Doesn't she have like a really nice one that gives her like a huge damage reduction for? I can't remember. There's like a really nice damage reduction one for Rogue, isn't there? It's the one that's you get like a damage reduction for every monster around you that's like crowd controlled or something. Isn't that the one? Let Let me just type in reduction. Enshrouding aspect, no. Dark Shroud grants 4% increased damage reduction. Actually, that could work because I am running max Dark Shroud. So that gives you an extra 4% damage reduction for each Dark Shroud. So you get, what, 5 Dark Shrouds? And it gives 9.6% already. So what does that bring you up to? That's what, 9.6 per shroud, right? Times 5 gives you 48% if you have all the shrouds active. But then you get 4% damage reduction for each additional 4% damage reduction for each Dark Shroud.
I think people are crazy for saying Rogue is not tanky. Like, some people are ranking Rogue as the least defensive of all of them, and I think they're the most.
I mean, that's like
You mean like
68%
Rax?
damage reduction?
Rax was all about that yesterday on his stream, talking about how not tanky the rogue is. Like,
I believe if I put the effort in, I can make the tankiest character in the game the Rogue.
Well, the dodge chance thing, I mean, unfortunately, I think they're stupid because they basically gave the rogue nearly like 100% dodge chance easily. Like, you can easily set up a character that has nearly 100% dodge
yeah, but
chance.
I think these guys, what they do is they think about it in terms of like max DPS, right? Like, yes, in theory, it sounds like you can make some pretty tanky stuff, but then they're not able to go like two-shotting a boss anymore.
Well, it ain't happening no more anyway. So
Yeah.
they changed the they changed
I don't think it
the
overlapped.
200, the tier 200, whatever, like grifts.
Like, I'll just say Rob basically ranked Tyrael's Might as like B tier Uber.
Really?
Yes, he ranked it as
free
like
artillery
B tier.
shrine is B tier.
I don't know. If I'm remembering correctly, I think he described it as it is an item that you use like in farming content. I believe was his quote. I'd have to
Does
go
it
back.
do no damage or something? Let me see. Diablo 4 Tyrael's Might. Did anyone get it during the PTR?
I mean, artillery shrine does massive damage. Like, whenever you get artillery shrine, it does massive
Yes,
damage. So
but I think what he was saying with the artillery shrine is it doesn't scale. Like, it doesn't, like, if you get artillery shrine in an instance on your character, it scales with your character's monster level. I don't think the Tyrael's Might scales, and so it's really good at farming content, not pushing content.
I mean, that sounds like something that they're gonna fix. That just sounds like a bug.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see. Let's save this. I think we're pretty much done with this. We got Beast Fall, Scoundrels. We don't need Rapid Aspect. Okay, that needs to be replaced too. What was I using? I can't remember what I threw on here besides Rapid. It was probably energy regeneration. Yeah, it was probably like Aspect of Voracious Rage or something like that. Gives you the core skill refund or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. Or maybe it was damage output. Damage output could also be nice. Edge Masters. You could also go with accelerating aspect for this build. I didn't even think about that. Because you're doing core skills, you're spamming core skills, you get the 25% core skill attack speed increase, so you can spam faster. Yeah, it's a pretty good setup. So let's go ahead. No basic skill. That's kind of like the moniker of this is no basic skill.
Probably, if you're going for damage aspects on that build, you probably want aspect of elements and edge masters, that kind of thing for just raw damage.
I mean, Edge Masters, I was thinking about it, but the problem with Edge Masters is with Beastfall, you're just going to be constantly consuming your energy. So basically, every single time you spam the ultimate, you're going to consume every bit of energy that you have and then you're going to have to build it back up again. So it's not really the same as like a basic build that has full energy 100% of the time. You're going to be constantly expending your energy on a regular basis every single time Beast Fall activates. And then you've got to build it back up again and then spend it and then build it back up again and spend it. So you're constantly spending every single point of energy you have all the time.
Yeah, but you want to spend your maximum energy for most damage, right?
I mean, it kind of just doesn't really work out that way because depending on where your energy is when you tap your ultimate, your best damage output is honestly just to spam your ultimate every single time it's up, because you get there's ways that you can reset your ultimate relatively quickly. I can't remember exactly how I was doing it. I think it's so every 75 energy you spend reduces your ultimate skill's cooldown by 5 seconds. So using an ultimate skill resets the cooldowns of your other skills. So basically what you're doing is you're just spamming rapid fire as much as you possibly can, which I need to change that to rapid fire. And then that's consuming as much energy as you can possibly consume, which causes the shadow clone to constantly reset. So every 75 energy you spend, you get 5-second reduction on shadow clone, and your rapid fire costs 25 energy per cast. You actually kind of want to avoid things that reduce the cost of rapid fire, and instead you go with things that restore the energy that you use, because the more rapid fire costs, the faster you can reset the ultimate. So instead of going with cost reductions, you go with things like the refund. So you get the refund on rapid fire, which gives you the 15 energy given back to you. So instead of reducing the cost of it, it just gives you the 15 energy back. And then you're also utilizing the lucky hit that restores 8 energy when you get the lucky hit proc. And then you also have after using an ultimate, it restores 90 energy and so forth and so on. So you're basically just kind of like restoring any energy that you use, but you want to spam as much energy as you possibly can. So you're just holding down the rapid fire button, and every 3 casts of rapid fire, you get essentially 1 5-second reduction on the cooldown of your shadow clone, which is 60 seconds, of course. But then you also have some other ways to reduce the shadow clone, but you end up spamming shadow clone. So shadow clone is basically always active. And so it's a lot less tactical than you would think, because your Beastfall boots are consuming all of your energy every single time your next attack happens after the ultimate, and then you're immediately then rebuilding all your energy back up and resetting the shadow clone cooldown. And from what I remember, I was literally just like every couple seconds I was spamming the shadow clone button. It ended up being kind of like a race to see how fast you could spam your class shadow clone button. Which I think there was another. So in the Paragon board, there's no witnesses. So your ultimate skills gain an additional 10 times damage from your damage with ultimate bonus, and grant this bonus to all skills for 8 seconds when cast. So basically you get a huge damage bonus for spamming your ultimate there every 8 seconds. So every time you activate your ultimate, you get your ultimate damage bonus on your rapid fire, which is really nice too. So you kind of want to keep your shadow clone active as much as you possibly can. I can't remember how I got the ultimate cooldown as low as I possibly could, but that was also something I was working on, was trying to get the shadow clone active basically all the time, because he's active for 15 seconds out of every 60, and every single time you fire 3 rapid fires, you take 5 seconds off the cooldown. And then there was some other ways I was reducing the cooldown too. I can't remember exactly what they were right off the top of my head. They were probably cooldown reduction equipment, which you're probably going to want a decent amount of cooldown reduction equipment, so you can get the shadow clone as low as you could possibly get it. But then it also resets all your other skills too. So like your caltrops, your dark shroud, your poison trap, all that comes back up like every single time you tap your ultimate, because every single time you use your ultimate, all your cooldowns of all your other skills reset. So you end up spamming like all your other skills all the time while you're holding down the rapid fire button. It's kind of a crazy gameplay style. The only problem that I had with it was if you didn't get the balance quite right rapid fire would end up having would starve, so you would starve out on energy, and you kind of like never want that to happen, because if rapid fire starves out on energy, you're doomed. And then you have to fire your basic skill, which if you set it up properly, you don't even need the basic skill on your bar. You can put something else on there entirely, which I didn't really do, but because I kind of like keep it on there just in case I starve out. Let's make sure that's updated. Let's do a new one. Let's do something else. What are we gonna do now? What do you guys want me to theory craft? My whole 33 people in here watching me do theory crafts. I know it's so amazing watching me do theory crafts. It's not quite as tantalizing as playing the game, but it's fun to at least theory craft some interesting characters. A death blow barb. They did add some death blow stuff in the tempering manual, didn't they?
Yeah, you can have a death bow up 100% of the time now if you invest. You build around it for sure.
Death blow. What was the death blow stuff? Oh, did you see damage while Iron Maelstrom is active was kind of interesting, and then they also had one that increases the what was it, the time of Iron Maelstrom too?
Yes, the duration. Yeah.
Iron Maelstrom damage, and then Iron Maelstrom cooldown reduction. So you can get cooldown reduction on there.
Yep, you get death blow damage and death blow cooldown reduction as well.
I mean, speaking of that, like, let me see. Is there? Let me go back to the rogue real quick. Is there a cooldown or ultimate cooldown reduction for the rogue? Because that would feed into that build tremendously. There's also sorceress. We need rogue, not necromancer and sorceress. I even chose rogue on the top of the list. It's still showing me all the other crap. I guess there isn't one for the rogue. Let me just pull up the rogue and see. Nope. Nope. I'm over here stroking my beard. Stroking my beard. That's interesting. So no, there really isn't. There really isn't any ultimate stuff in here for the rogue. Looks like the entire thing is ultimate free. I guess that's probably because the rogue already has ultimate stuff with her special abilities, so they probably didn't want to add like a double it up. I guess that kind of makes sense. I mean, there's also the there's not like cooldown stuff. So they haven't even like I got cooldown reduction, but it's really just for like subterfuge. There's really not a whole lot in there. Death blow barbarian. I don't know if I'm qualified to theory craft a death blow barbarian.
I mean, it's not that bad. You get the overkill mace, you get all the new death blow tempering, and then you probably scale overpower with it. And you get the overpower aspects.
I mean, they've got death blow damage, which is kind of nice. Although these are all additive bonuses, so they're going to come after whatever other bonuses you're working on. So like if you've got like a multiplier bonus, you're always gonna put the multiplier bonus before that, unless
I know.
unless you've got like nothing else to spend it on.
Yes, overpower is nerfed, but it's still additional damage for
Yeah.
that build.
Yeah, it's
Like,
it's not like when they nerf something, it's completely useless. It's still gonna be there. You can still use it. It's still gonna give you additional damage. You just don't focus everything in your entire being on it like people were doing with the the Barbarian before. It's like, how much overpower damage do you have? Well, I got like 10,000% extra overpower damage. Well, Xylor's in there, but he's not in here with us. You terrible Xylorian. Ground Stomp size sounds really cool too. Like, I don't know why, but Ground Stomp size sounds insane. Because Ground Stomp is what, an AoE stun, and then it also has the earthquakes. The earthquake size sounds good too, and the earthquake duration. I think there's like a whole build there with the earthquake size and earthquake duration going on. You get like both of those. Put earthquake size on one weapon and earthquake duration on the other, and set up like for full earthquakes.
Yep.
I
You
mean,
can keep both are very important
Just-
because you want the size big enough that you're always standing in it, and then you also want the duration long enough that you can build more, because you do more damage the more earthquakes are active.
Yeah,
So
you
you
get
want
you get a multiplier for every earthquake that's active. It's
Yeah.
part of that. What was it? Is it the Paragon board? It's in the Paragon board, right?
I believe so. Yeah. So I think duration is more important than size, but you do want the size big enough.
Oh man, I know you want it big enough.
Hey.
No, I'm trying. Okay, I'm done.
Ginger has no duration.
I don't know. With all this size and duration talk, it feels like we're talking about some dirty things. That's dirty. Yeah, so it's 10% multiplier for every what is it? Every earthquake that you have active at any time, right?
Right.
Crowd control item for each active. So you get a 10% multiplier for each active, and they don't really last very long. So let me pull this up so we can like play around with this.
She said.
So they don't really last long. So we got to work on his stamina. Okay, we got to work on the stamina.
You want them to last a long time.
Yeah, you want them to last a long time. So they only last for 4 seconds is how long they last, which is not exactly very useful. And if you can have multiple of them up, so as of right now, you can definitely have 2 up at the same time, possibly 3 with the resets. So if you're doing like the aspect of perpetual stomping, that one gives you some decent reset ability.
Yeah, I mean you can do infinite leap build too.
Yeah.
Like
So you get like more earthquakes that way. So you get like an infinite leap build, and you can have multiple earthquakes going. But if you get the duration going, so if we like, let's look at this. So it's what 32.5% earthquake duration, and it can be put on weapons. So
Only
I'm
weapons?
assuming. Did you test this on PTR by the way? Is it double for 2-handers? So do you?
I believe they double for 2-handers. Yes.
Okay, so that means that we got 65% for the 2-handers times 2. So you get 130% duration for both 2-handers. And then you get another 32.5 for your 1-hander, and then another 32.5 for your other 1-hander, which is a total of 195%. But then
And
you
I
can
believe
also
those can be masterwork.
yeah, you can also masterwork them.
Yeah.
So you can get so we're talking about theoretical max. This means you have to like really work on your gear. But theoretical max would be what, 75% to the entire amount? So that would be 341% increase in duration. So we take our 4 seconds and we add 341%, which means you can potentially make them last 17 seconds. 17.64 seconds. That's kind of insane. In 17.64 seconds, I can guarantee you I can probably have 10 to 20 of those earthquakes running.
Yes, and it's multiplicative damage. I actually think this is going to be a strong build that no one's talking about. I was thinking about adding this in to my basic build.
Well, let's theorycraft this real quick. So let's theorycraft an earthquake barbarian. I think that's where we're at right now.
You're going to blow all my secrets, man. I was going to kill all the bosses before anyone even seen it.
Anyone even sees? Okay, so what would we do with an earthquake build? I mean, it really doesn't matter because earthquake builds can be just about anything, right?
Yes, you can put it into any build.
You could put it in a frenzy build. You could put it with a.
Let's for argument's sake, since we're theory crafting like max earthquake uptime, we're gonna want leap and we're gonna want ground stomps. Like we're gonna want as many as those as possible.
Yeah, aspect of perpetual stomping I think is a no-brainer for this. So the perpetual stomping aspect gives you the reset. So damaging an enemy with kick or ground stomp immediately resets leap's cooldown, which leap is one of the main ways that you get your earthquakes. So you can basically just permanently spam earthquake. I mean, it's kind of insane because basically what you do is you go kick. I mean, so you go leap, kick, leap, ground stomp, leap, right? So you basically get 1 ground stomp earthquake and 3 leap earthquakes. That's like 4 quakes basically within a very short period of time, and it goes really, really fast. So you can very easily have 4 earthquakes going within seconds, and then from there you can of course make it go even better. But aspect of perpetual stomping is like mandatory for this build because you're going to be able to spam so many earthquakes with this.
I would add in giant strides as well.
Giant strides as well.
Yeah, in the ring.
Which one's that one? I don't know if I know what that one is.
That's the one that just gives you infinite leaps when you combine
Reduce
it with
cooldown of leap by 5 seconds per enemy hit, up to a maximum of 9 seconds. Hitting a boss with leap provides the maximum reduction. Man,
so 9 seconds is plenty to reset it when you hit the boss because you have enough cooldown reduction, like brawling cooldown reduction, like all that 9-second max will automatically reset it.
So you will literally just be able to spam an infinite number of earthquakes.
Yes.
And then this is so stupid. Oh, and you set it up as a kick build. Why not set it up as a kick build? Because obviously,
you can do brawling. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you do brawling, and you also do obviously kick, and so at that
kick
point,
scaling with the earthquakes. Should you?
Oh my god!
Oh my!
I think we just hit trillions of damage at this point. Trillions. We hit trillions is what we just hit.
And leap gives you fury. Don't forget that. And the
yes. It's a very easy way to restore your fury because you spam leap and it hits all of the monsters at the same time.
Okay, stop building this. I'm playing this tomorrow. Okay, don't get.
We're doing it. No, we need a theory craft. We got theory craft and theory craft.
No.
Okay, so do we want the earthquake aspect on the amulet or a 2-hander because it's got the 25% increased damage?
I think yes.
So we probably want it on a 2-hander, right?
For sure, I agree.
So we put the ground stomp on the 2-hander. So the aspect of earthquake aspect. So that's because then that gives us 50% increased damage for standing in an earthquake, which is massive.
And then the damage reduction one goes on the armor.
Well, you can put it on armor, pants, or helmet, like whichever one you want. That's a huge one. That's going to give us a massive damage bump. So that's the aspect of Bulkathoth. Ground Stomp need 10,000 legendary boots. What? I mean, there's also the other one that we could potentially move the aspect of perpetual stomping somewhere else. Because there's the 100,000 steps, which gives you free ground stomps.
Yeah.
But
then you're a little bit towards walking arsenal, which I don't think we're gonna lean towards right now.
Yeah, you have to do walking arsenal. So
I don't think we want.
I don't think we can. That. So if we're doing kick with this, then it's got to be a basic build, right? So probably frenzy or maybe your lunging strike.
Right, and leap can have a different weapon. That's easy. So you can at least have 2 different weapons, which is all you really need to make walking.
That's all you really need for walking arsenal.
Yeah, because you're just swapping between those 2. If you're spamming leap, but every time you attack with another skill, though, you're not spamming leap, which means you're not generating earthquakes.
Well, you still got to generate fury to generate the fury for kick, unless we're not doing the fury kick. I mean, if we do the regular kick instead.
I would like to do the Fury quick, but Leap will generate all the Fury we need because we stack resource generation with the Leap Fury.
So we're not even going to use a basic skill? This is just
We
a leap
can.
build?
We can't. There's options. You can
This
just
is
do
just a
Leap
leap
only.
build? This is a leap build? We'll do
Leap
leap only. That's how this works.
Because, well, every time you press Leap, you're generating an earthquake, and that's what you want. You want the earthquakes.
Well, in that case, I mean, you pretty much might as well just do lunging strike, so you get a movement, right?
Yes.
So just move around. We can do the critical strikes with lunging strike, grant berserking, so that way you get free berserking while you're doing this. And then combined with the brawling berserking, you should have 100% berserk time uptime, pretty much no matter what.
Yep.
And then we probably want. Man, how do we get out of here? We really don't want a core skill, so I guess we need to put more points into lunging strike so we can make it to the next tier. Ground stomp's gonna be. Oh yeah, ground stomp generates fury too. I forgot about that. So if you go with the ground stomp generates 40 fury, and you get the leap generates 40 fury.
Yeah, we want as much Fury as possible.
You're pretty much just spamming. I mean, at this point, since we're spamming leap, do we pretty much just cap leap?
Yes, we cap Leap. We absolutely cap Leap.
it.
I think we cap Kick too for the cooldown reduction, and we're gonna get the aspect in the build where Kick does AOE damage because we want some nice AOE kicks in there.
Oh, kick already does AOE damage.
Or the exploding one when you kill something.
But so there's a thing in here which we definitely want to look at. It basically gives kick a where is it? I think it's offensive, or is it weapon? I can't remember which one it is. It's kick size, which is kind of crazy. And I was looking at that one because they basically already increased kick size. I was looking at this on the patch notes. So one of the things they did with kick was they increased it from 2.2 meters to 3 meters. So it hits everything within a 3-meter radius. And then if you enhance it with the new tempering manual, you can increase that really easily from a 3-meter radius to something like 6 or 7-meter meteor radius, which means you're going to hit basically the entire screen when you kick. Well, not the entire screen, but everything in front of you. Let's just say that, like everything in front of you at that particular moment. And where was that one at? Let's just go to kick here. Kick cooldown reduction, kick damage. Yeah, here it is. 350% kick effect. Furious augment weapons. So 350% to the size of the kick effect. So if it's a 3-yard radius already plus a 350% bonus, that's hold on, 350%. It never wants to work properly when I'm doing it this way. Plus 75% if you get the bonuses on that. That's a 612% increase. So 3 plus 612%. That means it's going to be a 21. There's no way. There's no way kick is a 20. You're going to kill the entire screen.
This is Sparta.
You're just going to Sparta the entire screen. Like what?
That is the name of the character too.
I literally have that written down too, I think, on my list. I have Spartan. Yeah, Spartan. Look, I just got ridiculous kick barb Spartan. That's what I wrote down. Okay, so assuming we go with that, kick is going to be just doing massive amounts of damage. What else do we want with this build? Kick doesn't use a weapon, right? So we can kind of like avoid the ones that are giving us weapon damage bonuses. But leap uses a weapon, doesn't it?
Leap uses a weapon, yes. You can do 2-hander on there, and then you can do 1-handers on your basic if you want. Kick does not use a weapon.
Okay, so we grab maximum fury. What else do we put points into here? Mighty death blow, huh? we don't really have any shouts. I mean, we could throw some shouts in for damage reduction and stuff. Probably grab imposing presence for the HP. And I mean, do we really need swiftness with the movement speed when we're going to be leaping everywhere, like nonstop, and,
Well,
and lunging, striking everywhere nonstop as well?
I like doing it this way. Let's go to the skill bar and let's put the skills we want to use on the bar, and then we'll know
Oh
what
yeah,
we're
yeah,
doing.
yeah. Let's go through that. All right, so our main attack is going to be lunging strike. And then we have our. I usually put like to put kick on right click because it really is like your main damage ability. It's like
Yes.
it's your spender, so it helps to have that on right click. And then we grab ground stomp is going to be one of the things you're going to spam a lot. Leap you're going to spam a lot, and was it kick, ground stomp, or what's the other one for perpetual stomping? Kick, ground stomp, and leap. Okay, so they're all up there now. So we basically still have 2 slots open for whatever else we want to do.
So we could add in steel grass if we want to pull enemies in and group them up for earthquakes and stuff.
Steel grass works really well for like trash mobs, but I often found that whenever I was doing bosses and stuff, I would pull off steel grasp for something else. It really depends on what you're doing.
It gives you vulnerable.
Yeah.
It is a vulnerable source.
And then, I mean, of course, we can go
Do
with
an
ultimate.
Yeah, we can do Wrath of Berserker if we want to dump the rage with kick to get the bonus.
Yeah, I feel like the damage bonus from Wrath of Berserker is a good play.
Another option is Ancients because they're buffed, and you also can do the aspect where when you do leaps, you spawn an Ancient.
Well, don't they also use... yeah, Korlik leaps. So do you think maybe he would make...
Spawn Earthquake? Maybe, I don't
earthquakes?
know.
If he does spawn earthquakes, that would be a good play. I don't really know if he does, though.
I mean, your leap can definitely spawn him with that other aspect. Ancestral Echoes or whatever it is.
I mean, I like the idea of either Wrath of the Berserker or Call of the Ancients. I don't think Iron Maelstrom is a good play because you actually have to use it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think with either one of these you don't want to have to
interrupt the flow of gameplay. Yeah, you don't want to interrupt the flow
because you want to have your constant. You're going to be constantly going with your rotation. So your rotation is going to be like leap, ground stomp, leap, kick, leap, ground stomp, leap, kick. It's going to be like you're going to be doing a constant rotation, making your leap constantly work. And you're going to be putting as many earthquakes as you can up on the battlefield at any given time. And then, of course, with your duration, because you're going to get your leap duration, you could also... I'm not really sure earthquake size is really necessary, but because you're gonna have like a limit to how many effects you can have. Kick effect size, I think, is really important because being able to kick the entire screen is just massive.
Yeah, we're going to be limited. You're right.
And then you definitely are going to want ground the earthquake duration. That's really important.
That's probably the most important.
Yeah, so because you want your ground your duration to be as high as you possibly can. So we're talking about kick effect size. We want at least 1 in kick effect size to make sure that the kick effect has a larger radius. I think maybe you probably want to dedicate at least 2 to the earthquake duration. Maybe even 3 to the earthquake duration. I'm not really sure. I feel like with earthquake duration, the problem is that if you don't have enough, your earthquakes aren't lasting long enough. But more so that the longer your earthquakes last, the more damage output you're going to have. And I don't think you can skimp on the kick effect size, because that's where like the bulk of your damage is going to come from, because your earthquakes are going to be multiplying your kick, which is going to be just absolutely bonkers. I think we might have just made a tier 200 clearing like Barbarian at this point, because if he can just spam that many earthquakes and then just kick the entire screen and just like annihilate all the monsters from existence.
Yeah. The damage reduction is really nice that comes with Earthquake. I mean, I was thinking also we could put an Iron Skin if we really want to get tanky with that aspect as well. For
yeah, I think like swapping out Steel Grasp for like Iron Skin or something
to
like
build
that.
up the beefiness. Yeah.
Just say, well, for the really high dungeons, you're gonna need it, right?
for sure.
Okay, so trying to think here. What other ones for earthquakes? We have both the earthquake aspects, but then there's
You have the two
also
main ones.
then there's also the brawler aspects, which we've got the enemies damaged by kick or charge explode if they're killed within 2 seconds.
I like that for AoE damage.
I feel like that one's really good either on a two-hander or like an amulet slot or something, just because it does so much explosion damage. Like if they don't die from the kick, or even if they die from the kick, and that's the really cool thing. So when they die from the kick, they immediately explode, and then they kill the other ones, and then when they die from the explosion, within the 2 seconds, they also explode, and it ends up being like a really nice chain reaction. The only downside to the brawlers aspect is it really doesn't work on bosses, because obviously you can't really kick a boss to explode the boss and kill the boss at the same time. So it's a little unfortunate. So maybe putting it on a two-hander might not be the best play. So that you throw it on like a glove or a ring slot, just so that we have it, but not necessarily focus on it. I think that might be better to throw that on something else.
Yeah, we're probably going to want some damage scaling. We're probably going to want an Edge Masters or Elements or both. Just to get some multipliers in there.
Well, I was trying to see what like brawling aspects or like, what about ground stomp? What do we got for ground stomp? Aspect of the sundered ground. No, that's upheaval. What about leap? We've got aspect of the ancestral echoes, which is damaging enemies with leap, upheaval, or whirlwind has a 60% chance to summon an ancient to perform the same skill.
And that got buffed. You don't even need ancients on your bar for that to work anymore.
I mean, we are going to be spamming leap a lot.
Might as well get it in there, yeah.
I think the real big thing with this, which we have to answer, is because if the summoned ancient also creates an earthquake when he leaps, that could be insane.
Yeah.
So
well, that's the icing on the top, because that ancient is going to do crazy damage anyway because of the new buffs we're getting with 100% inherent.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's going to be good no matter what. But yes, if it spawns earthquakes, it's insane.
So we use Ramalades. Can you use Ramalades with Lunging Strike, or
you can use Ramalades with with Leap if you wanted to?
Oh, you can.
You can. Yeah, Leap can use dual wield. You can scale Leap that way.
Okay, well then we're using Ramalades with Leap.
Yeah, and then you.
Kick doesn't use the weapon though. Leap uses the weapon. Kick, ground stomp doesn't use the weapon. So it's kind of.
But you're scaling Fury anyway, so it kind of.
Well, no, we really can't use Ramalade though, because if we use Ramalade, we're not going to get the additional ground stomp duration. That's part of the problem. So every single time we use a unique weapon in the list, we're not going to be able to temper the duration on there, or the size or whatever. So we're kind of stuck with an aspect here instead. I'm trying to think what else we want in that slot though. We might actually be in a situation where we end up getting kind of starved out for aspects, where we're kind of just using like whatever we can throw in there.
Well, I mean, there's so many damage aspects. Like you can throw in conceded, the one where you have a barrier for a multiplier.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw in elements. You can throw in edge masters. You can just keep throwing in damage.
I mean, conceded aspect for the barrier is nice, and then we throw in edge masters on the two-hander, which I think it might go something else, but I mean it's a 40% multiplier, so that's not terrible. Then we still end up with a ring slot, because aspect of giant strides takes up one of them. What do we want for the ring slot? Did we maybe want Ring of the Ravenous? That's the one where it basically applies a
For me.
rend bleed to everything whenever you use a brawling skill. And,
I
and
feel like
so basically every single time you leap, you're going to apply a bleed.
I just don't know if we're scaling bleed in this build.
No.
Could lean that way.
I mean, it only works once every 2 seconds or once every 4 seconds, so it's not as great as I was thinking. It does give you plus to brawling skills though, so it gives you 2 to brawling skills, which I would assume go to 3. So you do get 3 to your leap, you get 3 to your kick ability, and that might actually be pretty powerful.
You can use the bear aspect as like bear clan or whatever for brawling reduction as well, for kick and leap, even more reduced cooldown.
I mean, because the whole idea is we reduce the cooldown of these skills, we do the resets, we have the increased duration, and then depending on how many earthquakes we can keep active at any given time through the Paragon node that gives us 10% multiplier per. I mean, I'm not exactly sure of the theoretical limits, or if there may actually also be, we don't know, there might be a limit on the number of earthquakes that you can have active, which I don't think at this point nobody's ever found, because the duration of the earthquakes was only 4 seconds, so it's pretty hard to have more than a certain number running at any given time. But once we increase the duration of the earthquakes to, a crazy degree, you're going to have, easily, like 10, 15, 20, depending on how we set this up, earthquakes running at any given time. I don't even know how much earthquake damage you would be doing either, like the individual pulses of all the earthquakes going off at one time.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue how high you can scale that. There's the earthquake damage aspect or tempering, right?
Yeah, well, you also get the doesn't the Paragon node itself also increase all earthquake damage?
Yes.
So you could stack that.
Question is, do you prioritize that over the kick damage? And like, which way do you lean? You can lean all in on earthquake, all in on kick. You can mix it up and do half and half.
Well, I feel like the beauty of it is that you're kind of getting like both. I mean, your earthquakes are obviously increasing all of your damage output for whatever you're doing. But kick is involved in it. So I mean, you could either lean toward kick being a main damage component, or you could just do the opposite, which is, just set up kick instead of being a multiplier. You could just do it the other way, where you have the knockback version, and the knockback version isn't terrible either, but it's not going to do the same ridiculous damage as the multiplier version. I'm not actually, you know what? Never mind. I'd scratch the knockback version, because obviously, if you're putting earthquakes down, you want the monsters in the earthquakes. So knocking them out of the earthquakes is stupid. So yeah, you're definitely not going to do the knockback version. Bear Clan's Berserker aspect. Killing an enemy while berserking has a 40% chance to grant a 32% increased cooldown reduction to your brawling skills for 2 seconds. That seems like it would increase the number of earthquakes dramatically.
Yep. Well, you also get kick in that too. That counts for both your kick and leap.
Yeah, so that's going to give you more kicks, more leaps, more kicks, which is going to give you more damage output just in general.
Yes.
So we're running Bear
More
Clan
kicks give you more
Berserkers,
leaps.
aspect of Giant Shrines. What's up, Poppy Chulu? How's it going? And then the Amulato. I mean, theoretically, Melted Heart of Saleg works amazing with this, because you get the maximum resource. But obtaining a Melted Heart of Saleg might not necessarily be the easiest thing in the world.
You get your choice on the first one, for it, technically. As soon as you drop one, you can craft whichever one you want.
Oh, what's up, Bro Mac? You over on Twitch today, huh, Bro Mac? First time chatter. How do I know it's you, Bro Mac? How do I know it's you? Because I can mod you if I know that it's you, but I don't know that. How do I know? How do I know it's you, Bro Mac? How do I know? I'll tell you what, make a post on YouTube, on the YouTube stream chat with your Bro Mac account. Okay, There you go. Now I can mod you. There, look at that. There you go. I have a mod. Be modded. I'm trying to figure out what I put on the amulet slot. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Melted Heart of Salig is an obvious choice if you have it. But if you don't have Melted Heart of Salig, I'm trying to think like what else you would throw in there.
Well, what else do you have? You have Edge Masters, you have Concede.
I got Earthquake Aspect on the two-hander. I've got Conceited on the one-hander. Aspect of Ancestral Echoes on the other one-hander. Edge Masters on the other two-hander.
Elements. You didn't
Giant
get elements yet,
Stretch.
right?
Of elements? Why would I want elements?
Well, it includes physical damage in it. It's just a multiplier
Hmm.
when it's up.
Yeah, when it's up, yeah. I guess elements could work as a
This
decent
is more
one.
damage.
Yeah. Okay, and then I need pants. I need some pants. Pantaloons. I need some pantaloons. Okay, so we got the aspect of Bulkathos, the Brawler's aspect. I don't think Barbarians having issues with armor at all. I think the Barbarian's hitting 9,320 without any aspects, and probably won't even need really any might need like 15% armor bonus on like a piece of equipment or something, but I think they're probably hitting that with ease. So I guess we're going with damage reduction at this point.
Yeah, I would be going with might.
Or fortification maybe, or I don't know.
Fortification would be nice, like the lucky hit one, for example, would be nice.
Yeah, the one that gives you what looks like 35% lucky hits when you generate essence or something. There, hold on, let me pull up the fortify ones.
I think it's just lucky hit to
Numbing
generate
Wrath,
fortify.
each point of fury generated while at maximum fury. I actually like the lucky hit one better.
Yeah, I agree.
so that one actually works better. It stays active longer. And then what if we ran like at this point, because we already have one damage reduction of the Bulkathos, which is 25%.
You could go more damage reduction. You could go dodge.
Yeah,
you
we
can
could
go.
I was thinking dodge might be a really interesting way to go. I kind of think that dodge might be the play this season because it gives you massive HP. So it's not just about keeping you alive, because when you dodge, you also heal. So like it just gives you 8% dodge for free. You get you could also, you know what you could do is you could just replace, instead of running Steadfast Berserker's aspect, you could run Assimilation, and that way you double up on dodge, and then every time you dodge, you get Fortify. So you get 10% Fortify every single time you dodge.
I like that.
So that way you're just running both dodges. You get your 25% damage reduction from Bulkathos. You get 16% dodge chance from the
From
Crowded
aspects
Sage
alone.
and the aspects, and then you can add more dodge chance through the other stuff. I mean, I don't know exactly what would be an acceptable dodge level, but I'm sure we could figure it out. Like we could figure out exactly how much dodge you would need to make that useful. And 20% heal every time you dodge. I mean, that only takes 5 dodges to full heal yourself. So that's kind of nuts. And then the other thing about that is since it's a 20% heal, not a flat heal, which by the way, they're stupid for making it a percentage because they're dumb. But think about it like this. If you beef up your HP as high as you possibly can, 20% heal is going to be massive. So like if you've got 10k health, that's only 2,000 health. But if you've got 20k, that's 4,000. If you've got 30k, that's 6,000, and so forth and so on. So the higher you get your HP, the more that's going to restore, and it's going to sustain you more and more and more every single time you beef your HP up. So if you can get your HP up to like 100k, you're healing for like 10k per dodge, which is nuts. Let's see here. I need to replace that. I forgot to replace that one. By the way, guys, I got a giveaway. I forgot about this. I got a giveaway if you guys are interested on Discord. There is a giveaway for a pillow. It's a pylum, as my dog would say. He would totally steal it from you, by the way. It's for a Valari gaming pillow. These are actually really cool if you use a controller. It basically kind of like supports your elbows, and it also like when you're using the controller, your hands actually kind of rest on the controller. But there's only 13 people entered right now, so you got a pretty good chance of winning. And once you win, I'll just shoot you an email and or sorry, you shoot me an email, shoot me your email address, and I'm going to send your email address to the company, and they're going to give you a 100% discount code, so you can go buy the one that you want. It's not even going to be like you win a random one; you get to go customize it and stuff. So you can get like a really nice one. All you got to do is join the Discord, which let me put the Discord link up here. It actually ends tomorrow, by the way, so hurry up and get your entry in when you can. You don't have to be in the kinship or anything to have access to the giveaway. You just need to join the Discord, and just hit this little button right here. So once you hit this little button, you'll be entered into the contest, and you'll see the entries will go up by an amount, and these things are really nice, to be honest with you, and they're better than just gaming. Like, you can use them for your Nintendo Switch when you're playing that. You can use it when you're reading to put your book on. You can use it with your wife in the bedroom. Yes. Somebody actually asked that too. They were like, "Can I use it as a wedge for my wife?" And I was like, "Wait a minute." I'm like, "Well, yeah. It's got a buckle on it and everything. Buckle it on."
Hey, Ginger, I was just thinking, man. I years ago, I would have, if I had known what I going through years ago, I would have loved to have something like that. Because I have, I call it ulnar nerve inflammation, because I used to have my arm resting on in one fixed location all the time.
Is that when your hands go numb?
Yeah, well, yeah, you get this tingling sensation up up from your like your elbow all the way up to your fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so annoying. But I found out that if you have like a cushion or something, if you're in that position all the time, like with a mouse or keyboard or something, or a controller, that if you had something resting, it would relieve that tension, so you wouldn't have that problem.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So another selling point.
I had the same thing happen to me. Like, I'll get my hands will go numb, and the pillow kind of prevents my hands from going numb, which is nice. All right, so we got fortify, and then damage while fortified, and then additional damage reduction while fortified.
So right now we plan on not using Rumble Ding Dong. So I
What?
would say we would leap with the bludgeoning weapon, and we would get concussion, and the two-hand mace nodes down there for damage and concussion. And that CC, that stun procs all the time. Like, leap will proc that all the time.
Concussion, okay.
And then technically we could use Aspect of Retribution if we wanted, for 30 times multiplier when an enemy's stunned, if we wanted to.
I was using, I go in and grab defensive stance and counteroffensive, as well as thick skin. I think isn't there like a tempering manual that gives you like access to even better, I guess we don't really need max thick skin, but what is it, counteroffensive? I think there's a tempering manual that has access to a bunch of these.
Yes.
Was it Barbarian Protection? So defensive stance is one of them. So defensive stance is on there. So that's your damage reduction while you're fortified. So you could get on your armor or something, you could get like a +2 defensive stance, which I'm assuming would go to +3 when upgraded.
You can get it on helms, chests, armor, pants, shields, and amulets. So 5 pieces of 4 for Barbarian.
So you could stay fortified pretty easily, and also have a really nice damage reduction on your fortify through the Barbarian Protection. So that you'd be next to invincible. But between the Earthquake, the Barbarian Protection, the dodging, I don't really see this character having much issues with dying. Especially with the dodge healing him all the time.
Yep. And it looks like you get 7% dodge on helm, chest, pants, shield, amulets.
Oh yeah, it's insane. Like, if you wanted to stack dodge, it's insane. It's the amount of dodge that you can pull out of your butthole with this new setup. I'm assuming that I'm just gonna make an assumption that they're probably gonna like bring that down from 7%. Like, when we log in, it probably won't be 7%. It'll probably be a little bit less, but I mean, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, the passives can be moved around here or there depending how the game feels.
If you want to look at it, I shot the link in there. Go gears. I think we got like, we're not doing basic skills, so this would be what, emeralds, And we do rubies. I think rubies are like to play this season. I think
Yeah.
because they took sapphires away, so sapphires are we're not going to get the fort damage anymore. And then I don't think there's any reason to use anything other than rubies this season. I think with the way that they messed around with HP and they made HP like one of the main components, is it seems like everybody's going to have to stack as much HP as possible. So
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't care about living, then you can go for Amethyst for strength, but I care about living. So.
what about vulnerable? Do we have a vulnerable, right? Like, trying to think here. Kick makes enemies vulnerable for 4
Kick
seconds.
makes them vulnerable, and
So-
so does
And we're going to be spamming that. So we got permanent vulnerable uptime, basically. And then we also get the steel grasp. So yeah, we're set on vulnerable, so that's fine. I don't really think we need swiftness for the movement speed increase because between lunging strike and leap, it feels like we're going to have plenty of movement speed.
I mean, the one you don't have, it looks like, is the resource generation while berserking. That you may want to generate 18% more resource.
Yeah, I mean I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to like sacrifice some of the other ones.
Well, you don't need
True,
2 point.
enemies. I'm looking at. We don't need that one. We don't really need no mercy. I did grab the pit fighter. Or no, I didn't grab pit fighter. Dang it. What's wrong with me? I guess what we could do is I could pull some points from somewhere. Let's see. Where to pull points from? Because we capped out ground stomp. We capped out. Do I have to put?
I don't think we cap out ground stomp. I think you take those 4 back. I think kick and leap is enough.
I'm not entirely sure we cap out leap. Like I feel like the damage on leap isn't going to be the most amazing.
Is it only damage or is it also cooldown reduction per point?
Well, it's not just well. The thing is that I played a leap barbarian with like the aspect of perpetual stomping, and leap is like always up. And if you combine the fact that we also are using the giant strides, which is going to give us the cooldown reduction on leap as well, combined with some of the other aspects, I don't really foresee a problem with leap's cooldown ever being an issue.
I think you're right when
But-
we have good
so-
gear at the end, but at
yeah.
the beginning we might need the 4 second. I think it's raw 4 seconds off just by capping it.
But I
At the
guess
start.
what I'm saying is that like we're not really losing that much damage on leap. It goes from 42% to 59% between the two. So we're getting like a massive, what is that, 10 to 56 to 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're getting like 13% damage for 4 points. So the only real reason to beef it up is to reduce the cooldown. And if we have all our equipment set up properly, I don't think leap is going to be an issue for cooldown wise. So I think we're probably better off leaving it at 1 point. Ground Stomp, on the other hand, doesn't have any resets. That's the problem with Ground Stomp. So because of the aspect of a perpetual stomping, Kick and Ground Stomp reset leap, but we're not going to have anything to reset Ground Stomp or Kick. So every time you leap, you're going to get the cooldown from giant strides, and then we're going to get the cooldown reset from Kick and Ground Stomp. So you're going to be like constantly leaping. But at the same time, you know, if leap is going to be used that much, I just don't know. I don't know if leap is actually going to be our actual damage so much as it's going to be our creation of our earthquakes.
Yeah, it's like the proc.
So I mean, at that point, are we really using leap as a damage output source, or are we using leap as a earthquake source? Love and hate. Hey, I'm trying to understand. There's a tormented version of all bosses and summon if we need just the 2x Stygian stones in addition to the materials. Yeah, you need the Stygian stones. Honestly, I don't even really think it's going to be an issue. We had like 1 trillion Stygian stones on PTR, and even if they brought down the number that drop, like I don't think we ever had an issue with Stygian stones. As for the materials, you did need 5 times, but didn't they bring it down? Because people were complaining. They brought it down to lower than 5 times the materials.
I think it's 3 times the materials
3
for 5
times
times
now?
the rewards or whatever. Some phrase like that they said.
Yeah, it's like 3 times the materials now. So if it took 5, it's 3 times, so it's 15. If it took 2, it's 3 times, so it's 6, etc. To summon these superior versions of the bosses. They're actually really fun to fight. Well, they also upped material drop rates like all over the place too. So
Yeah, you're getting them from
yeah,
everywhere.
that's a whole other thing.
And you're not doing the Uber versions until you actually have a character that's really going. You might do one.
Does the prolific fury actually apply to the the fury gained by leap and ground stomp?
I would think so, but that is a good question.
Because if it's only applying to lunging strike, I feel like lunging strike's not really going to be our main attack.
The way I understood
we'll use it,
resource generation, it applies to all resource generation, like no matter where it comes from.
Okay. Well, we also need pit fighter. Like I feel like I kind of screwed up by not putting a point in pit fighter. I need 3 points in pit fighter.
I mean, you can take the CC back away if you want to. We don't need it unless.
Oh, concussion.
Yeah, you can take those nodes back and just go pit fighter.
I mean, I just grabbed 1 off of that. That brings me to 3. Thick skin might be important. I don't know. It seems nice to have like multiple fortify like stuff coming in. I don't know. We'll have to. That'll be something that we'll have to play by ear, because if the dodge isn't enough by itself, then we would want. Actually, thick skin and dodge are kind of going to be in competition with each other, aren't they? Because you have to get hit for thick skin to proc, and the dodge is when you dodge. So they're not really going to work at the same time ever.
Well, we're going to grab Warbringer on the Paragon board, and that's going to be our other source of fortify.
Oh yeah, because we get that when we power kick.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's for every 75 Fury, so we're going to spend way more than that.
Alright, I think that's pretty much it for gear and the skill tree. So now we're on to the Paragon board. So let's get this set up. I think honestly, when it comes to this particular build, like we're looking at I would just assume we're looking at capping out Rumble, right? So we probably want to actually put like the maximum number of points we can into Rumble to get our earthquake damage as high as we can. Because we're gonna have so many earthquakes on the field that it doesn't seem like it would be smart to not do that. So we want as like I guess I could just put it in the first one here. I guess it really doesn't matter, but we're just gonna grab like every strength node that we can within range.
The board with the most strength nodes is Carnage. I think that has 75 points of strength.
The Carnage board? Okay.
I think that's the board that you would put Earthquake on.
Alright, so let's see, what are we running in here? So we're definitely going to run Brawl. Brawl has a really nice bonus to physical damage and damage reduction modifiers. Interesting. Well, we do have physical damage in the first board, but there's no damage reduction modifier in the first board. Damage to bleeding enemies, damage from bleeding enemies, so that's kind of meh. Let's kill this board first. Let's check out the other boards. I mean, we'll definitely want. Oh no, not Blood Rage. What am I doing? Carnage? No, where is it? It's the one they capped out. Where's the one that they capped out? The one that gives you the multiplier for berserking? Or am I misremembering?
You're saying which board does that?
Oh yeah,
Blood Rage.
They capped it recently? Right?
Yeah, it's capped. Yeah, it doesn't scale as nice as it used
to. Oh yeah, they have to be bleeding. That's right. Killing a bleeding enemy has a 10% chance to grant berserking. 5 seconds. Your damage is increased by times 25% of your damage bonus. We don't have any bleed on the build.
You don't need bleed for that multiplier. Bleed is just the first part, not the second part.
Ah, okay. So you don't actually need bleed. All right. I thought they needed to be bleeding to get the modifier.
No.
I did not know that.
But you also can do. I like to do Lunge and Strike Bleed. We're not going to have a problem keeping Berserking up because we're spamming leap and kick. So you just can put bleed into London Strike as well. There's no reason not to.
Trying to think, what other ones we want on here? I mean, do we want free overpowers? Do free overpowers work with this setup?
Leap can overpower it. It's not going to give it, but since we're not scaling leap, we're not. It's not. Well, actually, kick can overpower, and kick overpowers are huge.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if maybe kick might be a good one to like pull in there, but maybe we do ire so we get damage while berserking, because we're not gonna. I think we're gonna be limited on our damage while berserking from our equipment, because we're gonna be using our tempering for other things. Like we're gonna be using our tempering for the earthquake size. So ire might come in handy just to help us cap out blood rage.
Yeah.
That way we don't have to worry about capping it out with equipment. So let's grab, we just need the strength nodes. It doesn't really matter here. We're not going to make things bleed, so we don't need the damage reduction from bleeding. Let's get, probably go straight to this one. I mean, we could do Bone Breaker. So, like, if we did the like the overpower options, I don't think it would necessarily be a terrible choice just to grab like the free overpowers, so that we're constantly overpowering while we're leaping and jumping and everything.
Yeah, it's never a bad thing to just add in. I used to add it into my basic build at the end. I used to just add that board in and get that node.
All right, so we grab Warbringer. We're definitely grabbing Warbringer because we need the maximum fury.
That board is very important.
Yeah. What's the two? We got physical damage and resistance to elements. I was trying to see if there was a good one that had like DR and stuff on it too, but I don't know. Alright, which one? That's the Fury. Yeah, it's both directions. If that's, I hate this board because you end up covering the entire board. In fact, maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should kill this board. Hold on. I should just kill these, and I should probably do Warbringer first. I wasn't even thinking about that. Because Warbringer ends up being like your central board where you have everything. Because there's so much good stuff on this board. And it's so you can use it as your hub board where you basically just have everything connected to this hub board.
Yeah, boards that you travel all over are good for this part where you can just branch off.
Okay, so we got maximum fury, maximum fury. I'm actually excited to grab like the maximum life notes this time. I'm gonna grab this fortify generation too while we're sitting here. Alright, and then we'll grab the blood rage board on that side. Let's put the brawl node there. Grab the bone breaker board. Honestly, we might as well just do like all four sides with this because
We're gonna want Decimator. We're gonna want the Carnage board. We're gonna want the Blood Rage board.
Carnage board. Alright, so let's put the earthquake or the rumble. Yeah, the rumble over here. That's where we want to put it. Because I think that gives us like the best out of the rumble node. Can we unequip? Thank you. I think when it comes to like how many earthquakes we can spam with this crazy character. Oh yeah, we get damage while berserking here as well. I'll take that. So it's strength. It's basically every strength node that we can get. And we don't really need the willpower nodes, but we need all the strength nodes. That brings us up to 70 out of 45 strength. So for every 5 strength purchased within range of earthquakes, deal blank extra damage. That's a pretty hefty amount of additional earth. Oh no, wait, hold on.
There should be 75 there.
Yeah,
on that part.
75. Yeah, we got one more. I was trying to see how we could do this without like spending every single point, but I guess if we take this one and we go here and pull one, because that just pulls one.
Yeah,
and
you
then
don't
adds
need to
one
spam
back.
those armor nodes. Like you have extra nodes there. You don't need.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some. Well, that's damage reduction from close,
Okay.
and that's berserking damage. That's the only reason I took that. I gotta take that one because it attaches those. I guess if we do this one instead, we could drop the dex node. No, because then we just dropped a dex node for a lower dex node, so that's stupid. I mean, we can leave this dex node, leave this willpower out. Damage reduction from close is kind of insane, and that's also strength.
Kind of forced on that too because you're getting the max damage.
Yeah, it's a lot there. Let's see, which way do we go? We got damage from berserking over here as well. So we
I
kind
mean,
of
you could.
we kind of
If
want
you
to take.
really need a point, you can drop those close ones later. If you really need the points.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it really depends on how much we need and what we're doing. So like these berserking over here, the only reason that we'd even take these is if we need berserking to cap out the multiplier from, blood rage. But if we don't need these, we just drop these because we don't need the berserk damage if that's the case. So it's kind of we'll play around with the points here, figure out what we need exactly. What we got? Damage reduction while fortified and fortify generation. A lot of fortify on this board. Two-handed bludgeoning weapons. I mean, there's some nice little max life there that we could snag on the way to the bone breaker. Yeah, I feel like if we do it like this, when we go through the maximum life, I don't really know. Some of these boards are just set up to waste your points, aren't they?
Yep.
They're just there to waste your
I mean,
points.
the tricks you can do is you don't actually use that board on both glyph and bonebreaker. You just use it for bonebreaker and use a different board for the glyph. You don't have to do the whole travel.
Hmm.
It's like the last board you can add and just get the bonebreaker. Like when you have 10 points left or whatever it is. You don't
Yeah.
have enough.
Yeah. Just add one of the other boards just so you can get a free glyph socket. But I mean,
There's just little tricks to it.
I could just grab Bonebreaker here and just, whatever. Damage bleeding. Most of the stuff on this board is for bleeding, so we don't really need most of this stuff, to be honest. There's a
We
damage.
just want the legendary node, really.
I mean, there's a damage while berserking right here that's on the way to the node. I mean, that's like the only thing that you could potentially detour for. We don't really need, like, I don't know exactly how much of this we need, so it's going to be like an addendum kind of a thing where you could definitely play around with it.
Well, I think you need 300% total on your stat sheet to cap it, because it's 10% of your total, up to 30%. So if my math's correct, that's 300.
So we grab what, ire for the berserking damage?
Yeah. What board are you on? You're on Blood Rage. Blood Rage has 70. That is a good board for ire. That is a very good board for ire.
I mean, it really depends on what we want to do, but we could cap out the strength on this, or we could leave it at 40. I mean, that's definitely something we could play around with. Trying to think what other ones we want. I mean, territorial seems like a no-brainer for this build too, for damage from close and the damage reduction. But we go with the might, since leap is, it doesn't. It's not going to help out the kick, but it'll help out the leap. Is the two-handed weapon bonus?
I don't think since we're not maxing out leap and we're not
Mm.
scaling leap, I don't think that matters. I'd rather at that point, if we're just pulling on shreds, I'd rather just get like Undaunted in there, territorial.
I mean, that's what I'm looking at as I'm trying to see like what else I want to throw in the mix. I only got three chosen right now, so.
You can do dominate, you can do Undaunted, you can do territorial.
Yeah, I'm thinking territorial is a good play for the damage reduction and the damage from close. It's not a terrible additive bonus to have close damage. So that gives us a nice 10% damage reduction from close, and then we also get the close damage bonus. What are we missing here? So we've got Warbringer, we've got Bonebreaker, we've got Blood Rage, we've got Carnage. So the next one would be
Did you get Decimator?
Decimator. Yeah, we need Decimator. That's pretty much the last one.
Yeah, you're towards the end now.
Oh, okay. So we can easily go up from the Bonebreaker board because of the way that I have it set up, and we can grab Decimator from there, and then we'll have an easier time grabbing the glyph from the other direction. Which direction do we want to go? It's a nice little HP bonus right there. So we can snag this HP bonus while we're at it. A little 4% with a little 2%, a little extra 2%, a little 8% bonus. We only cost us a couple points to grab the 8% bonus. And then we just need to grab the glyph socket.
I don't think we have enough points to get both. I think this is a choice at this point.
I mean, it's actually, if I scrap a couple points here or there, I think we're good.
Well, you didn't make the connection on the bottom.
Nope. I made the, oh yeah, that's right. Why did I do that? Dash push would do. So I can sack these points. Hold on. Honestly, I was really only over here for the berserk damage anyway, so we can pretty much sack all of that with relative ease. It really depends on what we're trying to accomplish, and then I can just put them here instead. I mean, that's 225, and we're at the glyph socket, but we don't have enough to spend the points. Oh, it's not letting me choose the glyph socket. Let's just delete the board and we'll re-put it back in. All right, so what will we even put here anyway? Dominator. I'm not entirely convinced the Dominator is a really effective one. I mean, the way that they have it worded, it says after not overpowering for 30 seconds, your next attack will overpower. So it basically means that running it with, from what I understand of how it's stated, if we're running this with the Bone Break, which guarantees an overpower every 12 seconds, then that means the Dominator is doing nothing. Because it requires us to not overpower for 30 seconds, and Bonebreaker is guaranteeing an overpower every 12 seconds, which means Dominator does nothing except for give us additive overpower bonus.
Yeah, I think I don't know the details on it, but I think you can just let it like stack up, and when you go into a boss, that one would be there ready to go. Like say you waited 30 seconds to spawn Durio or whatever, that one's guaranteed to happen. I don't know if the other one is.
Bone Break doesn't just automatically count up when you're not in combat?
Yeah, I don't know if that one does.
I mean, it's still only one overpower at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, it's more like you're trying to snapshot like a boss overpower kind of thing.
I mean, would we just be better with exploit for the vulnerable damage at that point? Or
you might not even need another glyph socket.
I mean, I've got it. It's here. I mean, I got it. It's in the doujin. We got.
So let's look at.
I'm looking at all the glyphs right now, trying to see which one would be a decent one to add in. I mean, that's Dust Devils.
Crusher is an option.
I mean, we could do Fortify with Undaunted. I haven't done Undaunted. We get that way we get our damage reduction and our Undaunted attacks.
Disembowel is an option for more cooldown reduction. We just have to make sure our Legend Strike is causing the bleed, which it does. If we really want to focus on that cooldown reduction and push that.
Killing an enemy has a 10% chance. Could be interesting.
Heck, if we put a shout in the build, Marshall is very interesting because Marshall will give you 2 seconds off every cooldown. That's not a shout.
I'm just gonna leave Undaunted there for right now. And what is that? Will? That's willpower. Yuck. I feel like we'd put that somewhere else. I really would rather have like a strength one over here. I don't really know. It might be right. Maybe we just don't need this last socket. Maybe we just do without it and just move on.
Paragon boards are one of those things where I'll do something like we have here, and then as I play the build, I say I need more defense or I need more of this, and
Oh yeah,
I'll
definitely.
completely swap things around.
Definitely. Well, okay, Brawl needs to be increased, so we need that one. Paragon has a range gain 55% bonus to their physical damage and damage reduction modifiers. Hmm. Okay, let's pull this. I mean, like I said, we can play around with the berserking and see how much percentage we can get. One of the things I'm looking at here is that the glyph socket on Decimator is way better than the glyph socket on Carnage. Like, I'm looking at Carnage and I see Carnage's glyph socket, and the two bonuses for Carnage are berserking, or not Carnage, Blood Rage. The socket on Blood Rage sucks. Like, it's damage reduction from bleeding enemies and damage to bleeding enemies. And so if we're not really focusing on bleeding,
No, the only reason to use that socket is if you're gonna max out the strength, which it has 70 strength. That's the only reason.
yeah, well, I think we're better off going with the socket, so just swapping it so that we're using the socket on the Decimator board, because we've got damage reduction from vulnerable and we've got damage to vulnerable over here, which I think is just better overall than having the bleeding stuff, which, since we're not actually doing the bleeding stuff. Like, we're going to be using Lunging Strike occasionally, but it's not going to be our main attack, really. Like, we're going to be leaping, we're going to be kicking, we're going to be ground stomping, and then when we get an opportunity, we'll throw a Lunging Strike out or two, like, for movement purposes or whatever, like, or maybe to regenerate energy or fury. But, like, we're not really going to be using it as our main go-to attack, so I'm not really sure you can even guarantee that the monsters are all going to be bleeding. And it's not like we're going to be hitting everything with Lunging Strike, since it's a single target attack. So I feel like this is kind of like a bad play. We'll definitely go with the other one, because the monsters should be vulnerable 100% on an uptime with the way that we have this build set up. So we save a bunch of points by not going through the Carnage board, and we just grab that. We just grab the Blood Rage, because the Blood Rage is powerful for this build. And then then instead we grab the glyph socket on the decimator board, which helps out a ton. And then we can put the which one did we have over there on the carnage board? I can't even remember. It was I don't know, it was one of the ones that's good.
You're talking about the blood
Yeah,
rage board? Iron.
the glyph.
Iron.
We were iron. Yeah,
Ire.
we were using ire. Okay. And then we place ire over here. Ire's strength, so we grab both the strength nodes, because then we get the damage reduction from vulnerable and the vulnerable increase in damage as well. And then we just go ahead and snag all the vulnerable modifiers here too. Because why not? Everything should be vulnerable pretty much all the time, so that should be plenty of damage reduction in addition. And then that also gives us berserking, so then we can actually play with this, since we get 8% berserking per point, or per 5 points of strength. So if we need more strength here, we can just like stack up strength, or we can go the other way. I'm not exactly sure how much berserking we're going to need. And then we can pull back in some of this other berserking, like we've got the berserking over here that we can pull back in because we saved some points on that. And then there was another berserking, I think it was
Does that
over here.
board connection
This
count
one.
as you using points or no?
I don't know. I think I deleted it and re-added it the right way, but it's not letting me take it away. I'm currently at 224 though. I mean, I could add another one in here for strength and get some more berserking that way. I'm only using 4 glyph sockets though with this. I'm used to at least usually having 5.
That's because the way the build works, it's not really making use out of a lot of glyphs.
Hmm.
Because we don't really care about 2-hand scaling or 1-hand scaling.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're basing all of our damage off of Earthquake and Kick, which Kick doesn't use a weapon, Earthquake doesn't use a weapon.
All right. Let's go ahead and save this build. GGMs. What do we call this? Earthquake spam build. Wasn't there a God bless it. I'm gonna test my memory here. I gotta really test it.
Spartan Quake, dude.
Oh, thank you, ATSC, for the freaking Prime sub, man. I really appreciate it. I was thinking about, wasn't there an X-Man that literally, like, his entire thing was literally making earthquakes? And then also in Transformers, there was a guy who had like earthquake spam too. It was Rumble. So you could you could just like name him like the Rumble Spartan. Oh no, we don't got enough room. We gotta take away build. Earthquake spam Rumble Spartan. What was the X-Man's name that did like earthquake spam? I can't remember. X-Man earthquake spammer. His name was Avalanche. Okay.
Seismic waves.
Avalanche apparently likes to make earthquakes. Seismic waves. I like Rumble better. Rumble's hilarious. That was like all he did ever, by the way. Rumble was like the most useless Transformer ever. But like every time he came out, he's like, Rumble! And he would just like start smashing the ground, making earthquakes. Oh, ATSD gave a freaking gift sub too. Thank you, ATSD. And congratulations, Vord Reaper. For those of you guys who don't know, when you are subbed to the channel, you don't get any ads. So that's nice. No ads if you're subbed. Here's the build link for the Earthquake build if you guys want access to that. Earthquake Rumble spam build. Let's go. It's gonna be absolutely silly. It's silly. It's gonna be a very silly build. There's gonna be earthquakes everywhere. I should probably put in the notes needs earthquake duration tempering. And kick effect size increase. Those are like your two main mods. So you're probably doing like 1 kick effect size and 3 earthquake durations. I think you really only need like kick effect size on like maybe like a two-hander or a one-hander. You can probably even just do the one-hander. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to play around with it, but if it's not enough with a one-hander, you could throw it on a two-hander, and then you get 3 earthquake duration temperings. How it works, it's pretty much just a rotation. So rotation equals something along the lines of like leap to ground stomp.
Leap again.
Actually, no. You want to do you'd probably want to do kick first because you get 2 charges of kick.
Yeah.
So you would do kick, and then you would do leap again, and then you would go into a ground stomp because that would give kick a little bit of time to regenerate the charge that you just used. And then you do another leap, and then that would lead into the last kick, which hopefully by the time you do the last kick, you've got your ground stomp back up, and that should go into a nice rotation, which it should just repeat that over and over again. So it should be leap kick, leap ground stomp, leap kick, leap ground stomp, and you just rotate that repeatedly. And you might even have an additional leap in there somewhere. Like there might be 2 leaps back to back because you got that one that resets the cooldown of leap.
Yeah, because you want to kick with as much fury as possible when you can.
Yeah, so you got the aspect of the giant shrides, which is going to give you what? Reduce the cooldown of leap by 5 seconds per enemy hit up to a maximum of 9 seconds. And then the cooldown of leap is 17 seconds. So
But with cooldown reduction, and if you actually put points
yeah,
into it,
and if
you'll
we
get
actually
it
put
down.
points in it, yeah,
You can get it down to 9.
it'll be pretty crazy. The general idea here, though, is obviously we want as many earthquakes as we can going. So we're not. I don't think we're always going to be using leap or kick for the purposes of dealing out massive amounts of damage. I feel like we're going to be in situations where, at the beginning of the rotation, you're pretty much just building up earthquakes.
I agree.
And then once
kick
you
is only needed on like a champion, like a big guy.
and then once you've built up enough earthquakes, then you get your full fury, and then you spam your big giant kick, and then that murders everything. Use max fury kick to annihilate. There you go. There. Gameplay loop, gear and powers. Say update build. I think that's pretty much done. That's gonna be an absolutely ridiculous build. So you make me. Here's the funny thing, though. If we had 2 of these,
Yes.
and you just had 2 or 4 or whatever, like earthquake barbs, I think you get, because I think we tested this before. So like if you use an earthquake and I'm standing in it, I get the damage reduction. So I get the damage reduction from your earthquake, which makes me wonder if you had 2 spamming this, how high could you get your multiplier? You get 10% per, and I think maybe you actually do get it from your friends' earthquakes as well. So if you had like 4 barbarians all spamming earthquakes, you could probably have like a 1,000% multiplier for everything. Yeah, okay.
That'd be funny.
So stupid. It's so stupid. What's going on right now? We should do like I should do like a do I have a companion druid on my build list? Because it'd be nice if I could just like copy that and save me a little bit of effort. Companion. I do have a companion landslide on here. It's old. It's like one of my oldest builds. Okay, let's clone this build.
I think you played it season 1. That's what you were trying to do.
That's a season 1.
And it's
Cool.
just way better than season 1's version.
Oh yeah, way better than season 1. Too much work with the druid? Possibly. Maybe. Alright, so trying to see what the hell I did with this guy. I mean, looking at my skills, I got landslide, storm strike, cyclone armor, full companions. I'm using pack leader. I also have masochists, which not really sure. I think the only reason I was using masochists is because like nothing else really worked very well with the build. Like overload didn't help me out, and obsidian slam kind of sucks, to be honest with you. Like I don't. If it was every 20th hit, that would be okay, but it's every 20th kill, and it's only earth skills get the overpower. So I don't. It didn't really like work all that amazingly. Looks like I'm going with a two-hander. I don't really want Insatiable Fury, so I think we're gonna move away from that. Let's just throw Ethereal's Might in there because that's great. And we don't really need the Werebear skills, Earth skills, or Werebear skills either, so. I think we probably move more towards just human form casting. You don't even really need the basic skills either. I mean, you basically just spam your basic skill. You don't even really spam landslide for the most part. But with this new way they have it set up, you would have to spam landslide. I'm using Shepherd's aspect. That makes sense. Do I have the... I do have the Stampede aspect on there. Okay. So I think we move away from one-handed and we go to two-handed. Or sorry, two-handed. We'll move away from two-handed and go to one-handed, so we can grab the new ring. So we're gonna move the aspect of Aftershock. Yeah, we'll move the aspect of Aftershock to the weapon. That way we can put the new ring onto the Earthbreaker ring, which gives us the extra landslide, tectonic spikes, and then the extra damage and whatnot. So that way, whenever we're casting landslide, we're getting the tectonic spikes. We're using the shepherds to beef up the landslide, which should work really well. Let's change those to rubies. Honestly, I hate to say this, but like they made that dodge loop so good that I feel like it's pretty much the play for a lot of these characters. I feel like you're just looking at it from an aspect of like, I get free dojinks.
I don't think people realize how much tempering has changed this game. Because I'm having a conversation in the Discord.
Ridiculous.
And it's like, has it been buffed? Everything has been buffed in one way or another. The tempering and master.
Everything. What the hell do I use for my boot aspect? I'm trying to like... Oh yeah, that's right. Druid always has issues with unstoppable. Like I don't like using the earthen bulwark for unstoppable. I think it's one of the worst unstoppables in the game. Because the unstoppable effect disappears when the barrier disappears from earthen bulwark. So if you fight a particularly tough monster and you tap unstoppable to try and save yourself from the monster, literally as soon as the barrier disappears, like if you fight somebody that is capable of one-shotting the barrier, the unstoppable immediately disappears with the barrier. So it's like, it's terrible. I like using, I'll probably just grab the metamorphosis aspect so I actually have the free unstoppable every time I evade. that aspect's kind of overpowered.
For sure.
We don't. I don't think we really need the Wolf Storm's companion, do we? Like, I'm trying to think whether that's actually worth using on this build because it does give +5 to wolves, and we're doing full companions. So 5 to wolves is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to lean into the lightning scaling of this, or is it just for the 5 wolves?
I mean, I feel like that's
It is a
part of.
lot.
I feel like that's part of the issue is that although it does give +5 to wolves, it also turns them into lightning wolves, which might not be the best way to build like the Paragon board or anything. Like, I don't know if you really want to go into like the Thunderstruck and all the other stuff.
It might conflict with what you're doing. Yeah, it might be
Yeah.
against.
You do get damage reduction from them though, 7.3% damage reduction on the Storm's Companion. So
How
like,
much does a skill to wolf give? Like, is it a lot more damage? Is it what is it doing?
let me see. So let's pull points from it. So with 1 point, it's passive 14%, active 200. And then putting in 4 points brings it up to 80, so it's an 80% increase.
Wow.
And then I think you also get a, like it's because so if we run, let me pull these earth. Oh no, we want the earth. That's right. We want one there, we want 3 there because we are using earth skills. I don't need envenom though because we're not going with the poison route.
So that's 100% more damage on when you press the button. It's double damage.
Yeah, and then there's also the Paragon glyph. So let me take a look real quick. It's called wilds. So the passive portion of your companion skills deals times 80% increased damage. Okay, that's that actually is a lot. So the wolves will go from dealing only 20% passive damage to times 80% of that. And there's 3 of them instead of 2 because I'm running the one that gives an extra wolf. Did we go with the brutal wolves for the 25% increased attack speed? I'm not entirely sure their passive damage is going to be like that amazing.
Does that attack speed? So when you have them active, it's just leap. Okay.
I feel like it's just
strike.
a leap, yeah. Apparently they become unstoppable now when they leap, so they can't be locked down. They also have more HP now, so they don't die as easy, and they also respawn faster. So like the wolves will stay up pretty much constantly at this point, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, if you need the fortify one is good. If you have no other sources of fortify.
I think I want to reset this board too, because I don't really know what the hell I did with this board.
Otherwise, I'd just take the damage, the attack speed.
I mean, one thing I was also thinking is, I mean, I usually go with Storm Strike because it has the damage reduction. But Earth Spike, I don't know, might be better. Especially since you can double Earth Spike now through the tempering manual. So you can get the double Earth Spike application. And I'm also building Earth anyway, so yeah, you get so there's Earth Spike projectiles cast twice, there's landslide projectiles cast twice. Does that mean you can get 4? Holy crap.
Yeah, because the aspect.
So you get 4
Doubles.
plus the double, so it's two in the yeah, so you get 4. That's kind of crazy. So you get your initial one, then it casts twice, and then the aftershock causes them both to cast again. So you're gonna get 4 landslides. Man, that's gonna be murder for my ears.
Then you have that new ring.
Uh, yeah, that's gonna be crazy. Okay. Um, I'm trying to think whether we even want to use that for Earth Spike though. Like, is there anything else that we would use on our weapon beside that? So we're using taking a look at all the weapons. Chance for Earth Spikes projectiles that cross twice. Yeah, I can't like make up my mind. Is building like for instance the landslide, it's like a 17.5% chance for landslide projectiles to cast twice. I didn't get the feeling that they were stacking. So putting two of them together like didn't give you like an extra chance for twice, so you weren't like potentially making it thrice. So that wasn't working. But
I assume
maybe
the percentages
but
stack.
yeah, but maybe the percentages stack together. So if you get like a 17.5 and a 17.5, you get two. So that gives you a double chance, which is probably the best way to go about this. But then at the same time, and this is what I was thinking, is that although being able to cast landslide twice is nice, you get free landslide from the poison creeper. So maybe going with Earth Spike might be better because then you're attacking two times with Earth Spike projectiles every single time, which means more crits, which means more resets of Poison Creeper, which means more casting of Poison Creeper, which means more landslides. I don't really know. So I feel like maybe going with both might be a good play, where you do landslide and Earth Spike, or you do. I don't know. It seems like there's some play there where you could mess around with it and see what actually works the best. Also, you could triple up the master working on both of them to increase the percentages to a much better level. So it feels like you could do a nice little combo there back and forth with either one.
I wonder if they, you know how like the Hydras or the companions were spawning the frozen orbs, and then the frozen like they nerfed something there where it was the benefit or something can only cast from when you cast the frozen orb, not when the companions cast it. I wonder if it's the same thing. Like if Poison Creeper could it double the landslide as well, or is it only the casted landslide?
I mean, that's a good question. That's something we'll have to check. If the landslide double actually doubles the poison creeper's landslide as well, that's kind of crazy. Um, 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 um. Is there basically no reason for keeping Eternal Realm gear other than Uber Uniques, since new loot is basically going to be better in every slot? Yes. Honestly, at this point, with all the changes they've made, and basically the Eternal Realm gear being marked as Legacy, I mean, there may be a couple fringe pieces that could be considered better, like if they have like a massive amount of damage reduction on them or something from like the previous setups, but for the most part, it's all garbage. I hate to say it. And the characters too, they're all garbage unless you want to sit there and actually like rework all your characters and go find gear and set everything back up.
If you actually play Eternal Realm, you're probably going to want to salvage it and get your codex updated.
Yeah, but don't salvage anything until the patch, otherwise you're not
Right.
going to get the codex entries.
And you probably want to get yourself max ovals too, because then you can gamble for the new gear when the patch hits if you actually play Eternal.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I'm probably going to delete a large number of my Eternal Realm characters. I'm going to go hop on there, pull off less of my Uber Uniques and stuff like that, and
Put
just
them in the stash, and then
Yeah.
everything else just delete.
and just pretty much delete everything. But I'm not going to do
Yeah.
that until the patch hits because I want to get all the entries in the
Agreed.
codex. What do I got here that I still need to play around with? What am I using? Nature's Fury on this build?
We were in season 1, yeah.
I
I
don't
love
know.
Nature's Fury.
I don't know if Nature's Fury is best for a companion build. I feel like for the companion build, it kind of is lackluster.
Yeah, because you're not really
resetting anything. I mean, I mean, a push come to shove, if I wanted to, I could set it up so that Earth Spike is casting Storm Spike, and that's something that we really need to check too, because if Earth Spike is casting twice, if the second Earth Spike can potentially form a Storm Strike, then the better play is to just run Earth Spike and not run Storm Strike. So that way, Earth Spike, if you're doing like the Nature's Fury thing, you would go the other way and you would spam Storm Strike with Earth Spike. I don't think there's really any other option though for a companion build, is there? Wait, well, Bestial Rampage works, right? You can do Bestial Rampage. Isn't there there's an aspect, or yeah, there's an aspect that causes your minions to be under the effect of Bestial Rampage,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. We should look at that.
Let me take a look at that aspect and see how that works. No, that's not it. Where's the? Let me just pull it up this way. Aspects. Companion. Stampede, Wall Ridge, Night Howlers, Shepherds. Yeah, there it is. Aspect of the Wild Ridge. Your companions also gain the bonuses from the Bestial Rampage key passive when you do.
So again, both of them, right?
So you have to, yeah. So you have to get them to get it. That's part of the problem. So basically, what they're saying with this is that if you're not running the Bestial Rampage passive, they don't get it. So to get Bestial Rampage, you have to swap back and forth between the two forms, and I don't know if. I mean, I guess I could set up a way to swap back and forth between the two forms, but
Well, you'll be a bear if you use Vasili's Prayer on your helm.
well, I think a good way to beef up the minions, which we're doing minions, so a good way to beef up the minions is Blood Howl. But the problem with Blood Howl is it doesn't work on the minions unless you use the aspect. So we've got to squeeze in the Blood Howl aspect in here somewhere, which is the Night Howler aspect, which allows it to work on nearby companions. And by squeezing in that aspect, now we have basically something that we can go back and forth with. So we've got our Night Howl aspect, which is a werewolf, and then we could use Vasili's Prayer, which turns the Earth Spike into a werebear skill. So then we're going back and forth between werewolf and werebear. But I mean, at that point, then we have to switch over to.
I mean, it's probably worth it because that is a lot of damage for companions. If you're calling yourself a companion druid, that is a lot. 30% attack speed and 50% multiplier for 15 seconds.
Yeah, so then we've got to do that. So we use the two abilities together. Blood Howl has a cooldown of 15 seconds. How long does the buff last for? Does it say? It's only 2 seconds.
Which buff?
No, sorry. It's 15 seconds.
It's 15 for Bestial Rampage.
So after being a werewolf for 2 seconds, do you think Blood Howl will work for that, though? I don't think Blood Howl is going to work for that.
Is it going to keep you in the form long enough? Well, you don't change forms unless you press a button. So I think you'll stay in that werewolf form for 2 seconds. I forget what the default is. Like when you use a werewolf skill, I think you just don't change unless you use ability, right?
No, I don't think it will. I feel like it's not gonna keep you in the form long enough to actually work.
But then you'd have to use like claw or something.
Yeah, I mean if you went back and forth between like claw and earth spike or something. So you could just like alternate between the two.
I don't even know if you would use Earth Spike. You would just use Claw over Earth Spike, right? And then Landslide will be your bear.
Yeah, I mean at that point, yeah, you can just nix Earth Spike, go with Claw, and we'll go with the double attack so that we get the like extra chances for crits, so that we get the and then then Landslide acts as our bear if we're wearing Vasili's Prayer. So that should do it. But now we need to work in the aspect into the gear slots. We're kind of like overspent on aspects, unfortunately. So I guess we have to pull the Night Howler's aspect for.
That's the story of Druid, man.
God, it's freaking terrible. So what do we want on the amulet slot? Probably the shepherds. So let's change the shepherds to the amulet slot. That gives us more damage output for our core and wrath skills, and then we move the bestial rampage. What is it called? It's called wild rage. We move the wild rage there. I mean, we're getting the bonus too, and the bonus is applying to our earth skills, right?
Yes.
Because our earth skills, our earth skills are now werebear skills, and so now bestial rampage is applying to the werebear skills, and then a wild rage is making it so that bestial rage also applies to the companions. So that should work out really nicely. And then honestly, you know what? Let's set up for dodging. Assimilation aspects. And then we also use some crowded sage aspects. I don't know. Actually, we don't have enough damage reduction on this build, I don't feel like. I feel like we're lacking on DR for some reason. We've got yeah. There's just like no DR on this build whatsoever, unfortunately. I mean, we could stack HP, we could try something. There's some ways we could potentially add DR, but we might be stuck with maybe aspect of might, or I mean, we're going to be spamming claw a lot.
I mean, you can get rid of the dodge and you could go might. You go cyclone armor too if you wanted. Cyclone and might. There's different ways to approach it because you're getting rid of the blood howl, so you can go back to cyclone if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's put might in here because I feel like we're going to need aspects of might. Let's go ahead and pull blood howl. I like having blood howl though. It's nice to have a heal. It is nice to have a heal.
Well, you can have the heal for misogynistic or whatever it is, or masochistic. Is that the one?
So we go
Masochistic.
or
There's also a heal in the skill tree.
I mean, if we're still using, I'm still using crowded sage, so we still have that. I just took away the assimilation, which is the fortify. I don't think we need the fortify anyway, even though we're losing 8% dodge there. But I feel like we're still pretty good. I think cyclone armor might be a good play. Cyclone armor gives was it 20% damage reduction?
It's 10% physical.
It's 30. So it gives the non-physical damage reduction, and then it also gives the 30% damage reduction for 2 seconds every 10 seconds.
Yeah, and the aspect gives you another 10 physical if you wanted.
We ain't got no room for other aspects.
just throw them all.
We don't have any room for other aspects. We're out of room. We got no room. The new Wildheart boots look like they might be really nice for this build too. They do have damage reduction on them as well, but we were using the Metamorphosis to get access to the Unstoppable, so I'm not really sure. But that does look like it would add a pretty decent amount of damage to the build, because we are swapping back and forth between Werewolf or Werebear, and we would be gaining Wild Heart for 5 seconds. And then we gain stacks up to 20 times, so we would get a really big damage bonus there for that.
Yep.
That's actually really nice. It really depends on whether we can pull off unstoppable. Say, I'm not really even sure that we don't really have an unstoppable right now, which is unfortunate.
Back to Bulwark we go.
Back to Bulwark. I mean, there's no. It's like there's no choice pretty much for this character. You pretty much either use Bulwark or you pull in Metamorphosis. Like they're like your only choices. And honestly, like I said, Bulwark doesn't really work as good um as Metamorphosis does. But I mean, yeah, let's like the Wild Rage is too good of a damage bump for how we have this character set up to not at least try it out and play with it. And if it turns out that we can't survive or like we have to have Metamorphosis, we can always throw it in, but we're using 3 uniques in the setup: Earthbreaker, Vasily's Prayer, and Wildheart. And I mean, we've got some pretty sick damage output as far as minions in the works. Oh, yeah, we didn't. I got a whole bunch of points spent up here into the switching back and forth between Storm and I can take those out. We don't need those anymore, really. Technically. Like, they give a little bit of damage if you're not swapping back and forth. But since we're swapping back and forth between Werebear and Werewolf, I feel like we'd be better off with, like, the quick shift stuff. Which is... Where is it? So we get damage reduction. Maybe that's how we get our damage reduction. When shapeshifting into an animal form, Werebear grants you 6% damage reduction, and Werewolf grants you 6% movement speed. So we bring that up to both bonuses are doubled while both are active. So we get 12% damage reduction right there. That's how we get a little bit of our damage reduction, which is definitely going to help out because we're missing like all of our damage reduction. And then we also get our damage bonus. So when shapeshifting skill transforms you into a different form, deal times 3% increased damage. When shapeshifting transfers into animal form, you deal increased damage for 3 seconds up to 18 seconds. So that gives us a damage bonus there. I mean, we can also grab fortification through that as well. So we can grab the natural fortitude, which gives us fortification every single time we shapeshift back and forth. I mean, between the damage reduction and the fortification, I mean, that should be a pretty hefty survival method there. We're kind of overkill on fortification. Oh yeah, that's right. I have 3 points in clarity. After casting a companion skill, your next core skill or raid skill does a critical strike chance are increased by 15% up to 45%. Holy Jesus, I forgot about that. A 45% critical strike chance increase every single time we use a companion skill. Dude, pack leader resets every single time.
Yeah.
That's gonna guarantee pack leader resets like every single time you use it. I mean, a 45% crit chance for an ability that hits multiple times. Landslide literally hits multiple times. Slow.
And it has guaranteed crits depending which version you
Yeah,
take.
so it's pretty much just going to guarantee that the majority of the time that the companions are up all of the time. And you know, if that's the case, you know, let's grab 3 in Iron Fur as well. So we can so when we swap back and forth between bear and wolf forms, we get our damage reduction there. Honestly, we could we could pull one from Natural Fortitude, so we can cap that. That'll give us another 9% damage reduction, combined with the 6% damage reduction on Heightened Senses. which is doubled to 12%. So we get 12% DR and 9% DR there. That should be enough. Combined with the might aspect, we might even be able to drop the might aspect, honestly. Like between all the DR that we're getting from random sources throughout the skill tree. We probably want to grab... Because wouldn't wild impulses increase our landslide dramatically that comes from the poison creeper? Because wild impulses gives us that 9% or 15% increased multiplier on landslide. So we probably want to grab that too, if possible. I don't think we really need natural fortitude, but because we have the ferocious wolves are granting us 40% chance to fortify 8% maximum life whenever they're used. We're also getting the 18% fortify that comes from earthen bulwark. And
Are you using safeguard?
yeah, I got 1 point in safeguard as well, so we got the 2% coming from that. I mean, I feel like between all of that, we're already set up to get the majority of what we need. So if we could probably pull some points so we can grab wild impulses. I'm just trying to figure out
For more
what
damage.
I want to yank. I don't want to yank the damage reduction. We don't want to take Stone Guard either. That's a really good one. I mean, we could pull 2 point. We could just take. I think we could take natural fortification out completely with the way we have this set up. But that still only gives us 1 point in wild impulses. It'd be nice if we had 2 points in wild impulses, or 3. I feel like clarity is almost not necessary, but it also gives damage, not just critical strike chance. Never mind. It's totally necessary. All right, ATSD. We'll see you later, man. Thanks for the subs. I really appreciate it. What's up, Baraka Play? I feel like Ravens is the one that we could potentially pull a little bit of points from. I don't feel like Ravens is really the best of the 3. So if we pull 2 points from Ravens, it's not really that bad. We can put 2 points in wild impulses, and so now we have maxed out wild impulses for landslide, so that the poison creeper's doing full damage, and we're still at 3 ravens, three skills in the ravens, and we still have the brutal ravens, which gives us the extra raven, which I think also increased our shepherd damage. So that should be pretty powerful. I'm gonna here.
How high can you get the wolves?
Let's see here. Companion / landslide. Okay. Save. I'm gonna paste this if you want to take a look at it. How high can I get the wolves? What do you mean?
Well, yeah, you can get plus the skills from tempering now, right? They're gonna change the way that works.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know. I thought you can get cooldown reduction, which you don't need. Cooldown reduction is pointless because if you're using pack leader, you're pretty much set anyway. You can get companion finesse, which is going to give you a huge companion bonus. If we're running all the companions, I mean, I feel like companion bonus is probably the best, but there's also a possibility that poison creeper damage might be applying to the landslides, so maybe running poison creeper, which is a higher percentage. I don't know. I think overall, though, not companion damage is going to give you the highest output. But then there's Wolves attack speed, Ravens attack speed, and Poison Creeper duration. Poison Creeper duration is really nice if you're going to use poison damage. But I didn't really think I was going to set up specifically for poison damage on this build, because this is more earth / companion damage, not specifically poison damage. I mean, Wolves' attack speed sounds interesting, but their base passive damage isn't the greatest. Raven's Eyes sounds really interesting, making the Ravens hit more targets, because Ravens are actually pretty powerful in how they put out damage. But maybe none of these are all that useful. I don't know. Wolves' attack speed, possibly. They'll generate more Fortify. I don't know. Hmm. Oh, Clarity. Well, there it is, right there. Look, you can get 2 points into Clarity. That's the way you go. That's it. That's it without a shadow of a doubt. So you can put 2 Clarity on your amulet, and you can put 2 Clarity on your rings. Now, granted, we're utilizing one of our ring slots for the unique, but basically we've got a setup here where we can have 2 and 2, which is +4 to Clarity, and Clarity gives, what is it, 15% per? No, 5. Yeah, 5% damage. Or wait. Yeah, it's just 5%, but it goes up to 45%. So after casting a companion skill, your next core skill, raid skill, a critical strike chance are increased by 15% up to 45%. So you're basically, you would hit all 3 companion skills, which would give you 45%. And then, so that means that you would have to, no, because putting more points into it would just give you 5% more per point. So you're still going to get the ×3, but you're going to get 5% more per point, because you're going to cast all of your companion skills before you tap your landslide, which means your landslide's going to hit like freaking crazy. So if you get 2 and 2, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. So that's going to bring it up to 20, 30, 35% is what it's going to be per companion. What the hell is that when you multiply it out? So 35 times 3. That's going to be a 105 times multiplier if you use all 3 companions before you tap your landslide. So you go Wolves, Poison Creeper, Ravens, landslide, and your landslide's going to hit ridiculously hard. I don't know exactly how hard this landslide's going to hit, but it's going to be a lot. Especially if you tag up your Bestial Rampage first, which is going to give you your 50 times multiplier for 15 seconds. You're also going to get a bunch of other random multipliers in there as well. And by the time you're done, your landslide's going to be hitting really freaking hard. So most likely Clarity on both. We could just put like +2 Clarity amulet / rings. That's going to be kind of powerful. Cast all 3 companions. Oh, what's up, AJ? $10. Thank you, sir. Is it weird that I put GGM D2 video playlist on my phone as I fall asleep? I think I might have a problem. Maybe I'm hoping for some form of osmosis of rune drop luck. Oh man, I have to start singing. I have to start singing random AJ night songs. Rockabye AJ. Sorry. Rockabye AJ in the tree top. When the AJ spells his names out, everybody will stop. I'll see then. Actually, the rotation would be claw until buff to landslide until buff to cast all 3 companions, then landslide. So it would literally be like a spamming ridiculousness once you get your rotation in order. Recast companions whenever they reset to landslides, and it'd just be like a constant rotation of that, like over and over and over again. Soft Kitty? I can't sing that. That's copyrighted. I'll get sued. I don't know. I think I still need to do the Paragon board, but this one's looking pretty good. Why is it?
Paragon board's the worst part of doing these.
Hmm?
The Paragon board is the worst part of doing these because you can spend hours just looking at the thing sometimes.
I agree. I agree. Do I have 2 in my frickin'... I went to go save it, and then it said that I didn't have it saved, and now I have 2 in here. That's great. Okay. I'm not gonna even chance deleting it, because if I delete it, it might actually delete both of them. I've seen stupid bugs like that. I guess I'll just leave 2 of them in there. So we're definitely doing. Are we? Am I leaning more toward the Earth, or are we leaning more toward the companions? I'm not really sure.
Companions. I think companions.
Because
I
I feel like the companions are going to be. I mean, they're tied together so integrally, though. Like I feel like they're really tied together very well.
the problem, it's not really a problem because the companions can substitute it. But if I was doing like a max out landslide max damage, I'd probably be able to overpower with it and go crazy with that because you'll be a bear and you'll have tons of overpower. I don't know how many glyphs you have to sacrifice and how many boards.
Well, I feel like we definitely still go with wilds at least. I mean, there's only really one companion glyph, and it's the wilds glyph. So we just grab the wilds glyph. We grab that 80% passive bonus. I don't really see any reason not to grab that, especially when we're going to have all 3 companions plus the bonus companion from the aspect, and like they're just going to be constantly attacking everything. And now they do way more damage too because they're, they got like the friggin' 100% inherit buff. So I don't know. I guess it just makes sense to grab them. Why not? I need another intelligence node. Boop. Ancestral guidance, obviously that's going to be really powerful. Earth and devastation.
Those 2 are basically necessary.
Just looking at all of them. I must have been working on a thorn. I've been working on a thorns necro build, and I'm confused with the thorns army utility on tempering.
You want survival instincts.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused over that too. He's talking about, so if you look at the tempering manual, there's some tempering manual things that give your thorns an inherit of your thorns ability, which is weird because your minions should be inheriting 100% of your thorns as it is right now, but they have bonuses to make them inherit like 10 or 15% of your thorns or whatever.
I wonder if it's just increasing it more.
Yeah,
like
that's what
115%.
That's what I was wondering too, Nick, is I was wondering whether or not it was just adding on to the 100%. So instead of it being 100%, now they're inheriting like 115% or something, which I don't even know if that's even a thing. But since the tempering manuals came into existence after the buff to change them to 100% inheriting stats, I got to assume that that's the case, unless they lied to us. All right, so we probably also grab heightened malice too. Oh my god, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break while I think about it. Put my brain meats to work. All right. Time to put him to sleep on the TV. What? Who's putting what? Who in sleep and where we got what? All right. Let's get this finished. I want as many viable builds ready for you guys as I can get. Let's get them all. Let's get them all set up and ready to go. All right, so Earthland Devastation, definitely. And what we got? Critical strike damage with Earth skills. Earth skill damage. Let's go ahead and grab this. I mean, we've got a lot of options here. %15 lucky hit chance. And we get critical strike damage. What is our damage versus crowd controlled bonus is our multiplier. So Earth and Sky gives us that's damage to crowd controlled or vulnerable enemies. Just kind of going through all these to see if there's any that are really interesting. I mean, honestly, we should be fortified all the time, so Undaunted might be a really good play here too. That way we can maybe drop the Might. Not entirely sure if we're going to be able to drop Might, but we might be able to drop the Might. Nah, we most likely want the Earth crit skills. Let's grab both the intelligence nodes. Grab that intelligence node. And grab these two here. And then we're going to sneak around here, grab Earth and Devastation. A lot of these are kind of terrible, but this one's okay down here with the 10% Earth skill damage. I feel like maybe we'll just go this way. And we're going to grab Ancestral Guidance. That's a really good one for this one. We don't need that Intelligence because we grabbed one of these on the way over here. We can grab these resistances if we need to as well. So like, if we need to grab some extra resistances, we've got resists there. That's a pretty hefty amount of resistances. That's, what is that, 4.5, 5, 6, 7. So 7.5, 8, 9, 10, 10.5% resistances to all. That's a pretty hefty amount that we can grab if need be. What is Masterworking? Masterworking is the new upgrade system, Ryan. It's basically a system that involves multiple stages of upgrading an item. There's basically 3 different stages, and there's 4 levels inside each stage for a total of 12 levels. And when you upgrade to the 4th stage of each, when you get to each completion of each stage, you get a 25% upgrade to one of the affixes on the item. It's the new system that they're utilizing to upgrade items. The old upgrade system is gone. All right, Nightcrawler. See you. Have a good night, man. All right. So we got core skill damage. A lot of core skill damage here. more resistances here. Plus 13 to wolves. I don't think that's quite how it works, but you could put those on and you can get 5, and then you could get a 25% bonus 3 times. So if you roll that, I'm pretty sure it would just be a 5 plus 75%, which would bring that up to 8.75. It probably wouldn't roll upwards, so it would be like plus 8. We're going to be shapeshifting a lot, so that actually might be pretty nice, the poise. And then we also get the core damage and the resistances here. And we can go upward. Actually, we do need to grab this, but man, that's going to be a pain in the butt. You know, it might be better if we did this. Hold on. Let's kill this. Let's grab,
Enter these trees you're going through look a whole lot like a Path of Exile design.
what, for running around the board?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like this one better than Path of Exiles. I think adding the skills in centers the build. It's like having a guiding beacon instead of like the entire character being based on the board. You're only like basing like half of the character on the board. I think it
Yeah.
helps. I think it helps tremendously in centering how you want to build your character, and then from there you have a much better idea of what you want to do with your Paragon board, and it's less chaotic.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get an idea of how to make my character just plain not suck.
Oh, what character are you trying to build?
Well, I mean, a barbarian if I'm gonna play. I have no. I told you earlier I have no idea when I'm gonna be able to play, but
Oh.
when I do decide to pick up the game, I definitely want to go all in.
Sounds like Earthquake Barbarian. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Maybe not Earthquake Barbarian. The Earthquake Barbarian's going to be kind of like an advanced build, so I'm not sure.
I mean, I haven't even man, I haven't even looked at how the loot system works. that's how that's how that's how fresh I am. I haven't even seen how the itemization works or anything like
No.
that.
Well, you should probably go. I think to play ladder with us. I think you need to do the campaign.
Okay.
You might want to go do the campaign real quick, because I don't think you get access to ladder or seasonal content until you do the campaign through at least once. So
Oh, wow.
you're not gonna be able to start with us unless you go blow through the campaign.
Okay. Well,
D4 campaign completion time. I mean, I don't. 35 hours to complete the campaign. That's like a rush, is it? Like you go faster than that.
uh-huh.
Yeah, some people are saying about 25 hours. This guy said he completed the whole campaign in 10 hours. Okay, well that's I guess if you know what you're doing. So this guy says 12 to 16 hours. But I guess if you skip by most of the stuff, it's not that long.
So the best drops at the bosses, or can stuff just spawn anywhere?
You can get drops anywhere, but some of the bosses are used for target farming. They do have specific drops.
Okay.
Okay, so what it says is short answer, no. You can't start season if you haven't done the campaign. Long answer, yes. So basically what happens is if you make a seasonal character and you haven't completed the campaign, it will force you to complete the campaign first before you are allowed to participate in seasonal activities. I'm not even sure if we can help you. I don't know. I don't know like the details of it, but you'll be a seasonal character, and then as soon as you complete the campaign, like you'll be a seasonal character.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Da, 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 da. Earthquake is physical damage, so that should work. We just need to grab our Doojanks. Okay, there we go. Burp, burp, burp. Let's go down this way. Actually, I wanted to go up for a strategic reason. That's right, I totally forgot. I wanted to go up to grab something specific up here. I wanted to put the ancestral guidance board here so that we could cheese. That's right, I wanted to cheese. So this board is ridiculous. It's got like stuff all over the place. So instead of doing like the whole 9 yards of messing with all this crap, what I was thinking of doing is grabbing ancestral guidance this way. And then I'm gonna go this way. Damage to crowd control. I think damage to crowd control is our main modifier, right? Increase, yeah, 20% times versus damage crowd control bonus. Okay, so we need this one as we're going up, and we're going to grab all the crowd control damage here. And that takes us to the next board, which we're going to grab heightened malice, which is going to give us our beautiful Doojank here. How do we set this up? Let's see. Because we need to come through here to grab the node. So probably spin that a little bit. Maybe like this, and then ride straight to it. And then up to the glyph sockets. We might even just like skip that glyph socket entirely. I don't know. Earth and Sky seems like a good play too with the damage to vulnerable and crowd controlled enemies. We should have plenty of vulnerable on this build too. So yeah, willpower. Alright, that gives us 40. Alright, we do want 10% damage to poison enemies, so that's pretty good too. What are we running? We got 4 glyph sockets right now. That's pretty good. Everything's activated. Everything is activated. Okay. Activated. We also got ancestral guidance. So we're running Earthen Devastation. We've got survival instincts, which gives us the, while in werebeam form, we get some really nice damage bonuses between you and the enemy. This one is just what? Damage to poison enemies and damage reduction from poison enemies. I mean, at this point, what are we looking at for boards? We've got Constricting Tendrils, which is the bind and the extra poison, which we don't really need. Inner Beast is a spirit cost reduced by 10%. I mean, it would let us spam more Landslide, but overall, we're not really going to be too worried about spirit costs. I mean, I can't say I would hate having access to Inner Beast. Thunderstruck is useless. Lust for Carnage might be nice for the extra spirit restoration. Man, we got like tons of points left too. Let me see what's in the nature magic board real quick. Alright, so what do we got here? Maximum life and nature magic skill damage. I mean, Landslide does count as nature magic. So there is that. Let's go ahead and update this real quick. What am I starting as? Man, I have theory crafted so many characters at this point. Pog Squirrel. I don't even know what to tell you. I got like 1,000 theory crafts. I'm gonna have to make a post here in a little bit. I'm going over like all my theory crafts for everybody for launch day, so that people can have some fun playing around with this stuff. But like, I got so many theory crafts, it's ridiculous. What if we play some games here? I don't know if we've got enough points for this, but we could play some games with the sockets. So like, what if we went, grabbed this. All right, I don't know exactly how many glyphs we can actually activate, but or do we go for glyphs or do we go for ultimate or the like the Paragon nodes? Like I feel like the the cost reduction and the werewolf node are almost like decently worth grabbing. Like let's see here. Let's kill this for a second. So what if we did this? So let's pull up the Inner Beast. How is, oh, where's Inner Beast? It's kind of like, it's kind of in there, isn't it? Okay, so not this one. What about the Lust for Carnage? That one's kind of like in the center too. And Constricting Tendrils is like dead center. So we're kind of stuck on that. I think we're doing the glyph sockets then. All right. So let's do Dominate. I think Dominate would actually be pretty useful here. And then we pop up Inner Beast. What do we need for this? Intelligence. Okay. So grab this. Pink, pink. How many intelligence do we got? One more intelligence node. We got 2 16s. We still got 9 points. That is way more than the number of points that I wanted to spend for that. Let's try that again. Lush for Carnage. Probably can't reach that without some significant problems too. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. We need 12 points to reach that. That's werewolf skill damage too, so that's not even really what we want. Now that's doable. Get some exploit in there, I guess. And then that's what, dexterity. So we come down here. We're probably going to have to skimp on a couple points here and there, but should work okay. What am I going to be starting as? I think I'm still leaning toward the Fireball Sorceress, but there's so many fun builds. I really don't know. Like there's so many fun builds. So many fun builds. Alright, let's make sure we get this activated. Alright. And then now we gotta scrape points from some of the other doojanks to give ourselves shape-shifting damage. Honestly, we don't really need the shape-shifting damage. Like, I'm not too worried about that. So we can pull some of that from there. That brings us down to 235. This is willpower. Oh yeah, we added their extra resistances back here. That's right. So we could pull the oh no, we can't pull the resistances because we went upward here. Yeah, so that's done. This is intelligence. Yeah, it's intelligence. We can't pull that one either. Damage reduction more fortified. We can yank these. We can yank a couple of these actually. We can pull that one too. Brings us down to 231. We don't really need damage while in bear form. I mean, it's nice, but I think we can do without the damage on bear form. It's just an additive bonus. That's not too important. This is dexterity, not intelligence. What's up? What's up? What's up? Why are you coughing at me? It's the best, most accurate build planner. I want to see realistic numbers since Maxwell's masterworky numbers are apparently wrong. I don't think you're gonna see real numbers at all. Like, I don't, I don't think that's a possibility. There's too much hidden stuff. I don't even think Maxroll or anybody knows what the actual calculations are because they're so stupid. I mean, I don't. I think the claim of knowing what's going on is the problem because I don't think anybody really knows everything that's going on in the background for the math. And then they keep changing everything. So even if you did somehow figure it out, you know, congratulations, you figured it out for like one patch and then they changed it and break it and it doesn't do what you thought it did anymore, which that's just really all I can say. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of Maxroll personally, but I can't really dog them for getting it wrong when I don't even think the Blizzard devs know exactly how the math works. I feel like the Blizzard devs are also like, they watch the streamers and they're like, wow, so wow, I didn't know that there was an interaction between that. Like, and then they start fixing things based on how the streamers like set up stuff, which is hilarious. Icy Veins is not bad. I like Diablo 4.live. I trust Proner. He's been doing a lot of work in the background trying to get everything up to date. He seems like he's more on top of things than most of the other websites are in terms of trying to get everything set up. I was talking to him about the tempering manuals too. He's going to get a thing set up where we can add the tempering manuals to this screen where you can choose like what kind of tempering options you're going to want on like your weapons and stuff. He's still working on a way to add this in to make it look nice and neat, obviously, but there's going to be like a tempering tab or something like that in here, and it's not going to be a matter of time because honestly the tempering is such a big part of your build now. It's kind of hard to leave it out. And there's so many freaking tempering manuals though, and I feel like we haven't seen the last of like I feel like we're not watching like a supervillain movie. Like you haven't seen the last of me, Batman. I don't think we've seen the last of the tempering manual changes. They're probably gonna be messing around with these tempering manuals for a while. Oh, what's up, Blake? Thanks for the sub, man. Okay, so how many builds have we done so far? We just finished the companion landslide build. So let's see here. I need to see if I can delete the one that's not correct. This is the one that's not correct? Let me see. Let's see, Paragon board. Okay, yeah, so the Paragon board is not set up on this one, so let's delete this one. And then let's go back here. Hopefully it didn't delete both of them. And then this one should be the one that's been set up properly, right? Paragon board. Oh, where's my Paragon board? No. No, I just spent all that time setting up the Paragon board. You better come back. I'm gonna fight somebody. We're gonna close that. I'll reload that. There we go. Okay, there's my Paragon board. All right, nice. So let's take a look at all my builds real quick. So I've got so far this season, this season, we have the basic Firebolt, Firewall, Meteor build. We've got the Summon Bone Spear build. We've got the Summon Thorns build, the Maul Thorns Druid, the Earthquake Spam Rumble Spartan. We've got the Companion Landslide Druid. That's going to be pretty sick as well. Honestly, all these are going to be kind of nasty. I don't know if I like really completed this one, but I mean, there's a couple ways that you could potentially run this build. I feel like this is the one that I was sort of playing around with a little bit with the idea of throwing more companions in. Like maybe pulling the wolves in too, I think might be an interesting idea for this build. Because if you're running thorns, they're going to get your thorns, and so like having the wolves in the mix, I don't think it would necessarily be a bad thing. So let's do that. Let's pull the wolves in, and I just want to update this to add in just like the wolves for maybe some like fortification or something like that. I don't know. We can take a couple points from these and grab the wolfies. We don't really need maxed out freaking debilitating roar and blood howl anyway. The wolfies. That way they can apply thorns, which is basically what I'm thinking. So we're not really using them for damage output. We're just using them as a thorns option so that the thorns is coming from them, which is kind of nice. I think that's really the only change we need to make. Yeah. Yeah. Get our point back in debilitating roar. I don't really see any reason. I mean, we could play around with various things, but this build is a basic build, so having access to the defensive skills is certainly pretty nice. Let's just update that. That way we get our wolvies in the Maul's Thorn Druid build. I don't know why I have Juggernaut aspect in here. I feel like we can do without Juggernaut aspect. So let's grab. I feel like the assimilation aspects or the crowded sage aspect is going to be pretty powerful this season. So let's do the crowded sage aspect, and we'll run dodge chance on equipment and stuff like that. Do 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 do. I feel like my Chrome is freaking crashing on me. It's getting laggy. All right, what other builds do we want to create? I still got time. We can make something else. We can maybe try and build that Shadow Necromancer. Or God, there's so many like various ways that you could potentially do things. I wonder, I mean, you know what, let me take a look at the builds that are currently up there right now. Just for fun. Let's see what builds we've got in the community set up. We got CNA, Firebolt, Firewall, Meteor. Hey, look, somebody's got the same thinking that I got thinking. Same thinking I got thinking. Summon Bone Spear. Summon Thorn. There's my Maul. There's my Thorns. My Bone Spear. There's my Firewall, Firebolts. Oh, somebody's got a Blood Surge build in here. Yeah, season only. So all the non-seasoned ones are out. Look at Razorplate and Wild Heart's getting used a lot this season. Starfall Coronet, Flame Weavers, Ring of Mendel, Earthbreaker. Yeah. Razorplate, Thorn builds seem to be, a lot of people are looking at that Thorns build this season. Hardened Bones is getting a lot of use too because they modified it to work for you and your minions. So if you're doing a minion run, that one is actually going to be really good for Necromancers because it's a 25% damage reduction flat. So if you're running Necromancer, you're probably going to be running Hardened Bones. It's just like a no-brainer. Occult Dominion is going to be really powerful this season too because they combine together the mages and the warriors together into one. So now you get two to both your mages and your warriors when you run it. So that one's pretty nice. There's a lot of really nice aspects this season. Wow, Ray Skeleton is in the top 10 skills this season. Look at that. Poison Creeper, Meteor, Inferno. Interesting. I'm trying to think if one of my older builds could be augmented. My old Frenzy builds could probably be augmented for the new setup. Like definitely. But honestly, I mean, it's this new Earthquake build is pretty crazy too. It's kind of the same, but it's not the same. Like it's I almost feel like I should update this for the new season. Seems like a good idea. Let's clone this build and let's update it real quick for the new season. So let me make sure I got all my skills right before we go forward. And this one should be pretty quick because I've already got this set up and I already know how this one runs anyway. So it's pretty much just a matter of making sure we got it all set up correctly. Let's take that out, put it in here. I don't really like this one. I ended up taking No Mercy away because that's not really a very good one. We want to beef that one up. Yeah, one there. Got three there, three there. Yep, yep, yep. So using Berserkies. Watch your one. Everything looks good. We're set up correctly as far as most of this stuff goes. The only exception I might make is let's go ahead and grab I think maybe grab 2 in here so we have better regeneration of our fury so we can kick more often and dish out more damage that way. But other than that, it looks like this is pretty solid. Gear and skills. This is going to be similar to the way we have the Earthquake build, except it's actually going to be set up for like dishing out basic skill damage. So instead of specifically being Earthquake, it's going to be basic skill. I don't really, I've kind of fallen out of love with the Battle Trance Amulet. Like, I don't really think it's really all that great of an amulet. Like, it's got Max Fury and it's got Frenzy on it, but the effect is to give you damage bonus for other skills, not the actual, like, Frenzy skill. So it's set up to not help itself as much as it helps other skills, and I think you're probably better off with something else, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. I feel like you'd be better off with an amulet with a really nice aspect as opposed to Battle Trance, or maybe even something like Melted Heart of Selig, which would give you the 60 resource, because the 60 resource with Ramalodnes is going to be a pretty nice aspect. Or you could just simply go with like a rare one with an aspect on it instead, which might actually be better. Let me see which one I would actually want to throw on there. Probably the Earthquake Stomp to give it a, no, it's because it's already doubled on the two-hander, so that's fine. And then we've got the aspect of Bulkathos, that's right. And, we don't want exploiters, that's old. That's old news. We don't want old news. Probably Pain Quarters, so we can get the nice little damage bump. Harlequin Crest has got to come out of here too, because we ain't got that just handy laying around. Honestly, we do need Aspect of Might. I got Aspect of Might hiding anywhere? No, we don't have the Aspect of Might hiding anywhere. We could go with the Assimilation instead. Yeah, let's go with the Assimilation instead. So let's go with Crowded Sage, and we'll go with the Assimilation, which gives us the Fortify that way. I think that's probably a better way to set it up anyway. And then from here, we're not going to have Melted Heart. That's something that we're not going to have just laying around. We've got the Brawler's aspect for the kick and charge, which is really nice. Direct damage that causes bleeding, which gives us the bleed that we want. I'm trying to think what we want here. Do I have Edge Masters on? I don't have Edge Masters on anything. That should be on a two-hander for the extra damage output. We've got the rapid aspect for the attack speed increase. We got Earthquake. We got Perpetual Stomping, which is what you need for that. Everything seems to be all right. We're definitely missing something. I don't know what it is we're missing, but we're missing something. Moonrise, that's right. We don't have the Moonrise aspect. Moonrise aspect needs to be pulled in here. That's right, because this build was made during the season when Moonrise was a power and not a yeah, that's right. So I was actually using it as a power. So the Moonrise aspect does need to be pulled in. And then I think I don't think we need Pain Gorgers. As good as they are, I feel like running Pain Gorgers actually makes us worse. So instead of running Pain Gorgers, we could run the adaptability aspect. Where is the Oh no, that's right. Adaptability has to be put on a ring slot. Totally forgot about that. So that means we're going to have to pull Berserk Ripping from the ring slot. And then we're going to put Berserk Ripping here. The reason why you want Berserk Ripping is because it has a bleed. And it basically just gives you a free bleed. And then you use things like damage with bleeding or like anything that gives you any kind of bonus when the monster is bleeding. I mean, if we don't use that, we could use some other stuff instead. I mean, there are some other various aspects, like we could use the Pain Gorgers instead. It's not like super ridiculous. It's basically just a way to get a free bleed added on to everything. Trying to think if there's anything else we could really like shove in here. Maybe we'd be better off running the extra leaps so we have more physical damage reduction and more damage output and more earthquakes. I mean, it seems like having more earthquakes certainly isn't a bad thing for the way that this setup works, because it equals more damage, and more damage is, of course, not a bad thing. Just kind of playing around with ideas in my head here. I mean, we could also do the hectic aspect, which actually does give us more leaps. It gives us more ground stomps. It gives us more kicks. I mean, that's not a terrible idea either. I think that's a good idea, because the hectic aspect with the way this is set up is going to give us more ground stomps, more steel grass, more leaps, more Wrath of the Berserker, and more kicks. And we're going to be attacking really fast between the Moonrise and the Rapid aspect. So we should be spamming out some Doojangs. Let's change those to rubies, and this will probably be like diamonds or something. All right, so this is mostly properly set up now. I still need to fix the board. The Paragoon board. What are we running on this right now? We've got Undaunted, Seething, Berserking, and Ambidextrous. Okay. So the one thing that we really need is we need to put the Earthquake mod over here. So let's pull Seething, if it will let us, which it's not going to let us because it's a pain in the butt. Of course, this board is old, so it's probably why it's freaking bugged. It's not going to let us edit any of these glyph sockets, really? Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, so let's get the, I think it's like called Quake or something, or Rumble. There it is. So we're going to throw Rumble in here. Rumble is strength-based, and we actually kind of want to beef that up, so let's just go ahead and grab all the strength modifiers within range. And then we can pull some of the non-strength modifiers. Or can we? And we can pull the willpower here. I think that's pretty much it. We can pull one. So we got to pull some somewhere else so we can get a little bit of this gone. We need the max fury. We don't really need the fury on kill. So okay, we already dumped that. Damage ball fortified and fortified regeneration. We could drop these. That wouldn't be too big of a deal. Damage while fortified is an additive bonus, so it's not really that big of a deal anyway. We want to keep the attack speed node. We can drop this damage with one-handed node, though, so that gets us one closer. And... we can drop that damage reduction from bleeding enemies, since we're not going to be setting up for damage reduction from bleeding enemies anyway, because we took that away. And that pretty much completes it. So we're running Warbringer, which gives us the additional maximum fury, but we're not running Warbringer because we're not really spending as much. Actually, we will be spending through kick. So maybe we grab that anyway? I mean, it's only a couple points to get there. We might be able to do it. I don't know how the hell we can grab it, though. I mean, that could be something maybe we work out for the future. Oh, this isn't active over here. We need a willpower node. No, one willpower to rule them all. And in the darkness bind them. What is this? Strength. So we could drop 5% berserking. That would be fine. Are these all active? Active. Active. We've got the flawless technique. We have the blood rage. That's good. What boards are we missing? Just out of curiosity. Like, did we not grab? Because I want to make sure we grabbed all the right boards. Why is that not letting me? Oh yeah, hold on. Let me allow illegal moves. No, you're not gonna let me do it? Why? You know, let me do the thing. I just want to do the thing and see the boards that I haven't used. I mean, which boards do I got? I got Carnage, I got Warbringer, Flawless Technique, and Blood Rage. I'm missing Decimator. The Decimator board is missing. Which one is, I don't know why I can't add boards. Which one is the Decimator board? Two-handed slow, no. That's not right, is it? Each time you make an enemy vulnerable, your damage is increased by 10% times for 5 seconds. Overpowering a vulnerable enemy grants an additional 10% bonus for 5 seconds. Yeah, we kinda would probably like Decimator added into this. I feel like maybe we've got one board that we probably don't need. I mean, Blood Rage is important because we need the berserking damage. Flawless Technique, which is ambidextrous. That's the one that gives me critical strike chance. I don't really need the critical strike chance. Sure, maybe that's what we drop. Maybe we drop the critical strike chance for Flawless Technique, and instead of Flawless Technique, we go with the Decimator board instead. We'd lose a little bit of attack speed from the Wild Force board, but if I drop this board and we grab the Decimator board instead, I feel like that's going to be a lot more damage output than the other board. It does have two-handed on here, but So we can go up this way. And we can grab this life if we've got extra points. And we go up here. And I can't remember which node we had now. Dang it, I wasn't paying attention! We got Rumble, Undaunted, Seething, and Ire. So which one were we running? Probably not Dominate. I mean, honestly, Exploit's not a bad one. Man, I can't remember which one I was using. Must have been Exploit. That's the only one on here that's really any good for what we're trying to do. I feel like it's got to be Exploit. Or Ambidextrous. Oh no, Ambidextrous is the 8% multiplier, that's right. When you're wielding one-handed weapons. And Exploit is just an additive bonus. That's right. Okay, so it was Ambidextrous. That's what it was. Alright, so Ambidextrous is strength. So let's go ahead and grab the vulnerable damage. Damage reduction from vulnerable enemies. Yeah, this board's like way better. Alright, and we get a bonus to all magical nodes here, so that's decent. We get extra vuln, and we get extra damage reduction with the bonus, 125% bonus. That's nice. And then we still have quite a few points left. Wow. Okay. Could we snag something else is the question. What do we have like really close to a gate? Do we have anything really close to a gate? I guess this one is probably the closest, or this one. I feel like maybe Bonebreaker. We could probably just do a sneak in and grab Bonebreaker. It's probably our best bet. Just, yeah. We just sneak in real quick, grab our Bonebreaker, and don't even worry about it. Now we've got 228, so we can pull. We need to pull like 3 points from somewhere. As long as we can pull 3 points, I think we're good. What's the other min-maxing we could do on this board? We don't need this intelligence node. Oh, there's a break right here. That doesn't connect. Poopies. We gained one and lost one. Let's show you how much of some of this masterwork costs, like on PTR. It was like 100 crystals. I'm not going to worry about it until I hit level 100. I don't think you can worry about it until you get to a certain point, because you can't even do the masterworking until you get access to the higher materials. So unfortunately, you're not going to be able to masterwork anything until you get to a certain point. You have to beat Nightmare Dungeon level 45, I think, or 40 or 45, to get access to the grifts, the greater rifts, or whatever they're freaking called, the pit. And then once you get access to the pit, then you can start farming the materials for masterworking. So you can't masterwork until you are at least capable of Nightmare Dungeon like 45. How do you think you should level in Season 4? Well, first off, you're really going to need access to these tempering manuals. So if you don't get access to the tempering manuals, you're going to end up screwed. And a lot of the tempering manuals come from specific places. One of them very specifically comes from the what is it called? The quest line, the seasonal quest line. So if you want to get the tempering manuals, you probably want to do the seasonal quest line, and then from that point, I think HellTides is a really good way to go for leveling. And then it just kind of like goes from there depending on what you can set up. All right, we're at 227. We're almost there. We don't need that one either. That's 226. Is this strength? This is strength. Okay, so we do need that. We don't need that willpower node. That's 226. Just got people randomly cursing about ads. I kind of want to leave this one because this says it's 125% bonus, so that 5% additive is more powerful than it looks. Because it gets the 125% bonus on the additive thing. You would sub if you had your prime. The prime sub. The sub of primeliness. Roughly, when does the new season begin? The new season begins in like 13 hours, 12 hours, or something like that. So pretty close-ish, like 12 to 12-ish hours away. There's a countdown timer on the Diablo 4 page, or Diablo 4.life page. I think there's one on the launcher too. All right, so we got to sacrifice one. I guess we're sacrificing the vuln damage. And now we're set up, so we're good. Okay, so let's update this build. This one has been updated for Frenzy, Kick, Earthquake. So this is our basic build with Frenzy and Kick. It actually works surprisingly well. This is literally the same exact build that we ran before, but now it's even better. So there's really not a whole lot more to say about this other than it's gonna be ridiculously better than what I had before. Because of the changes that they made to the earthquakes. So let me put in the notes here. Gear powers. We need earthquake duration on the tempering, and also kick effect size. That's also another one that we really want to prioritize. And then, of course, also dodge chance. That's kind of like another thing. And update the build. That one should be really good for Season 4. I have no clue. I have no doubt that one's going to be pretty epic. Is there tempering manuals that increase the number of minions you can have? No. But there are tempering manuals that do really beautiful things, like giving your skeletons the ability to cast twice, it's just really freaking amazing. So like weapons. There, right here. Chance for Necromancer skeleton mages projectiles to cast twice. This one's really nice. I mean, what are you trying to set up? Because I do have a couple builds already kind of designed. Maybe you could just like pull one of those and edit it to your own design. I mean, basically you just copy the build and you can just play around with it. I got a summon bone spear and I also got a summon thorns. I got both of these set up this season. So depending on how you want to run, then you could copy it and play around with it, change some things around. Yeah, we got rapid fire with no basic. We got the Maul Druid. I got the Companion Druid. So we did what? Two? We got 2 Barb builds. We got 2 Druid builds. We got 1 Rogue build. We got 2 Necro builds. We got 1 Sorceress build. So we don't need to do like 2 of every one, but I could do 2 of every one. I'm trying to think like what other builds, because we could take some of my older builds and we could update them. The basic flay build, I think it could easily be updated. This one is I think this one is mostly already actually correct. So let's just clone the build. We can get this one updated as well for the new season. Teskal with Druids the Mighty is still a really good choice, but I still think this new setup with the other aspects is pretty good. We don't really want to bolts anymore. How did I have this one set up? This one was set up with Wrath of the Berserker. I had Rupture. I was still using Kick. This one's kind of not set up properly, actually. I don't like the way this one's set up. You know what we're gonna do? Let's just do this. Let's go back here. I think the easier way to do this would just be because the flay build is actually just an extension of the frenzy earthquake like barbarian. It's pretty much the same build except it's like slightly changed. So let's just clone this build. And then we'll go into the skills and we'll change it from here. So instead of frenzy, it's going to be flay. And I believe we do the multiplier or the damage reduction. It depends on whether we want. This is an easy swap depending on whether you want tankiness or more damage output. So you basically just swap this back and forth as necessary. We're still doing ground stomp. Okay, we still have. I don't know if we need to like cap out ground stomp. I feel like this is a situation where we're gonna pull some points here. Kick is gonna stay maxed out though, because kick is amazing. And then with this one, we definitely cap out cut to the bone. My green screen is showing. Oh no. That's okay. My green screen likes to show. It's usually because Fat Cody is like putting a shadow on the screen. Cody the monster doge. The monster doge. Alright, we're still going to use Wrath of the Berserker. I found that Gushing Wounds just really isn't. It's really not amazing. Like, to be perfectly honest, I don't particularly like Gushing Wounds, and I don't like how it's set up, and I don't like anything about Gushing Wounds. I don't know why Gushing Wounds is the way it is, but I don't like it. I think it's probably better not to use it. Make sure I got everything set up correctly here, though. I know there's something that I'm missing here. I think we're missing one of the important ones for this build is that we need the it's called Skull Breakers. We need Skull Breakers with this build. That's what we're missing is the Skull Breakers, which we can sacrifice something for it, but I don't know what we're sacrificing for it. Skull Breakers. Where do we throw the Skull Breakers? We could sacrifice Hectic. Hectic isn't necessarily required. Skullbreaker also probably should go on a. I'm trying to think. We should go on a two-hander. We should probably go on a two-hander. So let's take Skullbreaker and put it in the place of Edge Masters, which is on the two-hander. Actually, I don't know. I feel like Skullbreaker is one of those ones that it's good, but it's not like that good. Let's just put Skullbreaker here. Skullbreaker, basically what Skullbreaker does is it allows you to like apply your bleed damage instantaneously by stunning a target. And it's like 40% of their total bleed amount to them as physical. It basically gives you the ability to use your ground stomp. So you use your ground stomp to stun the enemies, which immediately applies that bleed to essentially everybody. So it's pretty powerful for this particular build. You still want to use Aspect of Moonrise. You still want to use the Brawl Kick, Explosions. We still want to use Aspect of Adaptability, Edge Masters, Rapid. Rapid is pretty important. You could sacrifice it if you got enough attack speed, but I'm not sure. We definitely want to keep the Earthquake aspect on the two-hander. We're still using Ramalodnes. For the most part, this is all set up correctly. We changed this to Flay because Flay becomes our main damage component at that point. And at this point, you're basically stacking bleeds to the moon. So you're just gonna continually stack bleeds, more bleeds. I think we got the board set up correctly too. We actually want to take this and put it over here so we can generate Fury. And we got this one at Generate Fury too. Yep, that one's good. All right, we also need to put in the notes about how this build is set up. Samurai. This build is going to be crazy. I actually do want to try this build this season, but I'm going to explain real quick how this build works. So in the tempering manual, there is a... oh, did I close? I closed the tempering manuals? Oh, I closed the tempering. Why did I do this? So in the tempering manual, there's a Barbarian effect here, which I think is going to be absolutely insane, by the way, for Flay, because it increases the Flay duration. And where is it? Here it is right here. So 35% Flay duration. All right, so Flay has a duration of only 4 seconds, which is not really that great, and you can't really stack very many Flays within that time period. But theoretically, if you put Flay duration on every single item, you can get a total of 367% max Flay duration, which is kind of insane. And basically what that means is that when you're looking at Flay, Flay has a duration of only 5 seconds, right? So you take Flay and you add on that duration increase, so you got your 5-second Flay, which is now added 367%, which brings it to a 23-second duration. So your Flay bleed is going to last like forever, basically. And you're calculating attack speed. You're going as fast as you can. These bleeds actually do stack. This has been tested multiple times. So they stack on top of each other. So each 23-second bleed is going to stack on top of itself. You're going to be attacking really, really fast. So your goal here is going to be to stack as many of these bleeds as you possibly can within that 23-second time period. And in 23 seconds, you will stack so many bleeds so quickly that the monster will just be like pouring blood out of himself, like you slit his jugular or something. And by the time you hit the end of the 23 seconds and the first bleed falls off, this build should be dishing out massive amounts of bleed damage at that point. And then we're pretty much just going to roll the earthquake stuff with this, because why not? I need to modify some jank here. Oh, why is my glyph socket empty? That's not nice. All right, so we need to change these a little bit for... Or do we? I think we just add like a bleed thing, right? So we just add a bleed jank. Well, are we using the rumble? Do we have we got the rumble in here, right? No, okay, there's the rumble. It's missing. Yeah, I think that the other one got messed up too. We might have to open the other one back up and check. Okay. So, all right, and I think we took away the bleed board on this one, didn't we? Because we didn't want the bleed board last time. But now we do want the bleed board because we're a bleed barbarian. So see, now we're in a different situation where we do like the bleedy bleeds. But last time we didn't like the bleedy bleeds, and because we didn't like the bleedy bleeds, but now we do like the bleedy bleeds. So we might want to like rework this a little bit to include the bleed board. Actually, what is the bleed board? I don't even remember. Why won't it let me pull up the last board? I don't understand. Let me look at the boards real quick. Let's just do it this way. I'm just gonna do this and then I'm gonna delete a board so I can test it. That way I don't have to put the board back. Hemorrhage. Your bleeding damage is increased by times 15% of your vulnerable damage bonus. Yeah, so we definitely have to include that one. All right, so let's close this. So we're gonna have to work in hemorrhage somewhere. How do we work in hemorrhage? And which one can we remove? That's the question. Carnage, Blood Rage. Blood Rage is our berserking bonus. I guess Flawless Technique is probably the one that we can ditch. We don't actually, didn't I already ditch that? Like, what the hell is going on? I thought I already ditched that one the last time I did this build. Did it not save my Paragon like nodes at all for my board? I'm gonna be upset if that's what happened. I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna be a little upset. Because I literally spent all that time working in the decimator board. No, okay. Well, there's a decimator board right there. Well, that's mean. Okay. Well, then I literally cloned this board and it cloned the old Paragon board. I don't even understand. I don't make no dang sense. All right. Well, let's go ahead and delete the Flawless Technique board, so we don't need that. Instead of the Flawless Technique board, we need the hemorrhage board for this one. So this is going to be the hemorrhage board. Oh, there's tons of different bleed builds, Samurai. This is just one that I came up with. It's a flay build. It does do pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It's not bad. It's not bad. Well, I'll have one here in a second if you're willing to, like, be a little patient. I will have one for you, sir. Okay. Let's go up to you. This is physical damage over time, so we actually do want this. Okay. We're kind of cheating here, so we're gonna enter from this board, and then we're gonna enter from this board also, so we can grab the glove socket here without having to do both. Yep, I got some razor blade builds too. I got all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah. Tons of various things that you can play around with these days. Okay, so we need lots of strength. We still have damage over time. This. Go up here. This. And we got way too much strength. It's okay. Pull some. Alright, and we only got like 4 points left, so it's nothing too crazy. I mean, we really don't have. We can just like fill in a little bit here and there. I'm not too worried about it. And your butthole really stanky. Got that stanky butthole. All right, so hemorrhage is vulnerable damage bonus, and I did have a vulnerable damage bonus on one of these boards, so let's make sure that we grabbed all the vulnerable damage bonus from that board, whichever board that was. I don't remember which board it was. I guess we can grab the physical damage. Man, I know that one of the boards had vulnerable damage on it, but I don't remember which one. And I'm pretty sure it's... I don't have the board actually up here. I mean, this is pretty close to what you would want. There's only one real issue with this, and that's Steel Grasp. I don't feel like Steel Grasp is the right play, because I think we probably go with Rupture for this. I'm pretty sure we go with Rupture for this. So let's pull Steel Grasp from the panel, and let's bring Rupture into the cut. And let's grab Warrior's Rupture, and then let's change this from Steel Grasp to Rupture. That should do it. That's pretty much the build there. There we go. Save build. We need to do some changes to the notes too while we're at it. So notes. Give me the notes. Alright, priorities are max, fury damage when working, damage to close, crit, attack speed, basic skill damage. We also need vulnerable. Vulnerable. Alright, gears and powers. Flay. You need flay. Bleed. Duration. That is the main thing that you're going to be running on this build is flay, bleed, duration. And you might grab like one kick. Actually, you might want to balance it, actually. I'm not really sure. Probably earthquake duration as well with this. Earthquake duration. The reason why you're doing earthquake duration is so you can spam more earthquakes. You want as many earthquakes as you can get. So getting the earthquakes to last longer is a pretty big deal, as well as getting the flay to last longer is a pretty big deal. It's going to be a balancing equation. You're going to have to figure out like what the best balance is for that. Spam flay while standing on shaky ground. LOL. Alright, so that's pretty much done. If you want a link to that one, you said you wanted a link to that one, Samurai, so you go ahead, there you go. There's your flay build. I think you said you wanted a thorns build too. What kind of thorns build do you want? I've done a couple thorns builds so far. There's a razor plate, there's a razor plate summon necro build. I also have a thorns druid, Maul thorns druid if you want that one. I mean, you could put a thorns build on a barbarian easily too. I mean, that's definitely one that you could potentially do. What other builds? I kind of feel like I should probably go to bed and get ready for the big stream tomorrow. So maybe we should do a community post and put all my builds in it so you guys can have access to them. And let's I mean, we've made a lot of builds. There's more builds I could make. Like there are definitely more builds I could make. But we don't got infinite time. I need infinite time. Who's got infinite time? Somebody give me some infinite time. Alright, guys and girls. I have theory crafted. How many builds? How many builds do I got on the list here? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9 builds. I've been working hard for my money. That's right, working hard for my money. And updated. 9. That's right, 9 builds for season 4 of Diablo 4. Below are the links to each build on Diablo for the life. Alright, so let's put these all in here. So, we gotta open all these. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, that one, this one, this one, and this one. That's right. This one. Alright, so copy build link. So this is the Flay build. Barb basic Flay / kick / quake. Barb basic frenzy / kick / quake. Alright, copy build link. This will be up for all you guys. You do whatever you want with it. Companion landslide build. Basic mall thorns. Where are you? Mall thorns. Alright, got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Alright, so this is also. Oh, I may do that. What's up, Dro? How's it going? Alright, so we got rapid fire spam. Rogue away. Summon the Thorns Necro. How's my stream going? It's pretty good. I've been having some fun with Theorycraft and like 1,000 different builds. So I didn't even see you guys were raiding me. Oh, what's up, raiders? 21 people. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, look at all you people's in here. Yeah, we've been coming up with some crazy builds this season. We came up with this one build that we actually think might actually break the game. Like I'm not entirely 100% sure that it's going to break the game, but there's a high possibility that it's going to break the game. Like we think we may have actually found a way to explode the servers, and it might not be it might not be a good thing. So basically how it works is I'll give you guys a rundown since you just got here. So how it works is basically they added a tempering manual that allows you to have access to the increased earthquake duration, which I don't even think they knew what they were doing when they did this. So if you go down to the Barbarian and you look on here, there is a earthquake duration modifier. And the earthquakes come from the special aspects that give you access to the earthquakes, right? And so getting access to these earthquakes is a pretty big deal. Because they give you a massive amount of increased damage, and they also give you some other nice effects, right? Well, there's earthquake size, which is cool and all, but earthquake duration is much more interesting because you can basically make as many earthquakes as you can possibly, put on the battlefield at any given time. There's also a Paragon node that basically allows you to multiply your damage based on the number of active earthquakes that you currently have on the battlefield at any given moment. You get a 10% multiplier for each earthquake that you currently have active. Well, with the earthquake duration modifier of 32.5%, you can add that multiplier together and you can increase your duration of your earthquakes to a pretty massive degree. So with a bare minimum of 4 seconds on your earthquake, let's see here. Let me pull him up. Here's our Rumble Spartan. So with a bare minimum of 4 seconds on your earthquake, you get from earthquake aspect, which is the one that gives you your 50% increased damage, and then you also get the aspect of the Bulkathos, which is going to give you another 4-second earthquake. You get 35.2%. Or 32.5% for one-handers, and you get like 65% for two-handers, which ends up being a total percentage bonus of earthquakes. It's like, I got like a bunch of freaking calculators open. So 32.5 times 2, which is for your two-hander, that's 65 times 2, which is going to be 130, plus your 32.5 from each individual, which is going to get you like 195%. You can also masterwork and 75% these if you really try. So the maximum amount that you can possibly get is going to look something like this, which is 341.25%. So you take your 4-second earthquake duration and you add your 341 percent to that, and you've got 17.64 seconds on your earthquake, which is kind of insane, right? But then you maximize this by placing as many earthquakes down as you possibly can, and it gets to an absolutely insane level. So when you go into the Paragon board, you're going to find this Paragon node, which is called Rumble, which gives you a 10% multiplier. So a times 10% multiplier to bosses and crowd-controlled enemies for each active earthquake. So you get as many active earthquakes as you possibly can. So the goal of this is to get as many multipliers as you possibly can to increase your damage to ridiculous proportions. And then by doing this, you also set up your character specifically to have as many earthquakes as you can. So we've got it set up with this particular build where, of course, you got the aspect of perpetual stomping, which resets kick and ground stomp, reset leap. Okay, leap will give us a earthquake every time you use it with the aspect of Bulkathos. We also get a earthquake every single time we ground stomp with the earthquake aspect. All right, so we get 2 of these like all the time. Every single time we use these abilities, we get two of these, right? We're also using the aspect of Giant Strides, which gives us a 9-second reduction on the cooldown of leap. Okay, and then basically we're just tying this all together so that we have a absolutely crazy number of earthquakes going on at any given time. So you're gonna basically run a rotation that looks something like this. So it's gonna be leap, causes an earthquake, kick, resets leap, causes an earthquake, ground stomp, causes an earthquake, leap, resets another earthquake, kick, which resets leap, which causes another earthquake, to ground stomp, which causes another earthquake. So just this basic rotation is going to get you 6 earthquakes, which is a 60 times multiplier. And then not only that, but you're going to have extra leaps to work in between because, of course, you've got the other like resets going on and various things. So it's going to be kind of crazy. how this potentially could work. Yeah, and there's also a kick effect size, so our kick is going to get massive damage bonuses from this as well. So we're going to try and beef that up to the kick size. They already increased the size of kick from 2.2 yards to 3, and then with the kick effect size, it'll go up to like 6 yards or something like that. So you'll be able to hit kind of like pretty much everything in front of you with kick, and then with all of the earthquakes constantly running, it should be kind of dumb, stupid, insane. I was actually thinking about this. I could also potentially run the aspect of full Kathos over here for extra damage reduction. So if you need an extra damage reduction, you could take the Bull Kathos aspect, put it out on the amulet slots, and then you could throw another defensive slot over here. Because honestly, your earthquakes are going to give you massive damage output. And so focusing on the earthquakes isn't necessarily a bad thing. Oh yeah, we also have the Bear Clan Berserkers, which gives you a cooldown reduction on your brawling skills. So it'll have a very good chance to help you reset your kick, which is a whole other thing. So we're basically prioritizing as many earthquakes as we possibly can have on the screen at any given time. Yeah, we got plenty of vulnerable kick, because kick gives us a 4-second vulnerable every single time we use it, thanks to the aspect. And then we also have the steel grasp, which is giving us vulnerable too if we need it. So it's not like we don't have any like additional vulnerables that we could throw in. I wonder if we did pull the Bulkathos aspect, like what would we throw in here? I mean, making ourselves relatively invincible certainly wouldn't be a bad thing with this, because it feels like the longer we can stay alive, the more earthquakes we put up, and the more earthquakes we put up, the higher our damage goes, until eventually we hit just like massive proportions of damage output. Yes, Kubus. He just came up and said, I'm staring your face, and you listen to me if I stare in your face. What do you got to say? What's the matter, Boobus, the monster dog? Are you upset because you didn't get any snackums? You want some beef jerkums and some chips and tacos? He knows all about some tacos. All right, man. You have a good one too. I was trying to see if there was anything else I wanted to throw in here. I mean, a hectic aspect could increase our damage dramatically. So, like, what if we take hectic, throw it over here to get us the reduction in time? Not that we necessarily need hectic for this. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think we need it. But, well, you know, actually, because we're not really spamming our basic for this, so maybe hectic isn't really that great either. Listen, Cody's trying to tell me something. He said, "You better listen to me, or I'm gonna bite. Cause I got teeth, and I was gonna use them, and you just can't tell me not to." Oh yeah, that's how you feels. What's the matter? Do you got the diarrhea Dukas butt? You gotta go Dukas? Do you gotta go Dudas? Do you gotta go Peppus? I think he might have to go Peppus, guys. I think he might have to go Peppus. Cody's gonna beat me up. Materials might be fun for this too. I got you. That's right. And now I'm gonna rub your chins like this. Oh yeah, that's how you feels. Where's the rogue? I got one rogue build. I got a rapid fire build. I didn't do one of them like crazy grenade builds though. I'm sure somebody's got a crazy grenade build out there somewhere. Why are you hollow in there? Why does it sound hollow? It sounds hollow in there. You got anything in there? Got a brain in there? Got brain meats? Is there the brains in there? Do you got some brain in the meat in the air? Do you, hmm? You just want snackums. That's all you want all day long, snackums. Did you eat your lunch I packed for you? Hmm? Did you eat your lunch? Did you get some Wadums? He's gonna fight me. His whole life, him will fight me. All right, let's just make sure this is updated. All right. I finished this post. Look at all these calculators I got open. It was like freaking 13 calculators because I just use them and then I don't even bother closing them, and then I'll be pulling up other stuff. Oh yeah, by the way, for those of you who just joined on Twitch, my Raiders, I do have a contest going on for a Valari gaming pillow. If you're interested in that, you just got to hop into Discord and you click this little button right here in the giveaways channel, and you can enter yourself for the giveaway. This is the Discord link if you want to check that. Giveaway ends tomorrow. During the launch day. I got it set up for like what was it 16 hours from now. So a little ways into the launch day, and I'll announce the winner. Let's get this finished though. Oops. Beep. All right, builds are up. 9 builds, no waiting. And what else do I need to do? I need to do something else before I log out. Oh yeah, I need to schedule the live stream for tomorrow so it's ready. So let me go ahead and do that. I'm gonna schedule the live stream. Actually, let's do it over here. I got my thumbnails over here. Boop. All right, Diablo 4, Season 4, Day 1. The season of the crazy crackhead builds. With all the freaking builds that I just freaking theory crafted, I'm not really even sure which one I want to do. I mean, I like a lot of them, and I think a lot of them are going to be really powerful. And why doesn't the minion necro use Ring of Mendel? It should be in there. Which minion necro though? Because the Bone Spear minion necromancer is not set up for the Ring of Mendel, but the summon necro should be, because there's two different ones. We're almost done, buddy. If I can't finish what I'm doing, we're not going to get done. He said, if you can't reach your mouse, then you can't do nothing, because I'm going to slobber all over your mouse. And all right. Grrr. What are you growling at me for? Growly growler. Growling growly. Growly growler. From Growling Town. Don't growl at me. I didn't do nothing to you. I don't know why you guys be mean to me. Get so upset. Alright, so 14th at what was the launch time? I think it's 1 p.m. EST. Diablo 4 season 4 launch time. It's 10 a.m. PDT, so 10 a.m. PDT to EST. We'll probably get started like an hour early, by the way. So I mean, why not? So it's at 1, so we're probably gonna start this around. We'll probably start this around like 11. I'll go ahead and set it up for, or well, 12. Let's do like 12 p.m. Or we could do, you know what, let's do like 11:45. Start like 15 minutes before an hour. So we got a good hour and 15 minutes to get things set up, get the groups set up and whatnot. And yeah, that'll work. It'll work. And if you guys want to like set up a reminder for that, I can shoot you guys a link to it right now. Boom, 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 boom. Cody is a butthole. Okay, Cody, I know. You gotta go. You always gotta go. You literally went out to the bathroom just a little while ago. You just impatient. Baby dog. Baby dog. That's a baby dog. Cody said, no, it's a baby dog. That's not nice. If I hadn't just recently taken you out, I would be feeling bad for you. But I literally just recently took you out, so maybe you should hold it. How about you squeeze your butt cheeks tight? Maybe you got the diarrheums. You got the diarrheums. He's looking at me like I am the devil. He's literally looking at me like I'm the devil right now. He's like, look. He's like, I don't care about nothing that you're saying right now unless you're going to get up and you're going to take me out. Because you're not getting up and you're not taking me out. And so obviously you're a bad, evil person. Evil person. So evil. Worst. The worstest. The Worcestershire saucest. Season 4, day 1. Let's go. Hold on, Mr. Kubus. Dang. That's right, I said it. I said Kubus. The Monsum. The Monsum dog. Use a Monsum. All right, good to go. He's gonna take me out. I'm gonna get tackled to the floor in a second here. All right, guys and gals, I'm gonna hop off because I'm getting up early tomorrow so we can get this whole thing started. If you're in the kinship, I will get the groups set up pretty soon. So we'll get them set up tomorrow, basically before the start of everything. And if you're not in the kinship and you want to join the kinship for all of our Diablo 4 shenanigans, which are going to be starting pretty darn soon, obviously tomorrow, you still have time to join the kinship. It's not really that difficult. To be honest with you, I can give you a quick tutorial for those of you who are still watching, how you join the kinship. So first off, you got to join the Discord. And once you join the Discord, you're going to pull up the Discord, and in the Discord, there is a channel right here in the important info. There's the rules, of course. You got to agree to the rules. But you also have to agree, read the kinship charter. So this is specifically if you want to join the kinship, okay? This is not for the rules for the server. This is if you want to actually join the clan, essentially. And you got to read this, and there are actually instructions in here on how to get into the kinship. You're going to be on stream with me when you're in the kinship, basically. So a lot of the rules are basically, just like watch your mouth and don't be an idiot on stream. So there's that. This is really cool too. That's actually really neat. Anyway, as always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these fun adventures. I will see you tomorrow for the live stream for the day. We will probably be streaming all day long for like 12 to 18, I don't even know, like 20 some odd hours, by the way. So we're going to be going from like 1 o'clock when it starts probably till like frickin' 6 o'clock in the morning the next day. So be prepared for some fun. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Just as a funny thing, did you notice that he knows when I say the outro? So he was looking at me and he was staring at me, and as soon as I said the outro, he ran off and he got excited. He literally has learned my outro, and I think it's hilarious.